What's up, people? Hope everybody had a good day. Hope everybody's having a good night tonight. Probably won't be a lot of people showing up right away. Somebody just told me there's a whole bunch of stupid drama, debate, bullshit going on another channel. People fucking, after 3 years, still debating shit that has to do with MRE and his charges and stuff. Ridiculous. But I guess if those people want to waste their time, that's on them. None of my business. Hello, Teresa. I hope you're well. Yeah, there is. Yes, I'm not even messing with that. Yeah, it never ends is right. It's ridiculous waste of time. It's just, it's really stupid. You know, you got 3 years to come up with like hard proof and be done and over with, and they've tried absolutely everything. They've shown all kinds of stupidity and all kinds of dumb attempts, I guess, at some kinds of evidence that just weren't. I don't know. It's dumb. What's up, Damien? Hope you're well. I was just saying, I just heard they're having another big debate drama show. They're all debating over there with over MRE and his charges and stuff. Yeah, it's super weird, Teresa. Like, it's super weird, especially after all this time, to be so invested in one person. It's like, why are you so threatened by this one person? Like, I don't get that. Why are you so butthurt? Like, why are you so hell-bent on this person? It's really weird. It's impulsive. It's very strange behavior, especially given the oh, is he really? Okay, Damien, I got you. I'm sure he'll be around over here shortly. Honestly, I was hoping that wasn't going to be the case, because like when I heard that was going on, I wasn't even going to say whose channel. I figured it'd be assumed, but yeah, over on Angel's channel, they're doing a bunch of waste of time for the nth time. It's stupid. It's really stupid. Compulsive weirdness. Yeah, well, that person's a total moron. Always has been. That's why, like, immediately people were changing up the names in his tag, common simp and no common sense. It's just ridiculous. He couldn't have picked a better name for a moron. It's, it's like calling the short guy, giant, or calling the giant guy tiny. It's ridiculous. But yeah, I was hoping he was, he has to go over there and defend it. I get it. It's just a shame. and it's fucking stupid at this point. They're never going to stop. They're never going to stop that dumb shit ever. Oh, I'm good, Egon. Thanks for asking. I hope you're well. I hope you're having a good night and everything's good with you. Yep, thanks for asking. What's the theme of the show? We don't really have a theme. We'll end up talking. I have a feeling we'll end up talking about. Yeah, I hear you, Egon. Yeah. I totally understand. Believe me, I do. And that's why I really try hard not to get involved in a lot of that stuff anymore. I did in the beginning. I said all my piece, and I feel like that was enough. I said my piece. I added to the opinion pool. I was there, to defend MRE when it actually really, it always matters. Don't get me wrong. But like when they were actually first starting this dumb shit, I helped put a quench, like a quench on it. I did my part. Because everything after that is just reeked of desperation from those people. And it's been very obvious to everyone. It just comes across as weird and like a stalker-like, and makes you seem completely obsessed with him. And it's very strange that these people spend like so many hours of their days like doing weird research, or like just sitting in chats talking about it amongst themselves like old blue hairs in a fucking nursing home. It's really weird, man. Yeah, no doubt. You going? I'm smoking, man. I'm with you. I got 2 new kinds of keef today. Actually, I'm pretty excited. I was like a little kid, man, because they've had the same. I think I talked about this before. They always end up with like the same kinds of keef, you know, because when you're specific like I am, it's like, no, I just want the highest percentage indica you have, right? Well, that limits usually in these stores what they have to offer. You know, you'll end up with like 4 to pick from, and you can go to a couple different stores, but sometimes they're out of the way, and it's a pain in the ass. So, I've been steady getting this for indica. I've been getting this stuff called PK Trophy. You know, because some keef's like really fine, and it can be a pain in the ass. I mean, they come in, you know, easygoing containers and stuff. It's I have a scoop and stuff. Don't get me wrong. It's not like I make a mess. I'm just saying some of it's like really, really fine, and it's a bit of a pain in the ass. But the PK Trophy was good. It was fine enough, but it kind of clumped together, which was helpful. So I was pretty fond of that. I've had a lot of that lately. And then what was the other one? Hold on. I got to see. I got the containers right here. What was the other one? Oh, Deluxe Sugarcane. That was the other one. I was getting a lot of this Deluxe Sugarcane and PK Trophy, but this time they had Patty Purple keef. Killer. Yeah, killer fucking keef, man. And then the other one that they had was called, or it was more of the PK Trophy. But the Granddaddy Purple I was pretty excited about. Pretty excited. It's killer smoke. It's really, really fine too, but I'll take it. It's nice. It's something different. It's a nice change, and it tastes really good.
Now, what's up, dude? A little late. Sorry, I had to beat up on Common Simp. I had to beat up on Common Simp for a minute.
Yeah.
I don't know if you have seen that shit show. It's like unbelievable.
I was talking about it before you came on. I mean,
it's fucking ridiculous.
Before anybody was even, I literally opened up the chat going, well, I just heard this bullshit's going on for the 1,000th fucking time. So
yeah, I jumped off.
See who shows up. So it sounds like we'll see who actually shows up to my little corner. Well,
I just went on there to blast them a little, and then I'm like, I'm out. I gotta go talk to Rat Trap City. I'm out of here.
Yeah,
stupid. I've been on there 1,000 times, talked to this 1,000 times. Like, who's the people I told on? Number one, you fucking morons. Anybody looks at my case who does not a stan, who doesn't like personally hate me or whatever, is not gonna think that. It's fucking ridiculous. They're stupid. Stupid. Yeah. And it's like, why even defend it? Like, they're gonna think that these guys are fucking Stanleys. They're weirdos. They're grown men with nothing else to do, spend hours a day looking into other humans. It's weird. All right, later, Dave. Have a good one, man.
Be safe, man. Driving.
Say hi to Rat Trap City.
See you later, Rat Trap.
Yeah, be safe, Damien. Drive safe.
Have a God bless night.
You too, my friend.
Yeah, have a good one, dude. Well, we went up to the neighborhood for a little bit.
Yeah, I was watching. That was cool. I always like it when you're walking around downtown. And
like, they don't say it, man. Later. Well, it wasn't a feast. That's like how it is on Friday nights up there. You know.
Yeah, I was just saying I like it when you walk around.
Oh, the feast. Yeah.
I like it when you do go to the feast and stuff. I like it when you're downtown and stuff. It's nice. It's a nice atmosphere. That's why I was telling you before. I'd actually like to check it out sometime.
Yeah, it's a nice little area. You know what I mean? Like a lot of history there. It's an old part of the country. You know what I mean? Yeah, I can't see the chat, so I'm on my phone. That's why.
So Grant, Carol, Redzilla.
What's up, guys? Yeah, I just went on there real quick to beat up that fucking dirty fingernail bastard. Like, let me tell you something. Those dudes, there's got to be something wrong in their social life. Maybe they hate their life.
It's compulsive.
Who the hell looks into it?
Came on. It's fucking weird. You've had 3 years to come up with any kind of proof or evidence for your points. You have failed at every crossroads of that. You've looked fucking moronic to people that have more than 2 brain cells, people that actually have common sense and IQs and are educated.
Yeah.
You look like fucking.
Not only there's no even like, all right, I got no co-defendants. Am I in a gang? Am I supposed to be a mob guy?
Well, you
That's a
start
joke.
there, first of all.
Like, who did I tell
Start
on?
with the fact that you didn't have any co-defendants, so there's nobody for you to fucking.
No, I never had any. And let's say they're trying to say I'm a undercover cooperator or something. All right, what do they think I am? Do these wise guy humps really think I'm some kind of street mob guy? Because that ain't the fucking case, man. I'm like, I'm involved with gangs or something? That's not the case neither. You know, so
Well,
who am I informing?
again,
where's my buddies who went to jail in the last few years or anytime?
That's why people like Kitten had to go through weird records and try and pin odd people in like totally different states. That one, I'm going to go to your point here. Number one, the people he has named have nothing to do with any kind of street organized crime or gangs. He was picking people out of a hat that had just like gun crimes or might be like white supremacists or something.
Gotcha. Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, no, I mean, none of it makes any sense. None of it makes any sense at all. There has never been an accusation that you were part of a network or an organization. Therefore, nobody for you. Well, you'd have to be accused of that in order for you to have somebody to talk about. Is my only point.
Yeah.
To
be quite honest, could I make lies up about people?
These things from a fucking store.
Yeah, no, could I make lies up about people? Anybody can, you know, but who's going to do that? Not me. Make lies about anybody.
From the store, right? So even like, there's your 2 main points, right? One, you weren't part of an organization. No one to talk about. 2, you didn't have any co-defendant. There was nobody else on the case. Nobody to talk about. 3, you bought them from a store, not from a network or organization. Nobody to fucking talk about. So it's all total fucking BS, man. It's total BS.
Well, they're lying and saying that one of the guns had a scratch serial number. That's total bullshit. None of those guns, you can see those guns on my Facebook. These goofs posted them. You can see them. None of those guns had a scratch serial number. Listen, I'm not an idiot. I'm not going to have a gun with a scratched fucking serial number. I know the feds, somebody might try to kick my door in like they did. I wouldn't have one anyways because you can go to jail like something like that. I'm not, you know, like I said, I'm not a fucking criminal in the streets. These people are fucking weirdos.
Yeah.
Real fucking weird people.
They are. They're very compulsive, stalker-like weirdos. And
they're all emotional up there. The guy was...
Well, it's weird because in order for them to act like this way towards somebody, it's like they're putting you on a pedestal, which is fucking straight. Why are they putting... Why do they feel so threatened by you and your existence on the fucking internet? And is it because all these, you know, so many people we know that was the case with Fatty. He was literally jealous of everything about you, who you were friends with, how many people liked you, your subs, your fucking wittiness, your, you know, comedic value on your show.
Weird guy.
He was totally fucking jealous of you, right? So we know him. What's up with some of these other people? Why are they putting you on?
Well, this guy right here, what happened between me and him is I debated him on Lefty's channel, the Scab guy, and we just debated about Piggy and doxing, and he rage quit on me, right? And ever since then, he was into...
Okay, bro. Whatever, bro. That was his whole conversation with you. Yeah, I kept laughing.
Yeah, I forget how even the debate went, dude. It was so long ago, but ever since then, he started like helping them look into me and stuff. It's just weird.
I remember how it went. You let him talk. He laid out a bunch of ridiculous points, and then you spoke. And every time he tried to retort, you came back at him, and his only answer was, "Okay, bro, whatever, bro." Especially like when you started going in on him.
He didn't know what he was stuttering.
Yeah, he just started shutting down. Yeah, okay, bro, whatever, bro.
Yeah. When I jumped on there just now, I just started yelling at him because, listen, there's no... I've told these people, I know the guy Parasite Slayer meant well, and I know Angel meant well, but still, you're not going to convince these people. Like, they don't care. They're emotionally driven. They don't like me. So who gives a fuck? No one's going to think that. Stop keep doing the streams on it. Stop keep doing streams on it. It's stupid. And not only that, it's just like... I wouldn't be doing that to them if somebody was slandering them with some shit, like doing streams. Is this true or is that true? It's like no one thinks that, so laugh at them.
Yeah, I think it was done for content, and it's valued.
Well, most people do on here. It is for content. It's just ridiculous.
But I will still say that yes. I mean, I didn't watch it, but Parasite Slayer I've seen in here and in other chats talking about the law, and like he's, like I said, he's been in my chat. That's enough. He's been in my chat. He spoke about the law, and you can tell he's done research on some of this stuff. I'm sure that's what he was doing.
Yeah, I appreciate him. I appreciate him sticking up for me. Don't get me wrong.
That show should not exist. It's just fucking
no. It's like
anybody have that show right now for clicks and views, and it's just bullshit. It's dead. It's fucking moot point. It's a dead issue.
And not only that, it's not even a debate. Like I said, if there was some guy, I don't mean to cut you off, dude, but if there was some guy out here saying he did this to me, told on me, or I had a co-defendant who's doing 20 years, or one of my close friends, and if they're talking about 2011, Rudolph was still alive, wouldn't have I put him in jail if I was this big informant? It's just ridiculous. No one ever went to jail around me for anything that happened to do with me. Never had co-defendants, nothing like that. It's ridiculous. Right. So it's like arguing a totally fucking stupid thing. And what do they do? Like these people do that, try to get you hurt and bullshit like that. But luckily, I have a good name and people know me.
And talking again, I mean, sure, what you just said is 100% true because they have done that with like real life stuff. But it's also been their aim from the get go to just destroy you and your character and your channel and your presence on the interwebs. It's insanity.
Yeah, it is. I don't even like jumping on those circuses no more.
Going on. It's the same talking points over and over and over again, the same conversations.
Well, it's literally trying to...
Because your story's not going to change. You know what I'm saying? You're talking about what the fuck happened to you. You were there. So your story doesn't change. You're just like, this is my thing. This is what happened. This is my defense. Not even a defense. This is just my reasonings. I don't have to fucking defend myself to you people, right? At the end of the day. And then they just have this exact fucking talking points and the same bullshit. It's fucking tired, bro, and everybody is over it. It's so fucking tired.
Yeah, and it's straight up like there's no even premise for it. Like there's that straight up slander. Like you can't call someone an informant and then try to prove it for 3 years. I would never platform somebody saying, "Hey, listen, Rat Trap City's a rat man." I'm like, "Wait, you got the proof, motherfucker?" Like, don't call anybody that with no proof. I see no proof. Like, what the fuck? Get out of here.
There's not been any proof. That's half the fucking problem around here with a lot of things and issues. It's fucking non-existent.
Yeah, people are not
true. It's not fucking true. If it were true, there would be abundant evidence. Like you've said a million times.
There'd be people on here.
There'd be people talking. There'd be people coming at you. There'd be evidence. There'd be some fucking paper that came up. Some court shit would come up. A newspaper article. Something. Somebody that did.
Not only that, like I told him, use common sense. I live in a small city. You don't think the people I hurt would have came out and talked about it? Come on. You don't know this city then. Providence is a very unique place. Like it's a very small, especially in like the Italian community. Like everybody knows everything about everybody, man. And Providence and all the communities, honestly, like everybody. And if somebody's no good or especially if they had a show on YouTube that all of Providence, not all, but a lot of people watch from my area. Not all, but shit, yeah, they would call me out in a fucking heartbeat. They would have put me on. My friends wouldn't be my friends, the people that I'm friends with, and they're not criminals or nothing, but they don't like informants and people who do that stuff, and they wouldn't be around me. It's just common sense. That's why I just don't understand these people keep fucking bringing these topics. Like, what the fuck? It's nuts.
Yeah,
and I get they mean well, but it's still
right on the fucking head right there. They call people harass, but then they hang out with bona fide government informants.
Yeah. So it's like, wow, you're that emotionally invested in another man like that. Like that's weird.
Yeah, it's very weird, bro.
Especially if that dude has dirty fingernails like that. He went all the way to the Providence court and he lied so many times where he said, "Oh yeah, the lady said most likely the guy's an informant and all this stuff."
Right.
He's fucking idiot.
Fucking right, bro. That's an insane claim. That person knows damn well they would be sued. The fucking courthouse would be sued, like off their ass sued. That's a ridiculous fucking statement. Nobody said anything like that to you, you lying piece of shit. And again, I will also say, the whole premise of that fucking envelope was literally mentally fucking handicapped. That whole fucking thing was like you were dumber for having watched it. Like you're gonna go to the courthouse and talk to them about paperwork that's supposed to be sealed, and they go, "You can't see it, but if you don't tell anybody, I'll show you the envelope."
Yeah.
Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. Number one, it's probably not even in that fucking courthouse. It's probably in the goddamn computer, and you'd have to print it out. And if it was, it would be in an actual file in a dirty old fucking box that they'd have to pull out because it's an old case. It wouldn't be in a fucking manila clip envelope prepared, ready to come out and go, here's Secret Mafia Grandpa's record. Go fuck yourself. That shit is literally mentally fucking handicapped to put together. That is an Emmy plan. That whole fucking thing was stupid, bro. These people are fucking mooks, born mooks. And
they try hard.
Over you that I will never, ever, ever fucking understand, my bro. I will like
there's like 4 or 5 of them, man. Like I'm not even like, and it's embarrassing to even talk about, but there's like 4 or 5 of these dudes who like are truly invested in me. It's weird shit. It happens to a lot of content creators out there in other genres too, but it's weird shit, man. Creepy. I would never do that. Look up people and who gives a shit. You know, sometimes shit comes on YouTube, like the stuff we found out about him going in the old ladies' homes. Listen, when you're out there saying you look people up, other people, I don't know who did it, channels popped up with his shit up on it. His friends dimed him out. I believe it was Carlos and Lefty dimed him out on his name. So they found out that he ran into old people's homes and was crying and jumping around and wrestling with an old man in the house.
Ruthless Toothless admitted to being a doxer. That's where my whole thing just stops with him. Like, that's one of the few things in this community we've had hardcore proof of, because he said, yeah, I did it. Yes, I was totally going behind people's backs, and I was getting information, doxing people. He was just like, got me. Yeah. The people that he has the channel with they admitted later that they were involved with him. So that's all I need. The motherfuckers I have nothing to do with. Nothing.
Yeah, but their excuse is, I admitted it. You got me. I'm sorry. Well, see how far that enough to admit it. So okay, we forgive you.
Right? No. When somebody shows you who they are, believe you, especially if they tell you to your face.
Yeah. Seriously.
Here, this shit is ridiculous, man, and way over the top, and played out and tired.
Oh, so played out. That's why I wasn't going to go on it. And I says, you know what? I'm going to go blast this clown.
I get it. And
because you never know when people. You never know when people could flip. Not only that, you never know when people could flip out of just hatred and just make lies up. So.
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying, you got to do. It's just unfortunate, is all I'm saying. Like, I totally understand. You've got to do what you've got to do. That's your name. I'm just telling you as your friend, I find it unfortunate that you have to do it at this point. It's really fucking... That show should have not happened.
Yeah, I know. That's what's the point of it. Yeah, it's like, there's no point of it. Like, what's the point?
The point was for clicks, views, and drama, and everybody come see what's going on at my house.
But at my expense with straight slander. Yeah, at my expense with straight slander. It's not even like this is a viable claim, or there's some, there's some co-defendant lying and saying, hey, he did this to me. Like, it's just straight out of, it's just a conspiracy. I hate this guy. Let's run with that. And just sick shit, man. I wouldn't do that and put that shit up. Even if people think they're helping you, it's like you're not helping. You're actually just making it worse and giving them 10 more shows and stuff like that, which I don't care what they do on their channels. They got all bums watching them anyways, but a lot of the same people watch all of these small little channels. Like, there's no point of it.
Yeah, those are the NPCs I always refer to. The people whose names change a lot, and and the people that don't actually support anything. They're just checking out the fucking TV shows. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, I understand that they're getting like some kind of weird.
I get it.
I'll never get it, but I understand they're getting some kind of weird.
Well, I got to pick entertainment. It's like I look exactly like a soap opera, so I do get it in the way. And here's what I mean by that. All right, they turn on YouTube. They don't know us. Even if they like you and support you, they don't know you. They don't really give a fuck about you. Some
they
do.
don't owe you an allegiance. They don't owe you shit. 100%.
No, they don't.
Yes,
no, there's some cool. There's some people that you might get friendly with and become friends with. Yeah, but the average person, they don't know. They're just looking at you as a YouTube channel. You're some guy on YouTube, you know.
They want to see what happens.
And they want to see all the stuff. Yeah.
Yep. No,
yeah, they want. It's like
as
a
much
show.
as it makes me sick, I still understand it. Yes.
Yeah, it's like a show. Right. People want to watch what happens. Or if you talk about, let's say if I say, hey, X is a bad guy. Well, out of human curiosity, people are going to want to see who X is, right? And see what X is saying about B or whatever, you know?
Yeah.
And it's just human nature. They're going to want to, you know, if you, like I said, turn on a channel and see this guy named Red, and Red's saying something about Blue. Well, you're going to want to know what Blue says about Red. You know, it's human nature. So,
no, right. The he said, she said. Well, I agree with you. And yes, Bears, I think that was a very polite way for you to put what I actually mean when I say what I mean. But I understand. And Egon, yes, you should totally watch Peaky Blinders. And I'm sitting here smoking with you, my friend.
Yeah, I liked. I seen the first 2 seasons, and I liked it. The Peaky Blinders.
Oh yeah,
I liked how they had
I just finished it up. I watched the last episode. Like there's 6 seasons, and I just saw the last episode a few days ago. It was excellent.
I thought it was pretty cool how they had these little clans, and then they would fight together, but then team up against others, and they had little razor blades in their hats and stuff. It was pretty cool. And one brother was like this boxer drinker who was always punching everybody.
Arthur. Well, that's the thing. They were all in France in the war.
Well,
right?
Yeah, they were all World War I
and they were tunnelers, bro. They were tunnelers.
Yeah, well, let me tell you, some of the toughest men in the world.
They have a lot of demons. You know what I mean?
Trench warfare was some of the most brutalist warfare in human history.
Yeah, they're like digging these fucking tunnels that are 8-10 feet underground, and then the enemy's digging tunnels too, so they could come through the walls at any time.
Well, that does
ceilings
happen.
On each other. It's fucking crazy, bro.
Not only that, you have to take another trench. You got to jump in those trenches, run through those trenches. They used to have clubs. They had all kinds of trench warfare weapons where you could club people in the head, all kinds of stuff. Yeah, brutal fighting in World War I, man. Yep. Brutal sarin gas being used, mustard gas, crazy shit. That's where the term comes from, going over the top. You know, ever hear that going over the top?
Imagine again just being in those tunnels like 10 feet underground, and then the enemy literally comes through one of the walls.
Well, they weren't as so much tunnels.
In this show is what I'm saying. They weren't in. No,
well,
they
there
weren't
are
in
some
trenches,
tunnels.
bro. They were in tunnels, and they were called tunnelers. They were literally like underground with the framework.
Yes, they had. Yes, they had tunnels.
In this show is all I'm saying, because you know a lot of the war stuff better than I do. I'm just describing what they were showing, like when they would do flashbacks in the show. They were talking about how like the tunnels even caved in on them one time. They had to dig their way out to the top.
Oh yeah, that happened a lot. Yes, a lot of guys died. They didn't get somebody out fast enough. Yes, well, during trench warfare, you had tunnels where their hangouts where they could be safe, you know, from the bombing or anything like that. And then you had your tunnel diggers who would try to build tunnels so they can pop out and attack other trenches and shit.
Sure, or wherever, right? You got to get into an enemy camp, I would imagine, or any kind of thing, right?
Tough job.
Maybe even to smuggle your weapons and food.
Very
supplies,
brave
right? You have to build,
on all sides.
Underground lines for that.
The World War I troops from, I don't care if you're the English, the French, the German, all of them, the Americans, everyone who fought, they were all very brave soldiers, man. Very brave young lads.
One of my favorite scenes in that show in the early season, you might have saw it because it was an early season. I'm not sure if it was in the first or second, but it was early on. The main brother, Tommy, he has a deal with Winston Churchill, because Churchill was also a soldier, and he respects, even though Tommy's a street guy, Churchill really respects him because he's made something out of nothing. He's doing really well, and he respects the fact that he got all the medals and awards for saving people and helping people in the war. Well, they're standing in a room making a deal, and there's a dirty fucking cop from Scotland Yard that hates Tommy in the room with them. And he says something slick about Tommy, and fucking Churchill he goes, everybody in the room that was in France, raise your hand, and everybody but that fucking dude raises their hand, right? and then he goes, raise your hand if you did this, that, or the other thing, and like a few people raised their hand, but you know, it happened like that a few times, but that guy's the only one that didn't raise their hand. He's like, okay, well, we'll only be listening to Tommy from now on.
Yeah, the battle of the Somme, man.
Hard motherfucker. You will not disrespect it. So, and he, like, Churchill goes in on in an eloquent way. Of course, it's Churchill.
Well, Tommy fought in the Battle of the Somme, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, that was that was one of the ones that he mentioned. Yeah, who fought in this and who fought in that, and that was one of them. Right? Yep.
Well, that was some tough hand-to-hand combat, bayonets, clubs, brass knuckles, fucking clubbing you over the head with your guns, raking with your eyes, biting people, brutal. Right. You got to think, when you charge each other, you only got a couple shots, you know what I mean, before you're right up on each other. In trench warfare, that's like going over the top. You go over the top and go in the other guy's trench. Crazy shit. Crazy.
Yeah,
ever hear of the Christmas truce during
like kamikaze, man?
Yeah. Have you ever heard of the Christmas truce? Ever hear of the Christmas truce during World War I?
I think that's super cool, bro. I really like that story a lot. You know.
Yeah, the Christmas truce. World War I was a crazy war. Trench warfare started during the Civil War, and it was perfected during World War I. So trench warfare only went on from the 1860s to the 19-teens. Trench warfare.
Okay.
Yeah, like trench warfare on that kind of scale. End of the Civil War to World War One, and that was some, like I said, brutal, hard fighting, man.
Yeah, yeah. That face to face, hand to hand, you know, really, that shit was nuts. And it's like they've been doing everything they can to not do that again. You know, thing that they've been building has been to be able to blow you up over there and stay away from you. You know.
Oh yeah. Crazy wars, but yeah, that show was pretty cool. I haven't seen, how many seasons do they have?
6.
Oh, I only seen 2.
I guess they're making a movie now.
Oh, interesting. All right.
Is
that guy a singer too?
What's that?
Is that guy a singer also? The guy?
I honestly don't know.
Because there's songs with his name on it. I don't know why, but
okay.
I think so. I don't know.
I love all the music, like the old. I don't like the soundtrack music to the show. I'm not a fan of that, and they play a lot of like really weird rock and roll in scenes that they really shouldn't for the time period. I think you agree with me. Like you and I both, like when we watch period type stuff, it's like, dude, keep it in the period, right? Like don't play rap songs for me when I'm watching something about people in the 30s. That's not fucking cool.
Yeah,
right?
No, I want to see music with the time period.
Right, that's what I'm saying. And that's my biggest distraction with that show is that like you'll be watching it, you're literally in 1926, you're feeling it, everybody's dressed right, the decor's right, they're drinking the right things, and all of a sudden they play the White Stripes, and you're like, really?
Yeah, the White, yeah, some rock and roll.
Come on, man, you're killing me right now. You know,
I can see the chat now. I opened up my computer. I can see the chat. What's up, Grant B1? What's up, guys? That's
Irish music. I'm a huge fan of gypsy music. I love like Roma music. I love the violin playing and all that kind of stuff. And I love Irish songs.
What's up, Jason?
I love the really, really close friend when I was growing up whose parents were off the boat Irish. His dad and his uncles and his older brothers when they would drink, they would sing all these songs. I used to fucking love it, dude. And so
I love the Irish music myself.
It really took me. I enjoyed that a lot.
What's up, Aegon, bro? Jason. We got a couple of vets in the chat, Aegon and B1. Thanks for serving. What's up, Mike, Dustin? Jason, everybody, thanks for coming over. I like when they stick with the time period. I love Irish music. I love sea shanties, the old English sea shanties.
Yeah, me too.
I'm a big fan of the Spanish ladies from Spain, I have received orders to sail to Old England. I hope in a short time to see you again. I love old Spanish. I love the Hoist the Colors High. I love the
Yeah, it's a cool tune. Yeah, that's actually a really good soundtrack.
I love the sea shanties, man, from the English
they're
sailors.
cool. Yep.
Yep. I love Irish Celtic music, Scottish music, all different kinds of stuff, man. Like like cultured music and stuff.
King Dom says you're the only person I ever heard say that about Irish music. Say what? That I liked it? That I enjoyed it?
Oh no, there's some good Irish songs, man.
No, I mean I'm telling you, like when I was growing up, even into my late teens,
what's that?
I will never, ever forget. I don't want to say his name, but that was one of my best friends when I was growing up, and his dad and his mom and his two oldest brothers still had the thickest right off the boat accent. And they would sing these fantastic songs when they would drink with all their friends and stuff. And I used to just love sitting there listening to them. It was great.
Oh, yeah, Grant, you're right. U.S. loyalists invented country music. That's a fact, and people don't know that or realize that. I like a lot of the sea shanty. What else? A lot of the Celtic song, the Gaelic song, "Oh Roshavatalvaya, Oh Roshavatalvaya," with the barley or something like that. I'm not pronouncing it right, but that's a great song. There's some great.
I'm gonna play one. Like this is a new group. A newer group. They're called Bridge City Sinners, and some of their lyrics and stuff get kind of dark, but they're like a sea shanty kind of a band, dude. They're really cool.
All right, what's up, Donald? King Donald, what's up?
I'll put a link in like the chat or something for people that want to hear some of that stuff. I don't want to play it too loud while we're talking, but yeah, there's a really cool band called the Bridge City Sinners that does music like that. Very Roma, very old sea shanty type stuff. They've got a cool song called "Song of the Sirens" that's really, really cool.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, there's a great song. There's a great song called Henry Joy McCracken. It's a true story too. It's about this Celt who got kidnapped and he wouldn't break. They tortured him, and like he's saying to the mothers back home, like, I won't betray your sons now, even in the hour of my pain and all that shit. Like they were torturing his ass to try to get him to give up his friends, and he wouldn't give them up. And they tortured him. It's a badass song. I love the Wolf Tones, but Henry Joy McCracken's a great song, man.
Right on. I'm not sure if I know that one by name. Yeah, it doesn't always sound, but I might have. There's a chance I've heard it.
The sons went off to the glen, and I won't betray them now. I forget how it goes, but it's a pretty catchy song tune also. I like it.
I would say there's a good chance I've heard it before, but I just don't know it by name.
Yeah. Henry Joy, it's a great one. Well, I would sing Celtic music. Oh, nice, Biz. It was partying. Oh, I appreciate it. Yeah, my grandfather knew a lot of the Celtic stuff, but I never met him. He was murdered in 1973. They murdered him, so I never got to meet him.
Yeah, my grandfather's was killed. He was in 1968. Yeah.
Really? Yeah, he was in the war. I had one of my best friends. Matter of fact, the old man Rudolph. He was in World War II. Rudolph was in World War II. Right after Normandy, he was. Matter of fact, he got arrested. They arrested him and they gave him an offer. Do you want to go fight in the war, or we want to go to jail? So Rudolph said, "Fuck that. Let me go kill fucking people overseas." You know what I mean? Right. Let's go fight. I
had a friend whose grandfather, and I didn't really understand what it was or really appreciate it until I learned about it at a much later age. But my buddy's grandfather was a boxer, and then he was like a bookie for a long time. He was just a guy that was always around like the rec centers and stuff, like a super nice old guy. But apparently he was in the 101st Airborne.
Oh, wow. What's up, man?
He was literally like on the front lines at Normandy or something like that, jumping out of the planes right there at one of those.
Oh, yeah, behind the front lines. He would be jumping out. The 101st Airborne, they would jump the night before the invasion. They jumped up.
There you go. That's what I'm saying. Right there.
Yeah, he was involved with
what his family would do. Like he was right there in the middle of all of it. Like he started it off, and I never really appreciated that until later. And when I realized what that meant, I was like, wow, man, that old guy must have been tough son of a bitch. You know?
Well, that's called Operation Overlord, Normandy, right? And the night before the invasion, the airborne went in and dropped behind the lines to cut communication, sabotage, all that. So he was with the airborne troops. They had some of the toughest fighting. Also, not all the beach guys did too at Omaha and Utah. Oh my God! But they had tough fighting.
Sure
also,
I just remember them saying something about Normandy, and I remember them.
Well, listen to this. Imagine this, being dropped out of a plane. Listen to this. Imagine being dropped out of a plane. You land on some tree, on some farmhouse. You don't know if troops are in there. Like, you got to find your buddies. You got to get all up, get your gear ready before someone takes shots at you. Yeah, some tough shit. God bless all our troops and all the people in World War II who died on both sides. Generations of good European men we lost. Generations of good Europeans. It's very sad.
Sure. Yeah. It's like 1,000 people an hour or something like that.
Crazy. And those beaches that we took, there was 5 beaches in Normandy, right? There was Gold, Juno, Sword, Omaha, and Utah. The British had 2. We had 2. The Canadians had 1. The Americans had Utah and Omaha, which were the 2 toughest, heavily defended beaches. So watch Private Ryan. That was a great depiction of it. What's up, Purple Lady? Chris Rock. That's a great depiction of it right there, boy. Tough fighting right there. Those MGs are flying at you. That's crazy. Those Higgins boats, the guy made it. I forget his name. Something Higgins, who made them boats. They needed boats that didn't have to turn around. They needed boats that can drive forwards, then backwards without turning around to drop the troops and all the stuff off.
Wow.
Yeah, and those bullets were ripping right through them boats too, man. Especially the first wave of guys from them boats, they were half cut down before they got out of the boats.
Yeah,
cut down. Yeah, that beach was red that day. The water was all red that day. At the end of the day, all red.
I'm trying to remember what it was, because I heard something about that from another buddy of mine that said they were related to somebody that was in that shit, and I think they said something about. Like every other person got a gun, and like the other person, they were just handed bullets, and they told him to grab the gun from the guy in front of him when he fell.
Stalingrad. You're talking about Stalingrad.
Okay, I'm not right. I just remember that being told to me by somebody back in the day.
Yeah, during the Battle of Stalingrad, the Russian troops, each soldier, they were down on weapons and all that, right? So each soldier had. 2 soldiers had 1 gun and 5 bullets. So you ran with a buddy.
This was a story that I heard. Okay, I got you. Cool. All right.
Yeah, no, that's going to happen. No, don't get me wrong. No, maybe if you're talking about Normandy, maybe some troops ran out of ammo and they had less guns.
I'm not sure if it was the same thing or not.
Okay.
I'm just talking about
that was the
story I heard from a friend of mine, and I thought it might have been something they were talking about, a family member of theirs, but I think I'm wrong if you guys are talking about the Russians and stuff. You know,
it was
Russian. You know, he definitely wasn't Russian.
Well, picture this. Picture being a Russian soldier, and behind you, you have your commissar officers, quotations, pointing guns at you, telling you, go forward, go forward. So they each, 2 guys had 1 gun, 5 bullets, and their officer in back of them pointing a gun at their back, telling them to go forward. So that was crazy.
I got you.
Yeah. Okay. That was on the Eastern Front, the Soviets and the Germans, the Battle of Stalingrad, 43 or 42, I believe.
Gotcha. Okay.
The D-Day was amazing, especially those airborne troopers, man, jumping out of those planes at night a day before, having to lay low and not get seen by locals and all that shit, and by troops. Some got shot down coming down, you know, before they even hit the ground. They were dead, a lot of them. You know, they would shoot up in the air at them.
Sure. Yeah, that sucks.
Well, you get stuck in a tree.
The only thing that I'm like close to is one of my grandmother's brothers. So like my great uncle, right? He was in Vietnam. He died of Agent Orange in the early. I want to say like literally 92, 93. Like I want to say that's around the age I was. But the one thing that I know and I saw firsthand was he was a gunner on the boats in the rivers. And
Oh, river rats, they called them.
His
They called them river
palms were
rats.
melted. His palms were melted, and they had to put skin grafts on his palms multiple times, so his palms looked fucking insane.
Your uncle was a member of a unit called the River Rats. Those were the boat guys in Vietnam, the Da Nang River, who patrolled the Da Nang River all the way down to Cambodia.
He was the guy that shot the gun, and that's why I'm getting ready to tell you the reason that his palms were melted was because of how hot the guns would get.
Yeah,
And he said, and he would look at you with this crazy stare, like he was like not even looking at you anymore, and he would just be like, "They never stopped coming."
They never stopped.
He would always say that they would never stop coming. That's why my hands
really?
are like this. They would never stop coming. And
yeah,
that shit was fucked up when you're
hot.
11, 12 years old and you're talking to your great uncle and you're like looking at his hands. You know what I mean? It was intense, bro.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's also some great history to pass down. Your uncle was a fucking warrior, bro. Those guys in those gunboats, man, they were always in some shit. They were bringing people up down the river, protecting the rivers in fights, trying to always getting ambushed by them.
Yeah, he never told us any stories or anything. That's why I don't know a lot about it. And he died when I was young, like I said.
Yeah,
he had
most don't
cancer all through his body, but he did used to say that all the time when you'd like walk up to him and if he caught you like looking at his hands, or if he even thought you were looking at him kind of weird, he would just look at you and be like, "They never stopped coming. They would never stop coming." He was really fucked up.
Yeah, I knew a few of my friends' fathers were tunnel rats that would go in the tunnel.
I mean, I can't. That shit would make you mentally insane if you weren't really strong.
Oh, you have to be mentally strong for that. That's why.
Yeah, otherwise you would break. So I said, like your common everyday person, like your woke joke, they would literally like have an anxiety attack and freak out, and they would stay right there. They'd freeze.
Oh yeah. Our average troops are okay, but now they're filling them in with all these like transformer generals and you woke joke people. And
I'm sure most of our troops are fun. Yeah, I'm just saying. Okay, consider a draft. I'm saying your everyday.
Oh, your everyday.
Your everyday person.
No one would ever do a draft. No one would ever go. No, they could never do a draft nowadays. It would never work. It would never work.
Yeah, well, I mean, number one, I wouldn't do it unless my land and my people were the ones in jeopardy. I would tell you, Fangle, go fuck yourself, and I would shoot you in your fucking face if you came to my house after one of my kids or cousins or fucking like.
Yeah, I'm not going to fight no Slavic war in Ukraine between some civil Slavic war between two countries.
American at the end of the day. If you come at me with some bullshit that I don't agree with, we're gonna fight in my fucking yard, and I don't care what your fucking badge looks like. That's not how I was raised. You know what I mean? My family were in the military because they were in prison. You come fuck with me and see what happens. You know, I'm not a big tough guy, but you're talking about war and like people dying and shit. And if it doesn't have to do with my people, American people, or like even like close proximity, then you can go fuck yourself.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. We can't. We got to clean up our own backyard. We got homeless people. We got veterans who don't get care. Homeless veterans. We got so many people to deal with. We can't go fighting wars in other countries.
No one's coming to America. At the end of the day, they know there'd be fuck, bro. America at the end of the day is sick, bro. You'd have grandmas yoking bitches into the fucking basement.
Yeah, let me tell you.
This is not the land you want to come fucking with, bro. This is a desensitized country. Where
China, Russia, I think every country knows you can never invade us because of the population of guns we have and average citizens that would team up with their cities and they forget about
that's
it.
That's what I'm saying. It's clicky. Yeah, that's right. We are Americans, and you know that means we're all kinds of different people. You're going to run into pockets of rednecks. You're going to run into pockets of Crips and Bloods and
all kinds
and neighborhoods and cities and all kinds of shit.
Oh yeah,
it's not a joke. It won't be a joke.
What would happen is the wars of the future are going to be with nukes though and drones. You know what I mean? We see some ground fighting going on with Ukraine right now with the Russians.
We shouldn't have a fucking thing to do with that either.
No, we should. We just. You know how much money we just gave him the other day? You know how much money we just gave him?
Bro, it makes me sick. It
makes like $62 billion, I believe we gave them to keep this war going. Like, I don't care what happens.
And you know what the biggest problem is, bro, is the warmongering bullshit, right? So what we do is we give them all this money and all these old stale ass weapons, and then when everything gets blown up, we take even more money and pay it into the same fucking contractors that had to do with the weapons to go in there and rebuild everything. It's a total money grab from our country. It's just stealing. That's all those fucking wars are. It's all look at my left hand while my right hand goes into your pocket, steals your tax money, and puts it right back into the rich people of our own country where it started. It's fucking disgusting.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm with you,
dude. With Iraq,
I love the troops. I don't hold.
They sold them the fucking weapons. They blew everything the fuck up, and then Halliburton got all the contracts to go in and fix it. They got paid twice. It's fucking gnarly, bro.
I hold the politicians accountable, not our brave troops. Not the troops or nothing like that. The politicians.
It's the people that are in charge. It's the warmongers. It's
the generals. Yeah, these warmonger generals and politicians. I don't hold the troops there. They're just doing their job.
Well,
you know what I mean?
Well, you also have people involved that are trillionaires that think it's their responsibility to look over the masses and dictate how the money's made, like the Rothschilds and shit like that. But we don't have to get into all that right now.
I actually feel bad that these guys got to go over there and get blown up and lose their buddies and IEDs hit them, and then my heart goes out to them.
Even having to step foot in that fucking place.
No, those guys should have never been there. Those boys should have been home having families, doing the right thing instead of getting wounded and PTSD.
Well, I'll say one more time, they should be at home and not giving a fuck about Ukraine.
Well, here's the thing: they don't care. They're just doing their job. The average troop. The troops, they don't really have a, they might have an opinion or whatever. They're just doing what they're told. They have no choice. Like they can't say, "Hey, I don't believe in going to Afghanistan." Yeah, like these troops can't say, "I don't believe in going to Afghanistan. I don't want to go." They're like, "You're going to the brig. You're going to lose everything."
You should not be there. You should not have to be there. Right? You should not have to step foot there.
No, they shouldn't.
You should not have been sent there. We disagree. Thank you for doing your duty, but we don't think you should have to be over there, and we don't agree with the fight.
Listen, our brave men and women should be on our borders, protecting our borders, man. Honestly, take all those fucking great soldiers and put them on our borders, so none of these fentanyl can kill our kids, and these drugs can kill our children, and these human trafficking can traffic women and children and young boys like they do.
Yeah.
If you put the troops on the border, man, all that shit would cease. It would stop. They'd have to come in another way. Border be shut down.
The borders in a lot of places are just jokes. They're jokes. There's not even you can't even see. There's not even a fence in a lot of places. It's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, they can just walk around there.
I told you, even the borders around Juarez and stuff. Like, there's a drive-through checkpoint, but on either side of that is open land, and just rickety wooden fences. It's a joke.
Wow. Yeah, we came down right. We still have 50,000. Listen, we still have 50,000 troops in Germany, man.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy.
Just for a jump off point in case we need to go somewhere or we need to check somebody, and that's bullshit.
Well, as long as I guess they're not at war, as long as they're not losing their legs, I guess maybe it's a base, maybe they train. I don't know all that. You know what I mean?
No, they keep bases there, and I'm sure
we need them on our borders.
But at the end of the day, it's a jump off point. It's to other people around there. We're ready. Don't do it.
Yeah. And I get we got to protect ourselves against these sick commies and crazy people out there. But
we have special
Iraq shit was bullshit. Gonna go in Iraq for Saddam was bullshit. Afghanistan was another bullshit. Like we should have just sent SEALs in there to whack out the main bad guys. Not all of our troops getting hit with IEDs. Like they're not even fighting because our troops will kick their ass, right? But they play like snakes. They put IEDs in places, blow up guys.
Have you seen the videos of when our people were even trying to teach the Iraqis how to do jumping jacks?
Yeah, I remember. I used to watch that like a hawk, bro. My niece's husbands were over there. My nephews were over there. I had 2 cousins over there. A lot of my younger generation of my family are all been in Iraq and Afghanistan, man.
I had a neighbor. I had 2 neighbors that were in Iraq. That was my extent of knowing anybody that was over there. I was just wondering if you saw the video.
I've seen home videos
back in the day when our troops were training, like the
Iraqi army
and the soldiers, and they were trying to teach them like exercises, and they had literally zero coordination. They looked like a bunch of 3-year-olds. It was weird.
Yeah, my nephew, right? My nephew Jay, who is my niece's husband. They've been together since they were 14. They're my age though. She's my niece, but she's like my age.
Oh no,
But
facts. Yeah, of course not facts. No, the people that fight, man, those people are brave and
he was there,
we
like I
love
said.
them. It's the politicians that are fucking assholes and scumbags.
Yeah, three of my niece's husbands are veterans. Three of my cousins are veterans, and my little cousin right now is in the army. Right, currently he's still there, and my girl cousin's still there. So yeah, I've got a lot of family. Matter of fact, the new generation served more than the old generation because the wars have been going on for 20, 30 years now. So, my cousin, his son, his daughter-in-law, all of them have been Afghanistan or Iraq, one or the other,
I will say that Pulling Rag says pull out of Afghanistan overnight, leave $50 billion worth of equipment behind, and Biden's running again. Let me say this. Hold on. First of all, I don't agree with a lot of stuff, and I don't talk about politics in general. As a citizen, I know very little about war or the military. I'm just voicing my opinion that I don't think it's right that our brothers and sisters are outside of this country and fighting fights that we shouldn't fight, and that we're spending money we shouldn't spend. That's just an opinion on that.
Listen, I agree.
But if you're talking about Afghanistan, here's what I have to say about that with how we left. I would rather have left all of that stuff there than them stayed and fucking brought 100,000 of them motherfuckers over here. Because those fucking people were trying to come here in goddamn droves. They were hanging onto the fucking planes. They were pleading for fucking everything. And fuck that. You stay right where the fuck you are. You're not coming over here. So I would rather you leave
the people, but not giving the equipment.
Guns, leave them people the pile of money in McDonald's. I don't give a fuck what you leave there. Get the fuck out now before they start hiding in the wheel wells and fucking getting into crates, and you start making deals to bring 50,000 of them over here so we can get our planes back. Fuck that. Have the planes. Stay where the fuck you are. That's my opinion.
Well, I disagree there. I don't want the people here neither, but the weapons, we can't leave them. If we leave them weapons to them, they just use it against us and our allies.
Right. Well,
so I would maybe search them.
We could blow them people up.
Maybe search them real good so there's nobody hiding in the wheel wells.
Yeah, I mean, I understand it's a hyperbolic opinion. I'm just, and it's extreme. I'm just saying, at the end of the day, I realized what they were trying to get away from and out of. Like, they didn't want to play all this diplomacy bullshit and all this fucking, you want to be citizens because you spied for us and brought us information. Now you want us to bring 20 members of your family to America to have McDonald's.
Oh, I'm with you on that.
Capital fucking no, underlined with exclamation points. You stay where the fuck you are. You are not coming here. I don't give a fuck.
We got enough people. We got enough people in our country. I'm not going to say his name, but Sleepy Joe.
Around the world in droves.
What the Sleepy guy should have done is got all of our equipment out of there first and then left.
It's not going to work. You can't take a bunch of fucking Muslims and dump them in a goddamn Protestant or Catholic country or in a fucking London and expect everybody to get along and play nice, especially when those people are arrogant.
Well, here's the thing is they don't assimilate.
Everybody's wrong, and they have the right to do what they want because their God said so.
Well, here's the thing.
Heads off and shit. No.
They don't assimilate into British society. You see what I'm saying? They don't assimilate. So they take the Sharia law with them and they want you to practice it. That's what I was just talking about.
Exactly.
Now, if they just assimilated in, and even that, they shouldn't do that on a mass scale. If a couple of people want to come, no problem. But when you bring enough people, that's going to the British people are going to become a minority in their country. Ireland, too. They are going to be a minority in their own country, and that's genocide. We shouldn't do that to any brown people's countries, and brown people's countries shouldn't do that to ours. And it's these politicians and these NGOs who shit.
Listen, I would disagree just as strongly if you took 50,000 people from Germany and dumped them in Zimbabwe. I'm saying the problem that's going to arise because it's fucking wrong. That's right. That nothing about that shit is going to mix, and they're going to completely segregate, and it's going to be nothing but fucking problems.
Yeah, totally. Look how many knife attacks have been.
Look at Minnesota.
And
they basically dumped Minnesota.
Minnesota's crazy, dude.
Yeah, it's all crazy, bro. Like I said, France is a good example of that. They're dealing with absolute war insanity with those people in their country, taking over their streets and burning churches down, beheading teachers all the time. It's crazy. Bro.
Yeah, it can get wild, man. They have the honor killings and stuff. Now, there's moderate Muslims, you know, who don't do that.
No, of course.
But when you get a large amount like that, you're going to get the radical ones will always turn the moderates radical, you know, because they're more aggressive, right? The stronger aggressive one is always going to turn the other one, right? Always, if they're in the same country, right? They're going to. Or the moderate's not going to call the cops.
And when that's not the case, the strong will always rule over
exactly.
The weak. So when
and the moderate's not going to call the British up.
Right, the moderate people aren't going to speak up in fear of the same people that you're in fear of. 100.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly.
That's how that works.
Yeah, they're not going to call the British police and say, hey, there's a guy planning to do this or that to some Protestant or something. They're going to be scared, you know? So the good ones are going to remain silent and the radicals are going to rule. And it's like this. If you want to come to a country, abide by their rules, you know, just like if you go to another country. It's just not it's not right. And out of that, all your laws are going to change. When they take power, demographics is destiny. When they take power, they're going to laugh at your Constitution. They're going to laugh at your George Washingtons, your King Georges, your royal family. They're going to laugh. They're going to be like, we don't care about that.
It's fine. Like, even if you say you're going to, I mean, that's fine to say, well, you know, we'll win. And the problem, though, is that there's going to be a fight. That's my stance. Like, not even who is going to win or any of that stuff. It's just the fact that it's going to happen. There's going to be problems and tension.
It happens all the time.
Be dealt with.
Look how many UK citizens end up getting their heads chopped off or get attacked with butcher knives on the streets by like some insane dude from another country who they didn't check if he was totally insane or not. And the guy was batshit and he starts stabbing people.
Yeah.
Happens a lot. Oh, well, look what they do to the women. You know, a lot of these guys coming over, all male fucking fighting age. They see these women in skimpy skirts and shit. They ain't like us. We're nowhere used to seeing that. These guys are weirdos.
I saw your comment, but your family was able to assimilate. It's a little bit, you know, your situation.
Yeah, some people can. Yeah,
extreme is what we're talking about with totally different religions and philosophies and life philosophy. Like that's a totally different scenario.
Wow, there's a lot of people who assimilate great.
Putting them in France, like that's really not going to be the biggest problem in the world. I still would agree with it, but you're not going to find as much tension. So I get where you're coming from and what we're.
There's a lot of good. There's a lot of good people, good British nationalists and stuff who assimilated and love their country and all that shit. But like I said, when you get the bad element, they bully the good folks.
Yeah, it's a problem.
And scare the shit out of them, and they keep silent, and then the radicalness grows.
Yeah,
I'm sure there's some parts where people get along great and stuff too, but most parts.
And I realize at the end of the day that not everybody has the same opinion I do, and I've admitted that before. That as a social Darwinist, my opinions can be a bit extreme, and I totally understand that. But I still, at the end of the day, feel the way I feel, which is people are going to have to sort their own fucking shit out, and sometimes certain people fall by the wayside, and I don't know what you want me to say about that. You know, I mean, that's just the way it is. That's the way of the world. That's history. That's the way it's always been. You know, we didn't used to have antibiotics for everybody. We had to pick who got them. You know, it's like, I don't know what to tell you. Sometimes people fall, and it's not.
Well, like everybody gets a trophy, like everybody gets a trophy type thing.
Yeah, I just, fuck. I need to get off the subject. Yeah, it just fucking grosses me out, man. It grosses me out. You know, fucking coddling everybody, coddling and keeping everybody safe and making everybody live a fucking million years and giving people stuff that don't deserve it. Just like, fuck off. Get the fuck out of here. Oh, you know what? On a more positive note, remember we were talking about the mutiny on the Bounty, and I was telling you how they went to Pitcairn, and I told you I could. They had like a bunch of cool videos and stuff on YouTube. I found one if you wanted to see what the island looks like.
Yeah, the mutiny on the Bounty.
Yeah, you want to see the island they went to? It's called Pitcairn.
Yeah, Fletcher Christensen.
Yeah, their families. Their families are the only families there. Yeah, they still live there.
Oh, we talked about that a few of the shows ago. That's right.
Yeah. Well, I found a video I
pull
was
that
going to
up.
show you so you can see it. Yeah, I'm going to pull it up now.
Yeah, because I've always been, ever since I was a little kid when I watched it with my dad, the Marlon Brando one. Man, I always loved Movie and the Bounty. That was always a fascinating story.
Yeah, really
Captain Bligh. Story. I think Captain Bligh was right, though. I'm a Captain Bligh guy, way more than. Yeah, he was hard on people, and that was wrong. But to take your captain's ship and go live on an island is fucking crazy. You're betraying the British Navy, you know. But everybody has their own thing when it comes to Fletcher Christensen, whatever the fuck his name is, and Captain Bligh.
Yeah, because you can see both sides. I mean, you can see both sides of the argument. On one hand, you have people that are literally seeing paradise for the first time in their life, like real, true paradise. They're from fucking, dirty, at that time, piss-smelling street, raining all the time, cold fucking England. They used to be on a gross boat around a bunch of dirty-ass people, and they literally get to, like, Hawaii and Tahiti, right? They make it into the South Pacific. They're seeing, like, unbelievable shit. The women are doing them. They want to marry them and stuff, and they get married to some of these women. They want to stay. They don't want to get back. I totally understand it. It's not like you can get back home and catch a flight back to your wife. Totally. Yeah. But on the captain's side, I understand too. He's running a ship. He's the captain. He's in charge of these people. There's,
He shouldn't have pushed them too much. He was too hard on them.
Yeah, right. He like literally beat the living shit out of those people.
No. Yeah, he was rough on them. That's right. Scotland has never been fully occupied. Probably one of the only countries in history, in modern history, really. Even the Romans couldn't occupy Scotland. Yeah, that's a fascinating Captain Bligh, Mutiny and the Bounty. Good 2 films. I even like the one with Mel Gibson. I like that one too.
Yeah, I like that one too.
All the films. Yeah, I like both films. And Bligh was vindicated. What's up, Trox?
This island, Pitcairn. What's that?
Trox's father was in Nam too.
Oh,
look at that island! Wow, look at that.
Yeah,
but they had
I was going to tell you,
though. No penicillin.
Some of the cool stuff about this island, right, is that the Tahitians knew about this island because Polynesians had been on it like 300 years before that, but nobody had been on it since. It was literally totally desolate and empty. It wasn't even on the Admiralty's maps.
Oh, so they kept that
so
from
far
the British.
south in the Pacific and out like middle south, central
and they
south.
Kept that.
So it wasn't even on the English map at the time. The only reason they got there is because the Tahitian women that they married.
Yes.
Yeah. So right there in that bay that you can see is where the ship got burned. It's still down there.
Oh, wow. Wow, that's tapped.
Yeah, you can dive on it. They'll let you dive on it if you visit.
Wow, that's crazy. How far is that away from Hawaii?
Let me see if I can get it to play.
It's going to buffer. It's going to buffer like crazy.
It'll work eventually, hopefully. Oh, really far. I'll have to pull up a map. Hang on, I'm going to try and refresh the page.
Yeah, we'll pull up a map because that's just going to buffer on you. I pull up a map. What's up, Deb? I pull up a map. Yeah, Christ is king always. I lost Rat Trap City. His thing buffers, that's why. Nah, you can't share it, Troc. I can't share it neither from our things. It doesn't let us share. I know it don't give us that option as a guest. Guests can't share their screens. Maybe if you have the the StreamYard package, possibly. I'm not sure. Can yours do that? If you join someone else's stream, you can share? Really, I'll tell him that when he gets back. But I don't know if that's... Yeah, I'll tell him when he gets back. But I don't know if that will work, because I don't have that option, but I don't have the paid StreamYards thing no more. Yes, by the way, the goal is the one world government. Great reset. Boy, are you right on that, pal. Had to deliver breadfruit, time, push crew, do it. David James, funny. Guy got drafted at 17. Wow. Yeah, God bless your father. Yeah, when he comes back, I'll have him drop the link. Can you still hear me? I'll have him drop. Yeah, you can still hear me. All right, good. Yeah, the goal, deliver. I'm trying to read some of these comments. Okay, he was born here. Was my grandparent? Oh, here he is. He's back. Trock said he can share it. Mobrats1, what's up, dude? I don't know if that's true or not. He says he can share his screen that will work as a guest.
That's weird. I'm gonna try it one more time, and if it doesn't work, I'll just pull up the map. And I mean, Trock's more than welcome to come on anyway.
Well,
I'm gonna try this one more time.
I think he's mistaken, though. I think he's mistaken because I don't think you can share a screen as a guest. But maybe he's right. I don't know. I don't think so.
I have the free version, if that matters. I mean, maybe if he has the paid version, he might be able to do it.
He might have the pay. I don't know. What's up, Biggs? Yeah, I don't know. Try it, though. Give it a shot. I'm trying to see his comments.
I'm going to try this
I'm watching the chat.
It's just tell me when it comes up, if you can see, whenever you can see
the video. Yeah, I can see it.
Okay, I'm going to press play. It's called Pitcairn, is the name of the island.
Oh, Pitcairn? Pitcairn?
Pitcairn.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it. That's where they are, and that's where their family still is to this day.
Imagine that.
It's wild. Yeah, because it's so detached. It's so far away from everything. I mean, I guess some of them have probably left over the years and come back, but...
How many of them are there?
38, I think.
Do they inbreed too?
I hope. I mean, I don't know. I'm sure a lot of that went on for a really long time. I mean, you're talking about hundreds of years. They were there by themselves, right?
Yeah.
A couple hundred years.
Yeah, there had to be some inbreeding, maybe, I guess.
I'm sure had to have been a bunch of that, unfortunately. Yeah. Yeah, it's beautiful,
says you got a strike.
And that's
you got a strike last night. Oh, wow. Look at those trees.
It's beautiful. Yeah. Beautiful island.
Oh, yeah.
Imagine pulling up to that way back on a ship and then burning your ship and living there forever.
Yeah, that's nuts. I don't know if I'd want to do that. No antibiotics. I wouldn't want to get, you get a toothache or something, God forbid, or a headache, no ibuprofen, no, nothing.
Yeah, well, I mean, you'd be used to that though, right? I mean, in that time period.
Yeah, but what if you're eating a coconut and you chip your tooth? That's going to become a major problem.
You'd have it. If we moved out there now, you'd get it. There's ships that come by there. You'd have all that stuff.
Oh, now. Now they buy stuff and they have things.
You have to have done.
Not the first generation of people. Not the first generation.
Island. Yeah, for sure.
What do you think it was like for them, the first generation, to be there?
Look, that's one of the cannon. Look at that. That's one of the cannon.
That's crazy.
Right. Yeah, no, they were roughing it.
They must get mad storms there too.
The Tahitian. Yeah.
Ain't it?
I'm
Tornadoes.
not sure. They might be far enough south in the ocean down there that they don't get them too bad. We could look that up. I know a lot of those groups down there don't really get a lot of that. They're like so far out of the way. But hang on, I'll pull up a map real quick.
Yeah, how secluded it is.
Oh yeah, no, it's. I mean, I'm really into the far-flung islands. The Cook Islands are my favorite.
The Cook, yeah, Captain Cook. He was killed by the
Cook Islands in the Pacific. That's literally the most remote. That's like the furthest you can go into the ocean before you start getting closer to people again. It's the Northern Cook group. That's the
the Cook Islands out there. He was killed by the Polynesians and stuff.
He got killed in Hawaii. Yeah, he got killed in Hawaii.
Yeah. Yeah, Captain Cook. He was the first one to discover that, right? Hawaii.
I'm not sure on that. I got to be honest with you. I don't know the answer to that question.
I believe so. I could be wrong though. I think Cook discovered Hawaii. I'm not sure. I started trading with them first, but there could have been other traders. Who knows?
Yeah, I'm not sure. We'd have to look that one up. I'm looking up this map first real quick.
Yeah, Deb, you could have a good beach party there, Deb. That's for sure. On that island. I bet you they did. They probably had birthday parties and beach parties and all that stuff.
All right.
They had all the means to have a regular life, a wife, kids, just no antibiotics and stuff like that. No chicken tendies.
All right. For sure. Okay, so hang on. So let me share this first, and I'll show you a couple of the views of the map.
The women on the island made the men the greatest sailors in the world. What do you mean, like making the sails and stuff?
All right, can you see the map?
Yes.
Okay, way over here on the right side is Lima, Peru. You see that way over here?
Yep.
Okay. Over here is French Polynesia. You've got the Cook Islands. Now I have to go in a little bit. And there, see Pitcairn right in the middle?
Wow. No one's around.
Here's French Polynesia way over here, and it's south of that. It's way down here from the Tahitian island, French Polynesia. That's Tahiti, French Polynesia. And here's Pitcairn.
And what year they find them?
I'm talking about I don't know what year they actually made contact with people again. When did they end up out there? Like in the 1600s, right? And then way over there is fucking South America. Yeah, I mean, buddy, they're way out there. I mean, it's fucking central South Pacific.
Those Polynesian dudes had some badass war clubs, man. Their war clubs was made of obsidian.
The Cook Islands are over here.
Wow.
See, so there's Pitcairn. Up here's French Polynesia. Here's the Cooks even over here.
That's
as far as you're basically going before you start making it back towards people. Yeah, it's wild, man. There's Samoa way up there in the North Pacific. But the other one that's really cool, that's super down, the furthest that you can go, the island that's the most remote in the Atlantic is Tristan da Cunha. And that place is super prehistoric. That's the one I was telling you about before, where you have to take like a cargo ship from South Africa to even
really drop the link for a minute so I can join on my other device.
Oh yeah, sure. No problem.
All right.
Excuse me. The Sentinel Island people know how to protect their borders. That's fucking hilarious, Kingdom. That's hilarious, man. Yeah, what's up, Zio?
Yeah, Zio Lesso, what's going on? Big Scottish Dave Allenbrand is your closest neighbor.
Yeah. But right north of Tristan da Cunha is where they sent Napoleon.
Oh yes, the Mount
St. Helena to St. Helena Island, right? And St. Helena has a little island next to it called Nightingale Island. But Tristan da Cunha is just like, I mean, literally like just south. It's the closest thing to St. Helena. That's how far away That's how far they put Napoleon away.
Yeah.
Tristan da Cunha is the furthest you can go away from people. It's the most remote island in the Atlantic Ocean. St. Helena is like just above it in a map and to the left, and that's where they put Napoleon.
Yeah, they made a mistake putting him on Elba.
Yeah. Have you seen that? Have you seen St. Helena?
Yeah, I know about St.
Oh, okay.
How far out it is. They put him so far away.
Yeah. And then that wasn't a joke, bro. And especially back then. That's what I'm saying. Like these places back then, even that were totally off of shipping routes and everything else, you were 100% fucked. You were there.
Yeah.
No one's going to find you. No one's coming by unless they're coming just for you. It's not happening.
Yeah, you're going to be there for a long time.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that's why those people, like I say, Pitcairn wasn't even on the maps at that time. They only went there because the Tahitians knew about it. The Polynesian men and women that were on that boat, they were the true. I mean, our sailors were nothing compared to those people.
No. They knew those islands. They knew how to sail those.
Oh yeah, and they could they could look at the water and tell you where an island was like 200 miles away. They are amazing the way they read the winds and the stars and the ripples and the waves and stuff. It's unreal.
Yeah, I've studied a little bit about the Hawaiian kings and like their wars against each other, like taking the other islands and shit. And
that's cool.
Clubs, dude. Their war clubs are made of obsidian and shit.
Yeah, it's scary. And they're the chants and like how aggressive their war cries and like when they hoo hoo hoo, like all those big hoops and like all that crazy shit they would do was really intimidating.
Oh hell yeah! My friend's mother is from there. My friend's father met his mother when he was stationed in the Korean War, and his brother and sister, they're half Italian and half Hawaiian, right?
Okay.
And they their family lives over there. They brought back one time my friend Nick brought back like this war club. It was so cool, man. So cool.
Yeah, because that's glass basically, right?
Well, the Assyrian is like black dragon glass. If you watch,
right, that's what I was saying. It's like a glass, like really sturdy and crazy.
Yeah, it hooks in the side of the wooden thing.
Yeah, that's gnarly, man.
Yeah, it would destroy you. The Aztecs used it too in their clubs.
Yep, I've read about that. Yep, that's true. Yep,
it's pretty cool.
Yeah, it is super cool. I like all that stuff, man. I haven't read a lot about those particular battles, but I've read a lot about the seafaring people and the shit that they got into in their battles and stuff like that when they would shipwreck or they would need help.
Canoes.
What was this?
The wars canoes.
Oh yeah, of course, gigantic.
Yeah, they use obsidian for knife also. Yes, use them for knives. Yep, arrows. They use obsidian for everything.
Yeah, they were sick for sure. Yeah, they had some crazy stuff going on with their death cults and rituals.
They rip your heart out and toss. They were warriors, though. They were fucking warriors.
They were children of the sun. Yeah, worshiping the sun. Yeah, that shit was nuts.
Have a place, the capital of the Aztecs, which is now Mexico City. When the Spaniards went in there and they trapped them in there, they had to fight all their way out.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that city's absolutely insane, bro. There's so many, dude. Mexico City is
mad wars.
It's crazy, bro. There's so many people in Mexico City, bro. It's like I thought I'd been like, because I've been to like New York. I've been to a lot of places, like a lot of big metro places and stuff. But there are so many people in Mexico City. It is fucking insane.
Oh hell yeah! I've never been there. I just know the history of it.
Yeah, it's nuts, man. It's nuts.
Yeah, I'd like to go.
It's cool. You stay on your toes. You know, I mean, we were around people that were from there, so. And I wasn't there for a really long time. I was only there for a weekend, but it's a wild place for sure. It's a wild. Juarez is fucking totally insane too. You know, but it was a good time. Again, we were with people that were from there, so we were okay. We were only there for 2 days.
You gotta first.
Don't go anywhere near Mexico. It's okay. You just got to be with people. You'll be all right.
Yeah, the Spanish. When the Spanish first came along, they at first thought the Spanish were like this white god that the Aztecs had.
Oh, Trock's coming on.
Just telling what's up, man.
What's up, Trock?
How you guys doing?
We're good. How you doing?
All right.
Talking about Aztec history, very cool history of the Aztecs, and their beef with the Caxtacalans what really done them in, because the Spaniards could not have defeated them alone. The only reason they defeated them because they had 100,000 Caxtacalan allies that fought against the Aztecs. You know, so it was Spaniards and Indians versus Indians. You know, so it was a civil war and a war of outside aggression.
Yeah, it's very interesting, the Aztecs. Let me tell you.
Yeah, even with the Incas and the Aztecs, you got to think.
Yeah, I don't know a lot about that subject. That's why I'm just kind of listening. I don't really know a whole lot about that stuff.
They had so the Aztecs. They had a lot of art. They found a lot of very sensitive.
Oh hell yeah!
Too. And
they could read the stars. They were very intelligent people.
Yeah.
They could read astronomy and all that shit, man.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Well, yeah, they have the same kind of pre-Diluvian cultures that a lot of pre-Diluvian cultures had over in Europe and the Mediterranean and stuff like that. But they have the same exact pictures of the people that you'd basically call like the seed bearers, like around 11,000 years ago. It was the exact same time it took place. In a few different places in the world where animal husbandry and like farming basically started at the same time. And at the same time, they were all drawing the same pictures of these men carrying these handbags, these satchels. And essentially what that appears to be is that groups of people that had survived the last cataclysm that had taken place on Earth, that were kind of like spreading knowledge back around the earth, getting around to different groups of people and helping them relearn a lot of this stuff and giving them information that had been lost, like in parable form, story form, basic form, helping people to, because those same, through DNA, we know that those same grains of corn and wheat and things like that were grown in places like Turkey and other places in South America and here in the North America, etc., amongst like the Indian tribes, are identical, and some of them are still around today. It's pretty amazing.
That's pretty cool. Yeah, well,
right.
You're right about that, Kingdom. The tribes are sick of being enslaved by the Aztec and the Inca, and they joined up with the Spaniards.
The Spanish, right? Yep.
Yeah, Cortez and Pizarro. Yeah. Cortez conquered the Aztecs. Pizarro conquered the Incas. Francisco Pizarro.
Oh yeah, for sure, Rags. Yeah, we have no clue. Yeah, looking at the ancient buildings and stuff. I think one of the best examples of that, when you read through ancient history and like the very first time when like people like Alexander were making their way through different parts of the world and seeing things for the first time and asking questions, and they made it to Persepolis, which was the seat of power at the time. And Persepolis, to those people, was ancient, and they didn't know who had put it there. It was already thousands of years old when they had gotten there and taken it over, and they'd been there for 1,000 years. So that's a really good example. Other good examples are places that the Romans would show up, and they would build on top of the foundations, these massive foundations that had been there for thousands of years. And people were like, well, we just kind of took this over. The people are gone, but these things are literally 5,000 and 6,000 years old.
Yeah. Well, the Persepolis, that was the Persian Empire. Right?
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
That's right. That's what I'm saying. That was literally the seat of the power. That's where their treasury was. It's where they kept everything. That was the seat of the power. And because of a drunk bitch and a dare, Alexander let his men burn that place. And then the next morning, he woke up sober and was like, "Fuck, I should not have done that."
Yeah, that's true. My father used to see all the time. They fought over a girl. Yeah,
no, it's exactly what it was. Yeah, a woman whispered in his ear, was like, "You know what you should do." And they were all drunk and having fun. He was like, "You know what? All right, guys, you know what? I'm gonna let you guys run wild on this place." And then the next morning, he was like, "Dude, I should not have done that." Because the when they emptied that treasury, dude, in Persepolis, they literally for days crossing each other back and forth from there back to Macedonia. The trains of treasure would, like I said, would cross back and forth upon each other. That's how long they were, for miles and miles and miles.
The gold, the trains of the golden trains that they had going of mules and horses. Gold.
Yeah, it went on for days, and they would cross back and forth on each other. That's how long it went on. It was absolutely unbelievable.
Right, and they sent fire to the city, right?
Yeah, that night, yes. They ransacked it and set fire to large parts of it, yes. And that's what I was saying. When the next morning he was like, "Dude, I can't. It's always a bitch."
Yeah, isn't that weird?
Because that's exactly how all the stories go from the original journals. Like when you read, especially like Arrian's my favorite one. Arrian is my favorite one to read on that, because Arrian's his writings come from Ptolemy's original journals and writings. There's a lot of there's only like 3 or 4 really good, solid writings that come from original writings that we don't have anymore, that don't exist. And one of my favorite ones is Arrian, because he not only takes on the personal life and strategies of war, but he also takes on a lot of like the philosophicals and the what ifs and what could have been, based on the opinions of the people that were around.
When the Library of Alexandria burnt down, we lost all that shit, man.
Well, there was a lot of stuff that was lost. And here's my thing, is like only part of that library was really damaged. And the stuff that we lost set us back 1,000 years, according to our greatest minds. And they use things like Pythagoras, right? So Pythagorean theories, he learned from the ancient, I'm sure he improved upon, but he learned the basics of from the ancient texts and scrolls that were available there to him. When those things were lost along with his papers, those theories and theorems weren't rediscovered for another 1,000 years. So that's how, things like that is how they're able to actually put a number on it. Yeah. But the other thing that I was going to say, though, along with that, is that a lot of the greater minds that have researched this in detail, as much as you can, are of the opinion that while part of it was burned down, that it was most likely a distraction for a large theft.
Well, exactly. The troops want their booty, like David said.
Well, and they were at that time. You have to remember that the way Alexander. You have to remember how that library was even put together, right? So it was a combination of things, but the ones that were the biggest deal, where you had competing cities that were trying to put together these large deposits of information, and everybody wanted the originals. So they would do things to each other like, "Hey, I'll give you 10,000, bars of silver if you just let me borrow that book to copy it," or whatever. And they'll go, "Oh, okay." And you get the book and you send them back the copy.
Yeah.
Right. Or the main rule in Alexandria was, I don't know if you know this or not, but in Alexandria, if you came into Alexandria, especially by ship, one of the first things that they would do is they would go onto your boat and they would confiscate any writings or books. And they would say, these are going to be either held and copied, and you will get copies back, or you will get the originals back. But they would do that to everybody that came into the city, even, let alone the things that they were gathering through conquest and trade and all that kind of stuff. So people wanted that shit. It was known what they had. They had some of the greatest minds there working on things by the time they got this fire and it was robbed and stuff, right? So they know that there was competing things going on. So there was probably people out to get the money and the info. And yes, Rags, yeah, there's a lot of that stuff. If you ask me, the Roman Empire never really fell. They just became the Vatican. They just became the Catholic Church.
Yep.
Yeah, that's why they have 5 miles of underground stuff that they keep from everybody, because they know a lot of stuff that they don't want you to know.
Oh, the treasures in the basement of the Vatican? Oh, forget about it.
Oh yeah, I don't want to offend anybody with my wild shit, so you know.
That's just gonna offend me. No, I know all the treasures they have in the Vatican.
Yeah, that was like the greatest library of history, man. The Library of Alexandria.
No, it really was. Yeah, because of that fact that they gathered things from literally everywhere, amongst their conquests, amongst regular people, trade, all of that stuff.
It got burnt down during the wars with Caesar and Pompey and them.
Yep.
That's when it was burnt down. The war.
They want all that. Yeah, that's right, and they would want a lot of that stuff for certain. But also, to be fair, up until then and after that, they were basically able to walk around and do whatever they wanted in Alexandria. So,
of course. The Ptolemies ruled it for 4 generations, 5, I think.
Multiple. Yeah, we'll just say that. Yeah, for sure. Multiple generations. Absolutely.
Yeah, because I think it was her great-grandfather or great-great-grandfather who rode alongside Alexander.
Yeah, well, here. So I don't remember all of them, but I could go through at least the first 3 or 4. So at least that. Yeah, I would say at least 4 or 5 generations for sure. Maybe up to 7.
Well, Alexander's empire was split into 16 pieces. Ptolemy got Egypt, and Cassander got fucking Macedon, and that's when he killed Alexander's mother and little brother. He had them killed.
Yeah, well, Cassander was a bastard. He was a motherfucker. Yeah.
Yeah.
But that, right, we have to do like a whole full-on, like, I've said this before, if for me to get into all that shit, we would have to do just a multi-part series, because I have all of the writings, I have all of the stuff, like all the maps. I geek out on that shit. I have pictures, and I get the reports every year when they dig in Alexandria. I have it bookmarked on my phone. I check it pretty often. It's like, this is a subject that I would get super deep.
If he never died, he would have went on and conquered Rome, bro. He was only 30.
Well, he was leaving in a few days he had a few things lined up. His ships were literally ready to go. He had more than one spot picked out. Yeah, he was continuing. Yeah, no doubt. And he was literally supposed to be leaving in days. Yep.
Yeah, he would have went and conquered all the fucking West, man. Without a doubt.
Yeah, well, a lot of people don't realize, right, when he made it back to Babylon that time, that last time when he made it back, there were people there. There were Vikings there. Yeah. There were people there from China. A lot of people don't know this, but people from directly that worked for Alexander, some of his best artists, a whole team went back with the Chinese, and that's how you have all of those perfect clay statues and all the stuff that the emperor ended up did. That's how those people learned to do that shit.
Yeah,
and it's all from Alexander. When he showed back up in Babylon, there were peoples there that no one knew even existed on Earth. That had heard about Alexander and his conquest, and they were coming to show up and go, "Hey, we just wanted to make friends with you before you kill us." Yeah, and that's real. It's all documented, man. People that had never seen before, never. It was really truly amazing.
Yeah, the Hellenistic empires were everywhere, even up to the Romans. Most of those empires over there were all like branch off of Alexander's people.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I mean, even people get it mixed up that don't really know. I mean, it's like Alexandria wasn't exactly picked out of fucking nowhere. That little spit of land that sticks out where the tower, where the lighthouse was known by the Greeks for hundreds of years. It's literally right across the water from Greece.
Yeah, well,
they've been crossing fucking stories and histories. They had the same names, or they had the same gods in a lot of cases, just with slightly different names or totally different names sometimes.
Yeah, he was born
with those people for absolutely ever.
He was born in Greece.
What?
Born in Macedon.
He was born in Macedon.
16? Wasn't there like 32 Alexandrias cities?
I was.
Yeah, he named multiple. Yes, he named multiple cities after himself and after his horse.
Yeah, Persepolis.
Yeah,
Yes.
The empire, it stretched what, from the Macedonia to Egypt, and from
No,
Greece to
no. Way further west than that, bro.
Well, and
They went all the way
Greece,
into India, dude.
right, from Greece to part of India. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
they went through all
stretched.
that
There's a
shit.
vast
Dude, those
empire.
fucking, and when they got into India, those tales, bro, those real stories that you can read that are available out there for anybody who wants to find the books, or hit me up for links if you want. Those stories are unfucking believable.
Yeah, some of those battles with the elephants and shit were crazy.
Yeah.
Unfucking believable.
It's just like in the movie Sparta.
Yeah, seeing all the, it's just, you can only imagine. It makes your imagination run wild, man. Being in that far long ago, making it into places no one could even imagine. Plus, you got to remember, they thought that the world was basically like this little circle that was surrounded by the water. Like they were just finding more and more and more land. It's amazing. It would have been amazing. A real, true adventure.
It's
Yeah,
just
well,
crazy. It's
A lot
crazy
of his
because
Greek troops, are mad and be like, "Listen, we want to go home." He executed, I think it was one of his he executed thousands of fucking ringleaders of fucking Greeks when they didn't want to keep going to India. They wanted to go home.
Yeah, well, he the first thing that he did was that he started giving, he was like, okay, cool. Well, if you guys don't want to do it, you're more than welcome to go home. You can take your wives with you and I'll send you with money. And I'm going to give all the jobs to the Persian guys.
Yeah, I want my Persian.
And he started having them all trained and he started giving them weapons and armor. And now that was way after he started dressing and acting like them and started asking people to like literally lay down on the ground, which is a big problem for them.
Yeah.
Bowing was something they didn't have a problem with, but laying down fully outstretched was something to them you only did for and in the presence of gods.
Yeah.
So they had a very, very big problem with that. But yeah, later, that's why it was such a big fuck you to them when he said, okay, cool. Well, if you guys want to go home, go the fuck home. I'm going to have these Persians take over your jobs and be my protectors and my warriors and stuff. And they were all like, oh,
yeah,
you know, right. No, I don't believe that, David James. I don't believe he got poisoned for a second. And most people don't. I think he honestly died of malaria. That's what most of the greater minds believes, that he actually died of malaria from a mosquito bite that he got in the swamp, or multiple mosquito bites he got in the swamp right before it happened and took place. He had just spent multiple days in the swamp and he actually got lost, detached from his people, and they found him the next day. So he spent that whole night by himself in the fucking swamp full of mosquitoes and all kinds of nasty shit. And the malaria.
Well, that's how he died, I heard, from malaria.
Well, that's the strongest contention.
Well,
Yeah. And the poisoning thing was that was started by his mother.
Yeah.
That was something that wasn't even talked about until she started having it put around in Macedonia on pamphlets, because she knew what time it was with Cassander.
Yeah, she knew.
Now you have to remember too, like by the time he made it back to Macedonia, he had already been all through the Middle East and all down into Egypt and
well, his father did a lot of damage.
People died down there, and when he finally made it back, he only had Alexander's armor and shield. That's all he had. He had actually even the cat. I can fucking show you where the outer golden casing for his coffin is. It's being held in a museum under the auspices belonging to another person. But the quick story behind that goes like this: when Ptolemy stole the caravan and he brought it down through the desert and he was bringing it back to Egypt, everything was so fucking heavy, he decided all he wanted to carry was just the actual inner coffin, with like the actual sarcophagus that was made of stone, and inside of that was a coffin. But he didn't want the giant decorated outer casing or the fucking caravan that it was being carried on. He just wanted to be able to dip and dive through basically like, little pathways and off the map kind of shit like that to get to Egypt as fast as possible. Well, when he stopped and did that, it was in an area where they had put the guy in power earlier on their initial way through the continent. And this culture was known for stealing every fucking thing and incorporating it into their culture, including all of the things that like their people were buried in. So when you go to this museum for, I have to look it up to get the name of the actual city that was in, but the grouping of coffins, every single coffin that's in there in sarcophagus is stolen. And they would find the best one. So when Alexander's caravan and all this beautiful, fancy, decorated sarcophagus, like the most beautiful thing that had ever been created, was left in this guy's fucking possession, he was like, oh, I'm totally getting buried in that. Right? The shield is on display in Macedon, Athena's shield that came from the temple. That's on display in Macedon. You can see that. And parts of his armor are also on display, but they're being held under different auspices because they can't actually prove that the provenance, that it is the one that came back. But it is. You can tell and most people agree. Those things we know for sure. But that's all he had when he came back. The original plan was to bring Alexander back to Macedonia and bury him in the tumulus that they had created, Yeah,
they all fought over his shit.
Right, and instead, his father, his stepmother, and a couple of his family members were buried in the tumulus. His mother was not. They just found where his mother was buried after she was murdered a couple of years ago. They basically just put her in a fucking hole in a wall and then destroyed everything around it so people wouldn't find it.
Yeah,
which is really sick.
She was demonized because she was from Pella. She wasn't a full-blooded Macedonian. I believe she was born in Pella.
Well, she was considered. She was not from Macedonia. Pella was in Macedonia. She wasn't from Macedonia. You're 100% right. She was basically by the people there considered to be a witch.
Yeah, they didn't like her at all.
Yeah, the group, because the group she came from they worshipped the serpents, they worshipped snakes, and they worshipped the moon, and they did spells and conjures and stuff. Think like ancient gypsies, right? Yeah. That's what she was considered, basically, like an outlier, like a witch. And she would do all kinds of weird stuff with snakes, and she would commune with the moon and then commune with all these gods and say that they spoke to her.
He told him his father was Zeus.
Right, and he was already supposed to be in the lineage of other gods. We'll just keep it short. Yeah. And to be fair, when he made it deep into Egypt, they played that game along with him, and you can understand why.
Yeah.
They only built that up and kind of solidified that for him, which is wild. And the other thing too is that when he went through Jerusalem, all those people, all the Jewish people and the early Christians were telling him that he was prophesied at that time. That he was in the ancient writings as to be a savior, as to come through and all that kind of stuff. So he kind of got built up along the way.
Yeah. Well, yeah, Grant, he's a little too much. That's what the Greeks were mad at him for.
No, he absolutely did. He
looked at himself as the king of all of his people. That pissed the Greeks off. They're like, hey, we went to Persia to kick their ass and rob them for revenge of what they've done to us. We didn't come there to become them. So here are the staunch Greeks. They're the old-fashioned Orthodox Greeks who are like, what the fuck are you doing, man?
Well, that's right. And to your earlier point, that was part of the soldiers' argument when they started making it into, way, way, way further, going into different countries. They were like, okay, look. We smashed the people we wanted to smash. You killed the fucking leader. You got all his shit. Let's go home.
Yeah. Let's go.
This whole thing was about kicking their ass for all the stuff they did to us for over all this time. We did it. Let's go home.
Right.
Yeah. But you're right. He did do all of those things, and he was absolutely but he was, at the end of the day, we could have had it worse. Yes, he was going and pushing the boundaries, but that was what he wanted to do. He wanted to push the boundaries and bring all of the people together, which was something that his people were not cool with. But he was literally trying to marry all these different cultures together and if it wasn't for Alexander, there would not be collective religion. The fucking most of the Jewish religion in the law, like the Old Testaments and stuff like that, they had completely rewritten into Jewish and into Greek in Alexandria so that people could even read them and relearn them. Like, people don't understand how deep this shit goes. If it was not for Alexander, the world would be a totally, completely different place. It would not have, and a lot of that shit wouldn't have taken place for another hundreds and hundreds of years, probably, the interactions between these peoples. So it's incredible.
Yeah, what he did in such a small age. That's why, in a way, thank God he did live not too long, because he would have conquered all the Italians and things wouldn't have been the same.
Yeah. Well, they still learned Greek, and that was the thing. All those people learned; they could finally communicate under one language and communicate their religions to each other and all that kind of stuff.
Oh, he would have conquered. See how the Greeks conquered mad parts of Italy? If Alexander never died, they would have conquered all of Italy. Of
course he would have. No, there was literally not. There was nobody else on the earth at that time that would have been able to go up against him. Nobody. He would have taken everything he wanted to.
He would have went to England and Ireland even.
There was people there that came to see. That's what I was telling you. Like, when he made it to Babylon, at the end of everything, there was convoys there from all over the fucking world, from lands no one had ever heard of. There was Vikings there. There was people. There was Celts there. There was people from beyond the Scythian steppes. There was people, which is like basically like way up north into like Siberia and northern Russia and shit like that. There was people from China everywhere, and he was absolutely going to send teams to all of those places. That's why they were there. They were like, hey, we don't want to fight you. We're just kind of, hey, we're here and we'll give you what you want. So it was a done deal. He would have just shown up and taken it. There probably wouldn't have even been a lot of fights.
Yeah, he would. Yeah, Grant. He had a Larickian, a Feistian. But yeah,
imagine like what would happen with the earliest form of the Gauls in France. Like, the map would have looked totally different, bro. Alexander would have run through all that.
We wouldn't even probably have Rome right now. Alexander probably would have, his kids and his grandkids would have probably ruled for so many. Who knows?
Yeah, no, it would have turned out differently. Of course it would. Yeah, it would have turned out totally different. The world would look like a completely different place.
City-state. Italy would have been some Greek city-state or something like that. Who knows what would have happened? Yeah,
well, and they did a lot of his rules and his ways of living, and they did a lot of they have a lot of stuff even built into their stuff, like in Italy, that pays homage to Alexander still to this day.
Oh yeah, the Greek gods. Well, I mean, the Roman gods were all Greek gods at first. But Julius Caesar in his 50s, in his 40s, looked at a statue of Alexander and cried. He's like,
he was. It was on one of his birthdays, like one of his 30-something birthdays, or maybe you said, possibly 40 or something. Yeah, and he was just like, dude, by the time he was actually, it would have had to have been 30 because Alexander died at 32, almost 33. So he cried and was like, man, this dude had done everything by my age, and what have I done?
Yeah. And that's when Caesar started wanting to go to Gaul and all that shit. He started, he got in good with Marcus Crassus. Crassus was one of, that's how Caesar, he served under Crassus, Licinius Crassus, one of the richest men in Rome.
Yeah, see, now because of my research into Alexander, I know about what some of the people that were Roman leaders did with him, but I don't know a lot of the stuff. I haven't really researched a lot of stuff in the base of Roman culture. You know what I mean? A lot more than I do about that, for certain.
Yeah, you know more about Alexander stuff than I do. I'll say that.
One of these times we'll get it. We'll have I'll have to plan it out, and I'm going to do it on a different computer too, and make sure I have an internet boost. I don't know why StreamYard's so stupid, but I'm gonna experiment and try sitting in a different place with a different computer, and I'll pull up all my maps and pictures and bookmarks, and we'll get geeky and super nerdy on it a couple times and go into it. Yeah, and I'll show you all the latest infos and theories on where his tomb is and all that stuff.
The Phoenicians, Hannibal, Carthage came from the Phoenicians. The Phoenician civilization.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't know that. Hannibal looked like Bashar al-Assad from Syria. If al-Assad had a beard, he looks like a Lebanese guy. If Hannibal Barker would look like the average Lebanese guy nowadays. Yeah, they depict him as African American, like an African dude, but he's not.
Right.
He was Phoenician. He would look like I said, like a Lebanese guy or something, you know.
Yeah, I'll tell you what else is wild is when you inside some of these, like I'll pull up all my bookmarks, but I have a couple of documentaries that actually follow in the footsteps of Alexander and go to all these places in like Iraq and Iran and places where they actually set up shop or might have named a town or might have taken it over, and there's still lineage there hundreds and hundreds of years later, and it's really, really wild to see. Like there's pockets of these Iranian people that have like bright green eyes, bright blue eyes, or they're like super light, like Greek. And it's amazing to see like that has survived this long in some of these places. You know,
my father used to laugh. He used to say that the Iranians swear they're Persians, but they're Arabs just like us, he used to say.
They swear they're Persians, but what?
They're Arabs.
Yeah, there's difference. They're
at the base, you're talking about the Persian Empire back then. It would have been they took over all that. So there was an amalgamation of countries. Now that's interesting, though, that you bring up Arabia, because I'd like to go back to the point that MRE was making of places that he would have taken over, and Arabia was also a place that was on his list for that.
He took over. He defeated the Phoenician Empire.
Well, let me tell Trock? So, do you know why they called him Ixander instead of Alexander?
I don't know, but even till today,
what does Al mean?
Oh,
Alexander.
Al means the.
Well, I don't. All I know is
in their language, in Arabic, Al means the. So to them, you were saying the Ixander. His name's Alexander. So people they thought they were saying the Ixander. So they just called him Ixander.
They still hate him over there today.
But still,
they always portrayed him as today. Two ram's horns. It's still on some of their coins to this day.
I believe it. Still today, they named their kids.
That would have been a place that he would have taken also, and that would have changed. Talking about changing world history and positions and stuff, that would have been absolutely fucking insane.
Yeah, but still today in Iran, they name their kids Alex. There's thousands and thousands of Alexes.
Yeah.
They love them.
It's wild.
They swear they're pretty, but they're not today.
Pockets of them have heavy Greek influence, at least still. Yeah.
Pockets of them, but the majority of the country are Arabic.
Yeah.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, for sure. Like I said, it was just I found when I was watching some of these documentaries, I saw where they were going into these very specific towns and stuff, and I found it very interesting that Greek has survived in the lineage for so long.
There's still tribes that have pure Persian blood. Not many, but
I'll tell you what. The movie, the Alexander movie, made was pretty good. There were some things I didn't like about it, but it was pretty good. But my favorite part of it, the part that they actually, like they did get the couple of battles that they showed. They did get those right, which was fucking amazing to watch because they actually did nail it according to the ancient writings, which was really cool.
Right.
But the part that they really, truly nailed, how he met his wife and what she was like. And what his exactly, and what his and what her people were like. Those people were they were man, I'm so baked and I'm so tired. Trock, what's the name of the religion and the people that worship fire? The very first religion, the oldest religion in the world.
What the fuck?
How's he gonna know?
I figured I'm giving him a chance to join the conversation over here.
It's like Ralph created.
Fire? I don't know. That's interesting. I know the Chinese were one of the first to have a religion, but I don't know, man. That's pretty crazy. The Hawaiians, because of the volcanoes. I don't know. Hold on, I'll look it up for you.
It's called Zoroastrianism. I'll just answer you. I was giving you a shot.
Well, it's a Greek. It was a Greek.
No, it was basically Persian. The guy that started it was Persian. It has to do with fire. You ever heard of the eternal flame?
Yeah, the eternal flame.
That comes from Zoroastrianism, right? So they worshipped fire, and her people were like literally the genesis of that. That's how old her line it was.
Oh, okay. Yep, you're right.
They were some of the very original worshippers of fire. They were very ancient. They were assassins.
Yeah, like the Game of Thrones.
So the stuff that they showed of her, like her blade work and how like fucking insane, like when she comes out dancing with all those people and they're doing all the firework and they all have knives and all the women are flipping and doing, bro, those women were some of the gnarliest trained assassins on fucking earth at the time.
Well, they had to be.
So when they were in the bedroom and they started wrestling around and she was like pinning him down and shit like that, and he was like, whoa, 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 you win. I was like, bro, like that whole thing is literally perfect.
Yeah, it's historically accurate. People might not even realize.
It's so good, bro. It's so good. Like
that's like, hey, why is she winning? Why is she doing that?
Yeah, they really nailed it. When she came out and was doing those, they were showing like all the ancient, like ritualistic dancing to fire and with fire and them with the knives. I was blown away. It was really good. Yeah. Really good.
I feel like I've seen this, but I don't think I ever saw that movie.
You should totally watch it.
Is there
and I know that a lot of people have a problem with the fact that Alexander diddled, but he did. A lot of Greek men did. They were actually only cut off from it when they turned like 16 or 17. They were told, okay, your playtime is done. Up until then, their teachers would literally tell them, don't waste your time on girls. They're wasting your time. They're going to waste your semen. They're going to waste your energy. All they want is stuff. You're only supposed to hang out and with your dudes. You wrestle with your dudes. You hang out. If you need an old fashioned, your best friend will give you one. I'm not telling you I agree with that. I'm telling you that's what the fucking culture was.
Yeah,
period. So when him and some of these dudes were best friends and growing up they probably banged each other the fuck out a few times. Now, when they were grown, they were not doing it. That's the part of the movie I totally disagree with and don't like because that's a lie.
Yeah,
when these dudes became of age, that shit was done, bro. He would have literally been cast the fuck out.
Yeah, that was an Athenian thing, anyways. Fucking Spartans.
But so, like them showing them as being close friends and everything, like him and Hephaestion when they're grown, that's cool. But they would have not had that kind of relationship when they were grown. He was literally totally dedicated to his wife, and then when he took on 2 more royal wives, he also had children with them. They died also, but that's neither here nor there.
Right.
The fact is, my man liked women when he was an adult. He banged women out all over his fucking empire. There's not one single proof that he took on that little boy toy when he was in Persia. When he went in Babylon, what really happened was he walked in, and this is in the stories. Everybody can read this themselves. When they showed up to Babylon and they walked in that place, all his dudes, literally when they went into that harem, all his friends wanted to start banging out the women in the harem. And Alexander said, if you touch one of these women, we're going to have a fucking problem. If you walk out in the street, all those women are free. They all cannot wait to meet you. You're soldiers. You've like done all this liberation and shit. They will bang you for free. These women in here are slaves. They've been stolen from places. This is literally what he told them. He said, these women don't want to fucking be here. And as a matter of fact, you're all free to go home and I'll pay for you all to get home. Well, some of them had nowhere to go. Their fucking homes were destroyed. There was nothing. Their families were dead or they were taken when they were little kids. There was nothing for them to go back to. Right? So one of them was this full-blown tranny motherfucker that came to Alexander. It's written just like that. It was a fucking shim. It was a man that dressed up like a woman. And he said, I have nowhere to go. You've liberated me and I will protect you and I will take care of you and be there for you no matter what. I will be more loyal to you than your family. And Alexander looked him in the eye and believed him. And from that moment on, he had that dude in his crew. But there is no fucking proof or any wording or any paragraph or sentence written that says anything about him and that person ever having anything to do with each other other than respect and loyalty. So that's the other part I didn't like. Alexander was not a fucking full-blown Ricky Yoon. He was just a lot of people say he was a victim of the culture that he fucking grew up in. And when they were grown and old enough, that shit stopped. So I didn't like that part of the movie at all. Other parts of it were amazing and it's worth watching.
I'll have to watch the movie. I didn't see it. I did see 300, but I didn't see that one.
Grant Calder says I'm the best history teacher.
Yeah, he was saying that earlier. Yeah, I saw
Why?
that.
Because I say fuck a lot.
No,
I
he
make
was
homework easy.
saying he was like a homosexual or whatever, but yeah, it was never proven.
Yeah, well, it's like I said, when he was a younger man, it's true, and you don't, you just gotta take it for what it is, man. They all did that shit, and you might not like it, but it is what it is. The Greeks were known for that stuff, man. Why do you think they still call it Greek?
Yeah.
I mean,
no, you're right. I had to take the dog for a minute, but I was listening.
Yeah, that stuff was happening.
As an adult, him and a Feistian wouldn't have been rolling around under the covers as adults.
no, of course not. No, absolutely not.
Yeah, that they frolicked in the tulips like Liberace, sadly, but that's how it was back then, sadly.
Yeah,
Right.
It's in the Bible. It's weird. It's just fucking sick. I don't know. Even in Rome, that shit was happening. I don't understand it.
The thing is, a lot of times your political enemies would lie and call you a Rickyun, like today, right?
So, okay.
So not every Roman was a Phonoic or nothing like that, but they would slander, like Cicero hated Caesar, right? Hated Mark Antony. Go read Cicero's writings bashing Mark Antony like it's propaganda,
Yeah.
Right. Well, just put Trock. Imagine this. You have to remember that these people, they're Alexander and Hephaestion and his friends. Their teacher was Aristotle. You know that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So imagine Aristotle teaching
you. Who was Aristotle?
Right. Aristotle is teaching you everything about everything, including values and virtue. Yeah, says to you, leave the women alone and have Hephaestion give you an old fashioned if you need one. That's what you.
Fucking bastards.
But it's true.
I'm just saying to you, right? So you can put it in perspective and understand that that's
Plato,
where they were taught.
He learned from Plato, and he learned from.
Yes, that's right. Socrates.
But I don't think it happened in Egypt, though. I don't know if that stuff happened in Egypt.
The buggery happened everywhere at some point.
Oh my God!
There's always been a secret Rickyun in Powell who's going to bugger somebody.
Well, and here's another one that's another proof of this for you. It was the Thessalonian people, maybe. I'm having a hard time remembering the name of the town. It was in Greece, though. But either way, there was a famous town in Greece, or a city, where the whole city was made of gay couples. But they were known as some of the fucking gnarliest, fiercest warriors that they had because they never stood down and they always fought together. They would never walk away from their partner.
They loved each other so much.
That's right.
Together.
So well, guess what? When they gave Alexander the Fangul, he went down there and murdered all of them.
Yeah, he did. That's true.
He wiped them out. Yep.
Yeah, he sure did.
Completely.
He went.
Yeah, because he said this is when his father died. He had a whole time where he had to kill a lot of people, and he had to literally travel around fucking Greece and say, hey, the new sheriff's in town, and if you don't like it, Fangul. And those people told him Fangul. They gave him the big oofa, and he said, listen, you guys can stay here, but there's not going to be any more buggery. If you guys keep up with the buggery, I'm coming back. And they said, fuck you, we'll do what they want. He said, okay, kill all the faggots.
You're going to think after Philip died, all these other Greek city-states want to revolt and thinking they could throw the yoke of Macedon off. Alexander said, no.
Yep.
That didn't happen.
That's right.
I subdued you before with my father when I was 16, and I'll subdue you now.
And he did too. He wiped them fuckers clean off his shoes.
Yeah, they all but bent their knee to him. Well, every Greek bent their knee.
All of them.
They had to. He would have killed them.
Absolutely. Yep. Even the Spartan, even Sparta, all of them.
Everybody Sparta wasn't the Sparta of before around that time.
But they still were that culture. Right. They might not have been as mighty, but they still had the same kind of philosophies.
Yeah, but they couldn't beat Alexander's army because Philip of Macedon built that army. He went all around Greece and took the best of each Greek's fighting skills, right? And he put it into the Macedonian army. So the Macedonian army was the top notch. He even blew away the Spartans at that time.
100%. No, absolutely. They were literally the cutting edge of warfare with the sarissas and all that stuff.
Yes, exactly.
You were done, bro. You were done.
The phalanx, the sarissa.
Yeah, and that was just under Philip's tutelage. Once Alexander got a hold of it and tweaked it and refined it, it was over with.
Yes.
His father was crazy too.
Because Alexander, he was the one that he took what Philip had done and he tied infantry into it in a whole different way, to where he could mislead the enemy and he could lead the enemy where he wanted to and create pockets and expose certain parts of them. It was great. It was unbelievable strategy. Where he even won when he was going uphill, when he was outnumbered fucking 10-1 and even fighting on uneven ground and stuff. His people would still take them due to that advantage. The strategies that he put into play with the infantry and the sarissa, the foot people and the archers. Yeah.
See what he did. You just said the foot people. What he did was he made new units. When the cavalry went, he had men running behind him with slings and little javelins.
Yep.
Men who would run behind the horses. So if you get in a little cavalry spat, you got people behind you helping you, ripping people off their horses and shit. So the companion cavalry always had those little units of foot soldiers behind them.
Yeah, and they were doing things that we would consider common sense, but were cutting edge at the time. I'll give you an example, and I know you know about this, but I'm going to say it to everybody that's listening. When the Persians, they would put spikes on the wheels of, what do you call them?
Chariots.
Thank you. I always call them caravans, right? That's probably a gypsy word. So the chariots, right? They would put spikes on the wheels of the chariots, and they would come charging at the sarissas, at the lines of the infantry, right?
Yes.
So what the infantry would do, the sarissas, instead of stabbing forward and guarding with their shields or even putting the shields on their heads so that the horses would like fall on top of them, they would all wait till the last second. They would take 4 or 5 steps to the side and back, bring their spears up on a pivot, and then when the chariots would go by, they would literally drive their fucking spears into them from the side on both sides. Literally incredible. But nobody had ever seen anything like that before.
No, he had them all trained. They were like a well-oiled machine, man.
Yep. Unbelievable.
A well-oiled machine. Like I said, they subdued all the Greeks. And then went and got their revenge on Persia for what Persia did to them for fucking years.
Well, yeah, in that very first large battle when they first crossed the water and they beat the Persians the first time and sent the emperor running, they also, this is one of my favorite things that Alexander did. There was pockets of Greeks that had been scattered, either taken in the past by the Persians, or these bands of Greeks had joined the Persians. They had joined against their own people because they lived far enough from Greece. They didn't think they'd get caught.
Yep.
And when the fucking Persians ran away from Alexander's army, they found these pockets of fucking Greek traders and they put those goddamn bastards on crucifixes, buddy. They literally crucified them.
Yeah, the treasonous Greeks.
And everybody said amen.
Oh yeah, it was 2 classes of 2 worlds back then: the Greek world and the Persian world, and the Greeks almost got ran over by them. Almost got ran over. And
all that
stuff was the get back. Amazing. Alexander was the get back. Philip and Alexander, they were planning the get back.
Yeah,
get even. Well, hey guys, listen, I gotta take off right now. I gotta wake up and go to work in the morning. But thanks.
Okay, man.
Oh, have a good truck.
Have a good night.
Great show, guys.
Yeah, always good talking to you. You have a great night. We'll see you again soon.
Always.
All right, man. Yeah, the Greeks, the Sicilians, they were always attacked by all these different people, man.
Yeah, well, Sicily got it rough. Yeah, Sicily was constantly seen as like a nice little foothold to jump anywhere, so everybody wanted it. Yeah, they got it bad.
Yeah. I remember my father used to tease my mother all the time. Are you kidding?
Oh yeah,
because she was Greek and Sicilian. So it's like people were attacked from so many different angles.
Yeah, well, that's why
the Moors, the Arabs, everybody attacked them.
Yeah, when you, if you truly have Sicilian in you, then you take a DNA test, there's a real good chance that you're going to have some things that surprise you that pop up.
Yep.
There's a good chance you're going to have a decent percentage of French in you. There's a chance you're going to have some Turkish or Arabic in you. There's a good chance of a few different things.
Yeah, that's why I say I'm more freaking Arab than anything. I'm like half Arab, half Italian.
We all are what we are.
Yeah, I tell people that all the time because it's like I don't know, it's tough to say because I'm Italian, Sicilian, Greek, and Lebanese, so it's like what the frig.
Yeah, you have to get an actual test to figure it all out.
And then you get those DNA tests, you get stuff that comes back you didn't even know.
Yeah, I've seen that with people.
Yeah.
I have a good friend of mine who thought that he was mostly Irish and American Indian. And he knew the tribe. I don't remember what it is. But when they got the DNA test, he found out he was actually 25% African American.
Yep.
Yeah, and nobody knew anything. His mom was like, "What?" His grandparents were like, "Come again?" Like nobody knew shit. Nobody apparently knew. I was like, "Man, that's a pretty high that's grandparent percentage. Like that's a pretty high percentage, dude. Nobody knows anything." I was like, "Somebody's not coming up with the truth."
Well, it happened way before they were even alive.
Yeah, 25% is a pretty high percentage.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. That's a pretty high percentage. That seems like a very least a great grandparent situation. Like somebody would have known.
That's why, I mean, like if you have any kind of, I mean, I don't know if you're very religious, but I mean, if you have any kind of religion, I mean, it says we're all brothers and sisters. So I mean,
well, I believe that you don't have to be religious to know that we're all made of the same stardust, and that's what I say. We're all made of the same stardust, man. Regardless of how you shake it, what you believe in, We're all made of the same shit. We're all here in the same place, breathing the same air.
Yeah, I mean, it's simple. We're all human. We all bleed the same color blood.
Find some music real quick. Put something on while I sit here and smoke a little bit.
There you go.
Yeah. I'll find something. Oh, this is a good one. Let me put this on. There we go. All right. Time to pack it up.
Pack it up, pack it in. Let me.
So, what'd you get into today? Did you do your miles?
No, I couldn't. No, on the weekends, it's tough to do because I got my daughter. So, well, the weekends now, but I mean, I had Friday off, so.
Well, yeah, that's fine, Grant. That's what I say. Everybody believe what they want, but however you shake it, even in that analogy in the Bible or whatever, it says you're made from dust and shit like that, right? Hold on a second. We're all made from the same shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're all made from the same shit, no matter how you want to shake it. All right. Let's get this thing packed up. So, what did you do today?
And now we go to Zion.
Did you mess with any of that AI? You mess with any of the AI shit today?
After I was done with it earlier, it was asking me for money. I'm like, oh, you're gonna be kidding.
It wasn't a free one. Okay. Well,
I thought it was.
Yeah.
Well, when I Googled it and everything, it was supposed to be, but
If I remember over the weekend, I'll try and look one up, or I'll ask my buddy if he remembers which one he used, and I'll email you a link if I find one if I remember. Yeah, that's true, David. That's why I won't mess with that stuff. The other reason I won't mess with that stuff is because the Mormons own most of that stuff, and they put your DNA in a database and do all kinds of weird prayers and shit over it. It's fucking bizarre. If you don't believe
really?
Me.
Oh, I just saw that. I didn't. Wow. That's all the cold case.
Oh, King Dom. I went through a long thing with Trock about different AI apps and applications and what you can do with different applications, and we were talking about prompts and all that kind of stuff, just like a real quick overview. And then I told him he could find a resume, and he found one, and it was working for him, but apparently it wasn't a free one. So
yeah, well, at the end they were like,
that's what we're talking about. I told him maybe if I remember, I'll try and find him one this weekend. But he's looking for one specifically for his resume. Yeah,
well, I'm looking into it all now because you got me started, you know. So
for sure. Well, I mean, I have a bunch of links I can send you just in general if you want to mess with some shit. That's for sure.
yeah, definitely because
that I can do.
I was a little intimidated. I'm not gonna lie. I was a little intimidated by it, so I didn't really mess with it. I left it alone.
Yeah, it's nothing to be scared of, though. I mean, in most cases, you're going to be dealing, like I was telling you, with prompts and stuff. Like, and you'll just figure it out as you go. It's very easy. You just type in what you want, and then it'll kick you back a product, and you say, okay, well, let's make this better. Or, you know, you put in another prompt and say, hey, fix this or fix that or whatever it might be. You can do the same thing if you needed it to write you a line of code.
Well, that's what I liked. When you had said that, I was like, what? I didn't even think of that. I was like, oh, shit.
And what King Dom just said, Chat GPT is that's one that can do that for you. Absolutely, yes. So that's something that would write code for you. That's something that could probably work on your resume for you, etc. Yeah.
Yeah.
The only reason King Dom, do you still have to, what is it, have to go on Discord? Do you still have to go through Discord to use like the original one, like you did with like some of those dollies and stuff like that, or can he just go and access that? I know you can access it through some different apps. I think that's what Microsoft is basically using for their prompt engines is Chat GPT.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. And so I use most of the AI I use is for creative, but I have had to use some for like copy and stuff like that. Okay, yeah, you don't have to mess with it. Cool. So yeah, just look up Chat GPT, and that should help you out.
All right.
No, that's cool, King. I was just making sure. I wasn't sure. You know, what I mean though, right? With some of those like earlier image ones and video and things like that, you had to go through their Discord. Yeah, so I wasn't sure about that one.
Oh wow, yeah. So let's see, sign up or login.
Pack this thing up. There we go. Yeah, I had cottonmouth like a bitch right there. So we were talking about Alexander, all that stuff. I was like getting up, walking in there, had to make a drink real quick.
Oh man, I miss it so bad. You don't know how I get the vapes are right here on my desk still, and it's like I just want to freaking pull it, pull from it.
You're doing good, man. You're doing good. You got a goal. You keep it your goal. You're doing good, man.
Yeah, I won't do it until I'm working again. You know, a couple weeks into it, and then I know. Because I just don't want to go. I don't want to go through.
Remote, yeah.
I don't want to go through what I did before, like where I had to go get my boy and freaking wear that stupid thing strapped around my leg with the freaking keep it at a certain temperature.
Yeah,
all
my
that
buddy
bullshit.
did that. I told you that.
Yeah, I always did it like that.
It was an actual fake phallus.
Yeah.
That came with it, and then it came with synthetic urine. It was a synthetic urine.
I remember you told me that. I actually had one of my boys. He don't smoke or do anything. So
yeah, well, that's what I've done in the past too, right? Because I'm lucky enough. My best friend in the whole world of decades doesn't do a fucking thing but vitamins and work out and smoke cigars. That's it.
Right.
So if I've only been in that situation a couple times in my life, but both times I was in that situation, I was like, hey, bro, I need a solid. Like, actually, I need a liquid, but you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I need a favor, bro. You know?
Yeah, I feel like an idiot. I feel like an asshole. So I just rather just quit and friggin'.
Yeah, but that's what I did, bro. I used his and I got those warmers, like what you're talking about. I got the warming packs. I put it on my leg. I felt like a fucking bum doing it, but at the end of the day, I wasn't going to quit smoking for these people, you know?
I know. I hate it. My blood pressure's been so high lately.
Yeah, I can't be fucking around, bro. Yeah, I rant when I'm fucking stoned. Forget about it. I'm way too like fuck the world and high strung and stuff. Like, wah!
Yeah, you know.
I'm not smoking. It's literally medicine for me. It calms me down, keeps me on a nice even keel.
It's my medicine, and
otherwise I'd trip. I trip on shit.
Huh?
And that's just the fact of the matter. We gotta find some more music. All right.
Geez, I put my air conditioner in today, and now my sinuses are all fucked up. I'm like, I wish I never turned the thing on.
What, you didn't have it on for a long time?
Yeah,
It might just be kicking out some shit. Yeah, you might have just need like a new filter or something.
I don't know.
King Don said you don't need a warmer. You just put the thing in your ass crack. Fuck that. I had to fucking right at zipper level, right on the inside of my legs. So I could just dump it in the cup. Because I didn't know if any. I mean, I wasn't on probation or anything. I was just thinking like TV, like what's the worst case scenario? Somebody might try and like stand behind me or something. Because it was just like a contract job thing, and I wasn't sure what was going to happen when I went to the lab. But they were just like, no, just go in the bathroom and don't flush the toilet or whatever. And I said, all right.
Yeah, they don't even let you run the faucet now too. So
I dumped the stuff into the cup, and then I actually went pee in the toilet, so it didn't seem weird or you know what I mean?
I know. I did the same thing.
Yeah.
The problem was,
it ended up being all right. It worked out.
Yeah, I ran into a slight problem last time where they had me in the waiting room too long.
That's true. You can't smoke in the hyperbaric oxygen chamber. That's why I said, David, we bring lots of edibles. I was thinking ahead, and we might be able to vape, and we might be able to vape.
I think you can, because in the picture, the guy had a laptop with a plug in it and everything. So obviously, if you can have electronics,
right,
you got to be able to have an e-cigarette and a vape.
Yeah. So that would be I mean, yeah, I would imagine so. Yeah, that'd be the trick, man. Bring up plenty of edibles and some vapes if you can get away with it.
Yeah, I mean, you're in there for
like I'd wake up and have some kind of breakfast edibles. I'd have edibles for each meal and snacks.
Oh, hell yeah.
I'd just stay baked down there and looking out the window at like all the creatures and shit.
Yeah, it would have to always be edible. It would have to be.
Yeah.
None of the food I ate.
That's all right. But that's all right for the experience. I could do that.
Well, that's the only way I would stay in there for 3 months.
Well, yeah, right.
I go nuts.
Oh, wow, Kingdom. That's crazy. Because I had a bunch of friends fail those things. They always tried different stuff. When I was growing up, I had friends that were always in trouble, and they would do all that stuff, man. They'd drink crazy amounts of water. I remember they'd go down and get like those weird detox.
Yeah.
I remember driving my friends to head shops and to smoke shops.
To buy it, yeah.
Yeah, so they could buy the bottles of detox and all that stuff.
It never worked for me, though.
It never worked for my friends either. They always got violated and went to jail. They always, every fucking time, without exception, bro, they got violated and they went to jail.
Yeah, if you're like a heavier person like me, it just stays in your fat cells, man. It just stays there. And then if you like sweat a little extra one day, it starts coming out. It shows up in the friggin' I mean, you can work out and it'll show up in your test. It's weird like that. It's just the THC is weird like that. It's not a bad thing. It's actually a good thing, but it's just not for tests. You know.
I remember hearing about the creatine thing way back in the day too from a couple of my friends. That was so long ago. It makes me laugh when I think back on that shit and how young I was.
I know.
My idiot friends driving them around listening to all this shit.
There was a time where I used to think I could mentally force it out of my system, and it would work a couple times, but I don't know now, man.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember my friends talking about that stuff, man. They were talking about with the creatine and everything. I remember all that stuff.
Oh, yeah, I took it.
You got these levels in your piss. Like my friends were all
I took the pills.
So they got violated.
Yeah, I used to take those. What the hell were they? They were like creatine and like water pills or whatever.
I had friends that would take niacin too.
Yeah.
It's supposedly like it was supposed to burn your fat cells. Like it would burn like layers of your fat cells, and you would pee them out. So like I had friends that would take niacin for like the last 2 weeks of every month.
Yeah.
You know, like they wouldn't worry about it for the first after they tested and shit like that. They thought they were good, and they always were violated anyway. I'd be like, bro, don't even bother. Don't even bother. You didn't pass that one. They just haven't called you yet. Like
Yeah, exactly.
You know, it was just so far. It was so long ago, man. So long ago. It's fucking hilarious. Niacin. Yeah, you heard about that too. Yeah. No, that's wild, man. I'm in Kingdom. Don't get me wrong, man. I've heard other people say that it worked for them too. I totally believe you, and I'm super fucking stoked for you that it worked, man. I'm so happy that it did. I'm just telling you the experience that I had around people that used to, and I remember, again, this was late teens, 18, 19, into my early 20s. I remember some of my knucklehead friends telling me about all this stuff. And I remember driving them to those smoke shops too, to get the drinks and everything, and to get niacin and everything else.
Yeah. Freaking $40 bottle of Gatorade. Yeah.
Yeah, it's too funny, man. Too funny. A couple of those guys are still fucking knuckleheads, man. Wasn't super long ago. I think it was at least a year ago. A buddy of mine sent me a picture and was like, "Hey, man, check this out." And it was like, like one of the local mug shots, kind of a thing. The website, like the sheriff's office website or whatever the fuck it was that shows people that gets arrested.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at the picture and I'm like, they kind of look familiar. And my friend's like, really? He's like, okay, hang on. He sends me the same picture, but like a little bit zoomed out, so it had the name and the information in the charge, right? And as soon as it was somebody we went to school with our whole lives, bro. And I couldn't believe they were so unrecognizable. It was drugs, obviously.
Yeah.
They looked so fucking bad, man. I couldn't believe how bad they looked. It was fucking unreal, dude. Just a knuckle. And the shit they were charged with was so ridiculous, bro. Like petty thefts and, possession and all this crazy shit. I'm like, man, you are grown for that shit. You are way grown, And then again, they looked like they'd been ate up and shit out. It was bad. It was bad. But yeah, I still know a few of those people that they're just knuckleheads, man.
Yeah, glad all I do is smoke.
Yeah, me too. Like I said, I've messed with some hallucinogenics very, very early on. But other than that, I just smoke weed, man. I don't even like the taste of alcohol. You know that. So I just smoke.
I think that the hallucinogenics, the little amount that I did do, really made it changed me.
Yeah, Kingdom. Yeah, they were in possession of cocaine and heroin. So I don't know if that's just something they were selling for a different kind of habit. I don't know. I don't know, but that's the drugs that they were in possession of. In addition, like I said, there was like some petty thefts and I forget what the other ones were, man. I want to say one of them was like, it wasn't trespassing, but it was like entering a fucking unoccupied domicile or some shit like that. And my friend said it was probably a car. But I don't know that. Like I said, this was like a year ago, or a little over a year ago that I was talking to my buddy, and it was truly weird, man. They sent me just the picture, and I'm like, I don't know, man. They look kind of familiar. Who is this? And they're like, really? Hold on. They sent me the thing zoomed out with the name, and I was like, no fucking way.
Oh, you remember that David James?
Look like that person. Just holy crap.
Yeah, I remember that David James. We used to call them gas parties. We'd sit off the side of 95.
I remember people did, and they would carry on those crackers. Remember, like the things they
God. Yeah.
And I would always look at people like they were crazy, dude. I'm like, I'm not breathing that in. Are you fucking nuts? Watch people pass out and stuff. And I'm just like, wow, bro, no thanks. Yeah, I remember my one friend, he's like, dude, it's fucking cool, man. Your ears, they're just like going wah, 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 wah. I'm like, bro, I don't want that. Are you crazy? I'm good. But yeah, I remember a lot of people did that stuff. And they sold them at the smoke shops. Which was crazy.
hell's this? I just got a notification from StreamYard. Hold on. Oh, that's when I wanted to join the. You got to join when you want to type in the chat on StreamYard because it's a new computer. I had to like join the chat, the comments part.
Oh, from StreamYard. Yeah, I've
so
noticed
Google
that before.
Sends you.
Yeah, I've noticed that before. It's weird, right?
Yeah, Google sends you like this alert, like, oh, somebody's. No, it was me. All right, I'm looking at this now. Chat GPT 3.5, it says.
Yeah, smoke shops used to sell all kinds of weird shit when we were growing up.
They still do. They still got
Yeah,
that
I
stuff.
know, but like when we were growing up, they still sold a lot of crazy, like unregulated shit. You know what I mean? It was still like a little bit of a different world when we were growing up.
Yeah.
I remember they used to sell all kinds of weird shit in smoke shops, dude, that you just wouldn't find anywhere else. But no, but you are right, though. I'm not taking away from what you're saying. You are right. They still are probably on the cutting edge of like, we've got that stuff that they haven't figured out we shouldn't have yet. They've always got that stuff for sure. You know.
Yeah, nice atheist rooms. Yeah.
But I remember back in the day, they have all kinds of crazy shit in there.
So
you know what was really ridiculous back in the day, way back in the day? Smoke shops would have those really early forms of vaporizers that just didn't work. They were shit.
Yeah.
And I remember seeing them in like the mid '90s when they started coming out. It was just like a little glass dome, and in the middle was like a little like a quarter-sized plate that would get hot. And it had like bong hoses that came off it. And it was basically a fucking knife swap machine. It wasn't even an actual like vaporizer. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You put your butt on it and it would get fucking like it wouldn't even like if you truly vape, there's revape left over. It basically looks just like the bud you put in there. It's just a little drier. You know what I'm saying? But those old school vapes would like basically burn it. And it was like doing knife swats. It was the same principle. It was too funny. Yeah, the tubes would get gnarly brown, just like the old hookahs that they would those old fucking plastic hookahs that they would sell.
The rubber hoses.
They get all brown and gnarly. Yeah, and eventually they get clogged up. Yeah, those things were funny. Yeah, we used to. I remember me and my buddies, whenever we'd have somebody new over that wasn't down with the fucking hookah game, we'd get that thing filled up, and then we'd all close our hoses real quick so they got a lungful. Or sometimes we'd wait for it to get stale, and we'd take our thumbs off the hoses, so they'd get a big lungful of stale shit. And usually, if you did it at the right time, some of the water would go in their mouth too.
Yeah, you get all fucked. Yeah, there was a. Some of them would have like a little spring. And you push the button, and everyone would hold their hose, and that motherfucker would choke his ass off.
Yeah, they choked it. Yeah, and we'd all laugh, being little asshole teenagers. It's too funny. Yeah, what's up, man? Always good to see you. Yeah, it was nasty, Dom, for sure. Super fucking nasty.
Damn it, Mandy wants her $13.
I remember one time in the knife swap thing made me remember a time. My wife, if she was sitting here, she would laugh her ass off because we were so young, bro. I've been with my wife literally forever and ever. Well, I don't want to say what we were with friends, and we went back to their apartment with like a huge group of us, like 15 of us, and we got in this little itty bitty apartment. They're like, "Hey man, you want to do some knife swats?" And I'm like, "What are you talking about?" And he's like, we'll just use the stove. We'll get the knife hot and put it on. I'm like, "Oh yeah, okay, that's cool." I'm like, kind of like hash on a cup. Yeah, right. And I was like, "Okay, well that's cool," because we had some really, really good buds, so it would work. And I was like, "Oh yeah, let's do that." And I don't drink it. Again, I'm repeating myself, but it's part of that. But it's part of I don't drink at all, even back then, because I don't like the taste of alcohol. But they convinced me to have a beer with them, right? And I'm like, all right, I'll have a beer with you guys. And I was kind of sipping on it or whatever. And I took 2 big gnarly knife swats. And then I turned around and I took a big, it fucked me up. So I took this giant chug off the beer, right?
Yeah.
And I turned around. My wife opens the front. I was like, I need to get some air. My wife's like, yeah, you don't look too good. You just took a swig off that beer. You look really lightheaded from the knife swat. She's like, let's go outside and get some. I was like, I need air. She opens the door, and there was 3 steps down that we took when we obviously had to step up to get in there, but I forgot about the steps, bro. I took one solid step.
Oh no!
That shit, and I caught myself with the beer bottle, like literally an inch before I was about to bust my chin on the concrete. I caught myself. It didn't break.
Ah.
But those knife swats had my head fucked up. That plus, like, I took that huge swig of beer and I don't drink, and like literally within minutes I was just swimming. Yeah, too funny.
That happened to me one time when I
took
that's
terrible.
grain alcohol.
Don said they would pack stuff with seeds and then cover it with a little bit of weed and then give it to. That's bad, bro. That's gnarly.
Hey, one time I made a whole sheet of fake acid and I sold it to someone. It had raid, everything sprayed on it.
Yeah, that's terrible, bro.
And it looked like fucking Tim Larry. I drew all these weird designs on it and everything. I'll never forget that shit. I made like $500.
Crazy.
And they came back. They're like, that stuff was good. I was like, really?
Yeah, I had friends, Dom, that had different pipes and bongs and stuff hooked up to the gas masks. I had a friend that hooked his vaporizer up to a gas mask too. That thing was gnarly. It was on one of those like a big Zephyr Hills water bottle.
Those were the bomb. I wish I could find one of those.
Yeah, because vape. The good thing about that rig. Yeah. The reason I never liked when people did shit like that, and I've never been a fan of like really big bongs and stuff, because I don't like how they kill me, bro. It's so harsh on my lungs.
Yeah, like the big
it's left over. I don't.
Foot.
Yeah, once I've taken a big like good hit off it, that shit that's in those bongs is stale so fast. I won't fuck with it.
I know,
but vapor doesn't go stale really. So that rig was cool. That giant Zephyr Hills thing, he'd get it filled up with vapor, and then you could just put the mask on and just sit there and breathe, and it never went stale.
Oh, so one time my friend's father had this machine where it would pump oxygen into his nose and down his throat. So it had like the setup that the hoses went into your nose and one went down your throat, and it hooked it up to like a vape thing, and we put bud in it. You choked it. It hurt so bad when you were choking.
Oh, I bet it's just shoving it straight into your fucking nose. Yeah,
dude, you don't want to put coming out of my nose. Dude, the smoke was coming out of my eyes.
I bet.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Because I like the vaporizers that have a good airflow that just push it through. Like that's why I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan. I've told you before of building your own rig and using a heat gun. That's my preferred method. Because it pushes the air. You don't have to pull on it. It just pushes it straight through. But that's in your mouth and into your lungs. Into your nose would be horrific. I can only imagine.
It was in your nostrils, and there was a tube that went down your throat.
Oh, like that.
I'll never forget.
You're pumping it into your stomach.
That thing
left. Of course it was burning. You're filling your stomach with smoke. And yeah, of course it's coming out your eyes and your ears and everything else, probably, like cartoon.
The best was the gravity bongs. Remember that?
Of course, man. Yeah, I told you. I've seen some people eat total fucking shit messing with those things, bro.
Yeah. One of my friends had I think it was an 7 or 8 foot bong. You would have to go up the staircase and hit it from the top of the stairs. Those were the old college keg parties.
Yeah, high school and college parties, exactly, dude. That's when the gravity bombs would come out. Too funny. Yeah, I remember seeing people hit those things and then stand up, and then I was just looking at them going, and 1 and 2, and there they go. Straight to the ground, bro. Straight to the fucking ground. And then I'd watch the amateurs. I'd always laugh at the people because they'd been drinking all night and they didn't really smoke that much. And they'd walk up and somebody would give them a full container. And they'd stand up and they'd be literally in a corner, like with their eyes closed within minutes. So funny. Funny. The ones though I think too that always made me laugh were the people that did keg stands and lost everything out of their pockets.
They crashed into the fucking.
Well, yeah, I mean, those are the two best things that happen, right, with people that do the keg stands. Were either one, when all their shit would literally fall out of their pockets into the fucking trash can of ice and water, and they're just like, "Oh my god!" It's like, yeah, you should have thought about that. And 2 is when they would lose their grip and just eat fucking metal, bro. Just
Yep.
face.
Yeah.
Yeah, too funny, bro. Too funny.
Kickstands.
The people that do that shit are the people you want to watch them eat that shit. It's like,
yeah, I mean, you're better off just using
it's
the
like
fun,
you are
the funnel.
loud and boisterous and probably like some kind of jock, and I'm just trying to hang out and smoke my weed and chill and listen to music. So yeah, you go over there and you do that. You be amusement for me. You fall.
Yeah. I don't know what happened to those parties. Those were great parties, man. Every weekend there was a party somewhere.
Yeah, Kingdom for sure. If you're gonna do a rig, check it. Get a jar of your the size of your choosing, right? Whatever you're comfortable with, and then get a rubber plug for the top, just like you would to build a bong. Put a hole in it. Put a male slider or a female slider. I'm sorry, a female bong slider into that, and then take the bowl to a glass blower, right? Pick out a heat gun of your choice. Take the tip and the bowl to the glass blower together and tell him to fucking match the very top of the glass bowl to the tip of the heat gun, and he'll just melt it down. He'll put a perfect ring in it so it's airtight, and then take that bowl back home and get a thermometer for the heat gun. Make a notch at 130. Make another one at like 170, and then get the vaping, bro. Put some water in your jar. Put that bowl right there in your basically your bong rig. Choose a hose or a mouthpiece of your choice and get the vaping, bro. It's the best, cleanest fucking way ever. And when you hit it like 130, 170, the revape, you'll end up with a whole container of fucking revape that'll hit just as strong the second time as the first time. Guaranteed. That's the best way to build those rigs, man. With the airflow from the heat gun, it's very pleasant. It's a pleasant experience, man. It's nice. And it tastes fucking great. Yeah. I'm not like a big fan of like those volcanoes and shit like that. Those things get way too hot. The temperature is too hot, and it always gets the fucking bud like black and like super dark brown or like way overly dry, and like it just, you can taste the burn, like you can taste the fucking heat, and I'm not a fan of that. And then like they give you like the plastic bags you can fill up, and when you see how light it's actually like pushing it, I just don't like those things. What's up, Yanks? Always good to see you. Hope you're well. Sitting here shooting the shit with Trock.
I just realized I was muted. What does it cost to build like a rig like that? With
Not much at all. Not much at all. Like I said, you pick out really any jar of your choice. You could find a decorated jar or even just use a mason jar. It's up to you. You could use a fucking flower vase if you could find a rubber stopper that'll fit the top of it. But yeah, just use a jar of your choice or a glass container of your choice. Go down to a smoke shop, tell them you need a fucking male bong sleeve, match a bowl for it, and then you need the female bong sleeve with the plug, right? That's going to go in the jar, or go down to your local hardware store and go through the rubber plugs and find one that meets the jar that you have. And then having whatever that'll cost you probably like $20. The male or the female slide, the rubber plug in a jar probably cost you $20.
I probably have the slide.
Whatever the bong bowl that you pick out costs you. Those are usually like $25 to $50, depending on how fancy you want to get. That's $70. And then on the top end, right? If you get a $25 bowl, then you're at $45. And then you find a local glass blower, and for them to match the heat gun tip, he'll probably charge you $40. And then a heat gun, depending on what you buy, you can find a decent heat gun that'll work online probably for $40, $50, $60. If you got a Milwaukee, it'll be close to $200, but that's the top. You know what I mean? So it's just, how much money do you want to spend on it? You could get out of it for as little as
it's always good to have a good heat gun anyways.
Oh, for sure. No,
Yeah.
100%. That's why I said if you wanted to go on the top end and spend, and get a Milwaukee, then that's up to you. But you could, on the cheapest end, probably have a killer fucking rig for $90, $100.
That's cool.
Yeah. On the top end, if you spent, and got a really fancy bowl and like a Milwaukee heat gun, you're talking like probably $260. If you got the fanciest of everything.
Anyway, but you don't need it, so yeah.
But you don't need all that shit, right? You just all you need is the $90 version. That shit is literally work perfect. It'll work perfect.
Yeah, as long as it's that temperature.
Yeah, I have a couple of bowls like that. I never ever put up pictures and things like that on here, though, and unfortunately. So, but maybe I'll email you one if you get serious. You want to build a rig.
Yeah.
For you, I would email you a couple pictures of my rig so you could have like a really good idea, and I'll even send you pictures of the bowl and stuff so you can see what I mean by matching. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I understand what you're saying, but yeah, if you could send me.
Well, yeah, I know you under. That's what I'm saying. That it always helps to see. You know what I mean? So if you're serious about wanting to build your own rig, then I will do that for you. I'll send you. I just don't want to put them on.
I do, because I like the idea that you get that extra that vape.
Yeah, revape is great.
Yeah,
it's nice to have. If you run out, bro, that stuff will literally fucking hit another 2 or 3 times if you get in a jam. You know what I mean? Right. But just hitting it again is nice because you turn a quarter into a half.
Yeah, and it's so much better that way.
It's still fresh. It's still nice and fresh. Yeah, as long as you keep that nice temperature, like I said, because some people will be like, no, man, you got to have that at like 190 to 210. And I go, fuck you. I don't want to taste an oven.
Yeah, that's burnt.
Right. And you have to remember, like, that's, a vape, for it to truly vaporize the THC, that happens at like 130 on the low end. Like it really starts to kick around 150, 160. So that's why I say like on the top end, like 170, if you really want it to cook and you want to get big, gnarly fucking hits the first time. But when you start going above that, it's just overkill. It just is, bro. 210, right? King Dom agrees with me. Like that's the temperature that some people will say, like 190, 210. But bro, it tastes like an oven. And when you get the fucking vape out of that shit, it's super fucking dark and it's really brittle and it doesn't hit awesome again. Like you'll get a decent hit out of it a second time, but then it's dead when you bake it like that. But if you do it like even King Dom said, like 130, 150, and I agree, like I would stick around 150 for myself. Depend if it's like a really dank bud that's got like a little more moisture to it, that's when I'll push it up to like 160, 170. If it needs a little extra heat to dry, you know what I mean? If it's like an extra dank bud, like real spongy, maybe I'll push it up in that case. But yeah, 150, bro, it's gonna come out. You're gonna get an amazing hit. It's gonna taste fantastic, and then when you tap that fucker out, it's basically gonna look just like it did when you put it in. But remember, Troc, for revape, you don't smoke it. You have to use your vapor. You have to use your rig to revape. If you smoke it, it will taste like fucking rope, and it will be harsh. Right? Because remember, when you vape, it's taking the THC content while leaving all of that fiber behind. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So when you do that first vape and you hit it pretty fucking hard, you're taking a lot of the content out. And if you try to smoke it, it's going to be a lot more fiber than you're used to. And it's going to burn. It's going to taste like ropey. It's not good. So just remember, once you vape it, only revape it using your rig. Don't try and roll it up or anything like that. That'll be terrible.
Yeah, I just like that a lot better than these stupid little vape pens that I buy from these places.
Yeah, they're nice to have. You're walking around, you need something portable, you need to take a quick hit, you don't want to be stinking like smoke, whatever the case might be. They have their applications, but yeah, it's absolutely not the same as smoking. Now, I will say this. There are, I don't know how good they are. I've never used one. I believe my friend, not my friend, actually my cousin gave me a little box that has like like vape batteries in it, a couple pens, but it also has a glass tip that you're supposed to be able to vape bud in. I've not used it. But apparently they have them. You can buy them. I've never read a review on them or anything like that, but you might be able to get like a little vape pen for little vapor swat or little bud, like flower vapor swats. That would be cool. I might have to try mine out. Yeah, the good part of vaping pure Turks for sure. Yeah.
Wait, what's this message? Don't share.
Oh, it sucks. Okay, there you go. King Dom says it's not very good. The glass tip for the pens aren't very good, he said. I just know that, like I said, my cousin gave me this box and it had it in there. I was like, what the fuck is that? And he's like, that's for flour. And I said, really? Are you sure? And he's like, yeah. I said, man, I always wish they would have something like that, but I've never seen one. I said, does it work okay? He's like, I don't know. And I've never tried it, so... Yeah, I just figured, like I said, I've had bad experiences in the past with half-assed vape rig systems, and they piss me off because I'm into like the kind of rig that I've explained to you. To me, this doesn't get any better than that. It really just doesn't get better for convenience and price and all that stuff. So I'm very skeptical of the pen ones, but I always wanted them to invent one because it would be really cool if it worked well. Oh, I'm going to fill my drink back up here in a second.
What's this message? Don't share sensitive info. Chats may be reviewed and used to train our models. Is this
what?
I don't know. It's something that Chat GPT thing. It says it on the bottom. Because I'm like, update my resume, and then it says, don't share sensitive info. So I'm like, well, what the hell?
Huh.
I wonder if I'm on the right thing because you said it was Chat GPT, right?
Yes. And it's going to be offered probably through multiple pages, man. But if you can find like an actual homepage for like an official thing, then that would be cool. But there's going to be a lot of different pages, I'm sure, that offer it as the engine for whatever they're running or for whatever they're offering. A lot of the image ones are like that too. When you'll go to different text to image and text to video sites, it'll just be like the same engines. They're like using like basically the same engines, like realistic engines and stuff like that.
Does this look right?
Right, like King Dom said, yeah, many apps you like. That's what I said. So you'll probably find different listings that say it in there.
I'm trying to present it to you so you can see. Is this the right? Does this look right to you?
What is it? Chat GPT 3.5. I'd be happy to help with that. Could you provide me with the most recent work? Yeah, I mean, it looks like you're on the right place to me. It says Chat GPT up there. You got a message. You got a prompt box. Yeah.
Down here,
look at that. You can present stuff on here.
Yeah, I was trying to tell. That's what I was trying to tell him. It's right down the bottom. It says present, and then you pick which screen. Yeah.
Oh, whoops. I accidentally kicked Trock. Sorry, man. I put the link back in there for you. I apologize.
I hit the wrong one.
Yeah, no, I didn't. When I went to the thing, I hit remove from stage on the Chat GPT box, but it was still there. So I went up and I put kick, and then it kicked you out with it.
Oh, I thought I did because I was
No, I
the
did
same thing.
It was my fault.
All right.
Yeah, I accidentally kicked you out.
I'm like, I thought I clicked it. I was like, wait, was I clicking the wrong one?
No, totally my fault.
So that is the right thing. So I'll just, I don't know, stick my resume in there, I guess.
That's cool, David. You smoke, man. Smoke the stuff you grow in the yard. There's nothing wrong with that. But you could also vape the stuff that's in your yard, and that's what I was talking about. It's just a bong. There's nothing different, David. It's like you're just controlling how big it is, right? Like any other situation. I'm just saying, make it out of glass, right? That's all I'm saying. Make it out of glass, and use a heat gun instead of a lighter. That's really the only difference. You could use anything, but you're just going to use a heat gun instead of a lighter, and you could smoke the stuff from your yard the same way. Yeah, it's nice, man. Vaping is nice. It's a lot better for you too. I should use mine more. I might have to break it out this weekend. I think that. Well, I have a good reason to. I just send pictures of it to Trough too. I'll take some pictures and email them to Trough.
The hell, I don't see a spot where I can drop it. I don't get it.
Starting to get the munchies, man. I think I'm gonna have to fucking break into some cold up eats here in a few minutes here pretty soon.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, I was lazy. I worked a little bit later than I normally do on Fridays, and I didn't feel like cooking, and I just grabbed some pie. And I got some cold up eats upstairs. But I'm gonna grab a smoke first. Go up here and grab a cigarette. Going mobile. Devil dogs. Oh, that's Trock's thing. I got you. Yeah.
Oh yeah. All right, let me see. How am I going to open this stupid thing? All right.
Yeah, make a chicken sandwich. That sounds on time. Yeah, I'm getting the munchies big time right now. So I said I'm about to fill up my drink, grab a smoke. I think I'm going to break into some pizza.
Nothing wrong with a little of beets.
Little beets. Drink first.
Let me see. Well, let me copy it. Yeah. All right. Let me see. Copy. Paste.
Needed that. All right, I can grab a smoke real quick.
Okay, so it wants me to make some changes here.
What, are you messing with that? You're gonna do your resume work now at 2 a.m?
I do things late, yeah.
You're doing that shit right now?
If I don't, I put it aside and it never gets done.
Yeah. I got you, man.
Oh wow, that was actually quick. It actually already gave me an updated version.
Oh yeah, that shit should be pretty fast.
Holy shit.
Yeah,
it's way short.
I know it's 2 a.m. with where Trock's at. That's why I say it's 2 a.m.
Yeah, it's 1:52. Yeah, almost 2. Okay.
Yeah,
So
I'm doing resume work.
Oh shit! I gotta add. Let me see here. Fuck! It won't let me.
Yeah, I just got done saving a bunch of links for. Oh yeah, no, for sure, Kingdom. Yeah, it got a. There's a lot of great applications, a lot of things that it can do for you. No doubt about it. I usually use, like I said, I do a lot of creative work, so I use AI for different stuff than that. So I predominantly use like Firefly. We have other applications that we do use, but I usually don't need like entire, like if we do have a couple other applications that I'll use, but that's only when I'm creating like entire test landscape. I'm trying to think of the best way to put it. Like test images for like landscapes. Otherwise, when I'm working real quick and I'm using Firefly, it's for elements, expansions and stuff like that, upscales. And I just do that kind of stuff real quick. And I'll go, like I say, if I need to create certain elements or take certain elements away, do fills and shit like that. Even like rotoscoping or stuff, stuff like that. There's versions of that for video as well. So I'll use those things, but even the I use like text to image a lot too. Like for like when I make these thumbnails for on here, for when I'm like screwing around doing concepts, I'll use some of that too. But I just got done bookmarking a bunch of things that I want to try out, and that I was planning on sending over to somebody else that's working on getting better at prompt work. And they want to do, like I was telling Trock, you can, use things to do research, have it find pictures, put them together for you, create videos for you. You can basically have the voiceover done and everything. AI will do it all for you. So you can basically have it. If you use a couple of the right tools, you can basically have AI create like whole videos for you for YouTube, or make shorts for you or whatever on like any subject you want. It'll do the research. It'll put a script together for you. You can use it for the voiceover, grab the audio file, dump it in, have it find pictures, grab the pictures, dump them in, tell it, put small animations on it, make it this size, boom, 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 give me an MP4. Probably take you a half an hour.
Hold on, I'm going to ask it something.
That's cool. You're planting on Sunday? That's cool. Yeah, you're going from clones? That's cool. Right on. Grape Rockstar, huh? I like grape strains. True, real grape strains are nice. They're like a connoisseur strain, not huge yields, but maybe with the Rockstar. I don't know much about that one. But I know the grape is more of like a smaller to moderate yield, but absolutely amazing on its own. So hopefully that turns out fantastic for you. I've never heard of snowblower, but it sounds interesting. Yeah, I've heard of Sensi Star. Purple Punch, that was what, or no, Purple Sticky Punch. That's what, fuck.
Yeah, I've heard
Pauly
of that.
Shore, he calls it, what's the name of that movie? Biodome.
Yeah.
When they're inside the biodome, and he's Pauly Shore's like he has a pot plant growing in the middle of all the gardens and stuff in there, and he's spraying it, and he's like, "What's your name?" Purple Sticky Punch.
Right. All right, so let me see. I don't have words here, so I'm gonna
I love that movie. Biodome was fucking hilarious.
It was. I thought it was pretty interesting.
Super funny. Super funny. Yeah, that was a great one.
What was the one where he was down the farm? He met his.
Oh, the Pauly Shore film. Yeah, that's Oh God, what is the name of that movie? It's a fantastic movie. Green Acres is the place to be.
Yeah.
Right? And he's in the pickup truck.
Yeah.
Hell Hang on. I'm going to look it up. I'm totally brain dead right now, bro. Hang on.
Wait, license agreement. Just to use words?
Son-in-law. Yeah, that one was called Son-in-Law. Yeah, Son-in-Law was amazing. Encino Man was also amazing. Biodome was fucking killer. Yeah, those were his best movies, I think. I think those were his 3 best movies. Encino Man, Son-in-Law, and Biodome. I mean, Encino Man's just classic.
Yeah. What the hell's going on here? Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I'm thinking out loud here. I'm just trying to. Oh, I fucking went too far. Okay.
I can hear you over there talking to yourself, doing this fucking resume.
Yeah, it's all right. I'm done now. Just.
It's all right. You do what you got to do, man. I hope it turns out well for you. I'm just sitting here smoking a cigarette, getting ready to go in there and eat some pizza anyway. No big deal.
Product activation fail. Oh, they want me to pay for it. That's why. For Word. Stupid bastards. What happened to my LibreOffice? Oh, that was my other laptop. Son of a bitch. How about Notebook?
What is it? Rookie of the Year? I'm not sure which one is that? Let me look that up so I can see the picture of it. Hang on.
It's talking about me.
I'm not familiar with that one right off the bat. It sounds vaguely familiar, though. Hang on. Let me see about this. Yeah, I think I saw that a million years ago. Yeah, it came out in 93. Oh, yeah, I recognize that actor. Yeah, I think I've seen this once before, like a million years ago. That's why it sounded familiar. Gotcha.
Green Acres. I wonder if where's my email? Multitasking over here, Frankie the Baker. Let me see here. There we go.
David James says, "When are you doing your next show?"
Oh God! Actually, I had a little issue yesterday. I got strike after the live I did. I made some crazy, freaking stupid short, and I got my second strike. It was like a copyright strike, so that I'm punished
for what? Music?
Yeah, well, some of the footage was a little racy for YouTube, I guess. So it's they don't. There's no freedom of speech with YouTube. It's like fucking. I was just trying to make a video. It was good. I had Jimi Hendrix playing and everything, but they fucked it up. They took it and I deleted it, and they still strike me. Like I can't go on. I can't do any content for a week.
Well, yeah, but I don't understand what was racy about it.
It had something to do with Palestine and shit.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah, a couple crazy guys with RPGs blowing up tanks and shit. They didn't like it. It went good with the Jimi Hendrix, but they didn't like it. I don't know.
I got you.
I don't know. I do crazy shit sometimes. I was bored. It was like 2:30 in the morning.
Well, like you said, they're really weird, man, about the stuff they choose to enforce for people.
Yeah.
And
I've done it before and got away with it.
That was obviously some like fucking algorithm computer.
It was definitely, because I've done it 4 or 5 times before. And nothing
you wonder
was
how
said.
some of these people do insane stuff on here and get away with it, and then then your stuff gets a strike. It's crazy, man.
They must use AI.
People get away with absolute insanity on here all the time.
Yeah.
Doxing people and fucking
yeah.
fighting and everything else.
Yeah, but
slander.
all kinds of shit. Yeah.
Yeah. Violence and threatening. It's nuts.
I don't know who runs YouTube, but it certainly isn't the people. Certainly isn't we the people.
No. I'm gonna kick back here with eat some pizza while you're messing with that fucking resume.
Have some pizza, will you? What the hell are you waiting for?
That's what I'm doing.
Well, I'm gonna put the oven on broil and leave it in there
I'm eating it cold.
2 minutes. It'll make it crispy.
No, I'm good. I'll eat it cold. Shit falling all over the place.
Yeah, so I can't freaking do it, and it just so happens it's a holiday weekend, right? So there's going to be plenty of footage I'm going to get, like stuff I could use, and now I can't because I can't put any content out. I can't even do a video of me walking.
Why? How long? What, they put you on a block list or something for a while?
For a week. It's like a punishment.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. And then the next time it's like 90 days or something. It said. Because I keep doing the same stuff. They don't like it. And
That's bullshit.
Yeah.
That's bullshit, dude.
It's weird because they left me alone for a long time. I was able to do stuff I wanted. And then all of a sudden, boom, I'm like right back in the algorithm or something where they pick me up. They're watching my work.
Yeah, that's bullshit, though. Block you off of here for a week. Threaten to do it for months and stuff. That's crazy, bro.
I'd like to build a
People
vaporizer.
get away with it from here.
I'm going to ask AI. I want to build a vaporizer for my cat. So he can just wear it on his head and just vape all the time. And then I'll have AI like design some kind of
ask it, give it a shot.
Yeah, like design a voice box for my cat so I can understand what the hell he's saying. Oh shit!
Well, they've been using it for whales and dolphins.
Oh, that's gonna be real interesting.
Mm-hmm. I was telling MRE they're
holy shit.
They already discovered that dolphins have their own language, whales have their own language.
Well, yeah,
but they've developed another language between them so that they can communicate.
Wow!
So they've already discovered this like in between dolphin whale slang that they use in the oceans to communicate with each other, which is pretty cool.
I wanted to tell you. Remember, you were talking about the stem cell research stuff. So I want to say it was probably 7-8 years ago, might have been longer, where they had like a cure for like hair loss. They could make your hair grow back by using stem cells, and they were practicing it on mice, right?
It's not. I disagree, Kingdom. I think stem cell research needs to be advanced and it needs to be available for everybody.
They actually had it working where you could grow hair, but at that point it was just growing white hair.
Well,
so they didn't perfect
right. Well, I mean, right. You understand like how.
Well, who cares? It's hair. You could color it.
You understand how the stem cells work. I mean, they're like blank slate, and wherever you put them, they become that type of cell and they regrow.
Yeah, it creates life, a form of life.
It's not all from straight up aborted fetuses, dude. That's not true. That is 100% untrue, Kingdom. I'm sorry. You can also get them from umbilical cords and from ones that are lost and stuff. And yes, you might as well use them. And if people are going to get rid of them anyway, then you should use them. It doesn't mean you went after them. But they all are also taken straight from umbilical cords and other stuff. And it's not true. It's not true. I realize that that's a talking point and things that people say, but it's not true. But either way, they're blank slate cells, and they can absolutely fix many, many, many things in the human body.
Right.
Even if that was true, Kingdom, I would have no problem with it, unless they held people down and fucking made them do it. No problem with that whatsoever.
Right. Okay, so now I'm going to email.
Yeah, it truly is amazing.
What, the pizza? Good.
Both.
Yeah.
The pizza is actually not bad.
Two. All right, so I'm going to send it to
Wow.
myself. I figured out.
I was
if
super hungry and had the munchies like mad, so
yeah,
just about anything will work right now.
How's this going to work? It's not going to be a PDF, but at least it'll be something where I could, and then I could send it. Okay, I got this worked out. So what I'll do is I'll send it. You're not really supposed to, but I'll send it to my work email, and then I'll put it in like in a Word document, and then switch it to PDF, and then I'll have a PDF version of my new resume.
Awesome.
Boom. Yep.
Good stuff, man.
Well, because I don't have Word or any kind of setup like that on this laptop here, so.
Well, Open Office, can you use that?
No, they wanted me to subscribe.
Open Office wants you to subscribe? I thought Open Office was free.
Not Open Office, but like, I just didn't want to. I just figured this would be quicker if I just put it in like send it as a message.
I'm just saying, like Open Office, they should have all that kind of stuff, like versions of Word and Excel and all that stuff that are free. There's also a hang on one second.
I used to use remember LibreOffice? There was like a cheap free version that we got from, I think it was.
Yeah, I think that was something King Dom mentioned earlier was Libra. And Microsoft will definitely try to get paid for sure. Hang on, let me see here. I had a link for somewhere buried in my phone if I can find it. Hang on one second.
But don't sweat it, because I figured it out. I improvised. Don't even sweat it. I got it already done. And I'll just bing.
Excuse me.
I'll bing it. I'll send it to my other email, and then take care of what I got to do, and then I'll just delete it all and fuck security. I don't care. I'm leaving that company anyways. I do it all the time. They're like, oh, the security picks it up. They're like, oh,
Bing is the one that has the free Chat GPT stuff in it too. I know Bing was the one I was thinking.
Yeah, it does. Yeah,
they're the platform that's using them. Let's see. Hang on. Let me see.
So I'm gonna look at this now. Wow, it like literally cut it in it made it like one page. That is awesome.
Good stuff.
Yeah, and it's all like you said, it's the important stuff.
Yeah, keywords and things like that. Very important. Yeah.
It's like, okay, you don't need all these jobs on here. Just use the three recent. I have like going back to 2013. On my original resume. Yeah, and it kept the one from Tiffany and Company. That's good. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I was trying to find this link for you that had a workaround.
I don't go crazy.
Because the Microsoft site does have like app versions that you can basically use for free. And I'm trying to find a link to it, but it's like buried, so I don't remember where I put it.
Well, I'm just wait. Do you even have to think AI? That's crazy. I'm gonna train myself to use AI for everything. I'm gonna have it drive my car. Or fix my car. Like, oh, why is my car doing this?
Oh, here we go. Okay, I found it. Hang on one second. I'm going to put a link in. Well, no, I can't do that. Hold on.
Yeah. Well, because the problem is I have like Word versions and
hold on.
PDFs.
I have a link for you. Hang on. It's going to show you how to do this. I'm going to email it to my email. Yeah. I'm going to email it to you in just a minute, okay?
Yeah, send me the damn vape thing, man.
Yeah, hang on. Hopefully it doesn't fucking sign in again. Let's see.
Yeah, because they're benching me. At least that's the term they used. They're gonna bench me soon. I got like a month left, and I'm like, and the funny thing is, isn't it so funny? Because I had already planned on looking for more money in a better place like months before this. That's why I quit smoking. Yeah, they're like, oh, blah blah blah. I was like, yep, and they're like, oh, we're looking for a new spot, another client, and I'm like, yeah, I want to tell them where to go, So I'm trying to find a gig before that, so I can tell them.
Oh, why did I do that? That was fucking stupid. Hang on.
Tell them to kick buckets. Fucking Indians.
Where is Trock? There it is, Trock. Okay.
Leaf site. All right.
Yeah, hang on. I'm going to mail this to you in just a second. I'm pulling it up now.
The Skull Brothers show. That's awesome. Who thought of that? Did you guys just put that together?
I just made that earlier.
Yeah. No, I've seen it before, though.
What?
It's something new that you and MRE are doing, right?
Oh, the name? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. That was something that just came up when we were doing a show one time.
Yeah. Oh, Theme Dude loves your friggin' song, by the way. He's constantly playing your songs. He fucking loves it. It's awesome.
Oh, that's funny.
I'll be watching him in the afternoon. I'll be at work. And he just had a grandchild born. So, I was watching the other day, and he started his show off with your song, and he fucking loves it.
That's funny. Well, good. I'm glad.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
This fucking thing is pissing me off.
He's only got to work. I can't wait till I'm at that point. I mean, I'm not in a union or anything, but he's only got to work like 500 hours left, and then he can retire. That's fucking awesome. That's awesome. That
good
right
for him.
there. Yeah, that's a tough life, working as like a laborers union, doing construction.
Oh, for sure. Forget about it. Yeah, that's tough stuff, man.
Yeah, you can tell. It takes a toll.
Oh, for 30, 40 years.
Yeah, it's not like it's an easy, like there's a lot of people out there that got like union jobs where they're just like, oh, I got this spot.
Yeah, no, he's doing hard manual labor.
Yeah, he's been doing it for a long time,
Yep. Well, I'm glad he's finally going to be able to be done with that and take some time off and kick back and be grandpa.
And he's in great health. That's the thing. I'd rather see people that are getting ready to retire be in better health than anything. Than to be like already on your way out and then you're gonna retire and like with the frig. You better like my mother when they retired, her and my stepfather, forget it. The first couple months, okay, they were still doing things, but then they just kind of got lazy, and then their health completely.
All right, I just sent you that. I just emailed you that link.
All right, I'm drinking.
You'll see. It's about basically like how to use the Microsoft apps on their site for free.
Well, I already do, but it was on my other laptop.
Okay, this is going to show you how to do it on the one you're on now. Then I probably said, yeah, just pull that up. But I just emailed you, and you can check it out.
Let me see. Bobby Boombats.
Yeah, Opera browser. I've seen that. That was a long time ago. And yeah, you could crack it or whatever. But
I see.
But this stuff's free too. I just sent him a link to. Hopefully, it'll work out.
Now, can you hear that? I just muted it. Are you hearing that too while I'm watching the video? Oh, okay. So I can.
I mean, hopefully it works. It was something I saw. I bookmarked in case this kind of conversation came up and somebody needed it.
Yeah. No, that's cool. Okay. I'm going to do that after. Yeah, that's I think that's basically what I did. Right. It doesn't have as many features up on the top.
Now bookmark that guy's channel. He has all kinds of cool videos for different like websites and AI applications and all kinds of tips and tricks and things.
How
So
that?
definitely check out his shorts and his videos.
Yeah, but how the fuck? Let me see. Not mute it, but I'll shut the sound off so I can see where the hell. Watch later. I don't see bookmark.
No star up on the top of your browser, or a bookmark plus or anything like that. Bookmark bar.
Hold on. Yep, there it is.
There you go.
I had it to. I had it in full screen. Yeah.
Oh, I got you. The tab was hidden. Yeah.
Yeah. Isn't that crazy? Fucking, I hate that shit. All right. Now, I freaking love having this new, fresh computer with like all this room on it, so everything's quick. It's not freezing up.
Yeah, it's good.
I can use my keyboard now. Dude, you don't know what kind of torture that was. For 2 years, I've been typing with the screen keyboard with my mouse. But
what?
Yes, it's been almost 2 years.
Why? The keyboards are fucking $10.
It's not the key. It wasn't that. What happened was when they first started getting ready to switch over to Windows 11, it updated my computer one time when I wasn't home.
Okay.
It took certain drivers off the computer, right? And then realized, oh, your computer's not compatible for Windows 11, and just left it the way it was. Well, no matter how I tried to update the drivers, nothing worked. I went to Lenovo. I tried every little thing.
You couldn't replace the drivers for your keyboard?
Something so simple as to replace the drivers for the keyboard. I got the mouse working again, but the keyboard, for whatever reason, I cannot fix it. And the thing is, the laptop's so old.
So there was no Bluetooth option, no wireless option, no USB.
No. It worked for every other, for my other laptops, but for the Lenovo, for my old Lenovo,
yeah,
the keyboard and mouse pad on the laptop wouldn't work. And when I connected to the dock, I could get the wireless mouse to work, but the keyboard would not work.
That sucks, man. That's insane.
Even tried wired keyboard. It was almost 2 years, and I complained to Microsoft. I mean, to Windows. I was like, you motherfuckers, you took my drivers, you never put it back. You don't even know hours I've spent. There was
no way to do like a complete install or reinstall.
You would think that you could do a GP update, force. You go into device manager, update the drivers, and then just restart your computer, and it would fix.
At the worst, you could probably just wipe it and like do a complete reinstall.
Okay, I could have done that, right? Could have. That's the one thing I could have done, and it would have fixed it. Okay. But I didn't. I did not. I have so much stuff on there, and my portable hard drive and everything is so full.
That onto a freaking.
I couldn't back it. I just didn't. I didn't want to do it. I didn't want to do it.
Why couldn't you put it onto a drive?
I didn't want it back. I don't have an extra. I don't have any more room. Like my portable hard drive is completely full, and it's like.
Well, then you get another one. You get one that's like a terabyte for like $20, $30.
I know. I was being too cheap because it was just.
I'm just saying, bro. I would go insane typing on the screen.
I compare it to like. Okay, you know how guys have body shops? They have their own body shops or garage, but they don't work on their own cars. Right?
Yeah.
They put it aside. That's how I am with my freaking computer. Like I don't care.
I feel you go insane and just.
It drove me nuts for almost 2
Get a
years.
drive and back it up and reinstall. Yeah,
I mean, could you imagine being in someone's chat trying to conversate with someone,
No.
trying to back up MRE, and I can't
No.
type fast enough, one letter at a time? I was driving me nuts. So most of the time I would have to go on my phone, and I could type quicker.
Yeah.
But my fingers are too fucking fat on the stupid phone. And then you try to do you can't forget it. If you're from Rhode Island, you can't do from speech to text. You can't.
Yeah.
You got an Italian accent or whatever. It sounds like you're from Brooklyn or whatever, and it doesn't understand you. Even forget it. So yeah,
no, that's
a lot of times I was using my work computer. I'd hook it up at home. I'm not supposed to, but log in and then delete it and then log off and everything. It's just a nightmare. Stuff I didn't want to do, but whatever. They never fucking picked up on it.
Yeah, 2 years is a long time. That's a long time, buddy.
Oh yeah, I even had I've had people try to help me. Like they swore it was going to be a simple fix. I'm like, no, it ain't. I've been trying for a year. It's not going to be easy. Trust me, I've been trying. You would think it is. You would think you just restart your computer and all the drivers would be back. No, what they did was they removed it completely. I don't know how. Usually it would store it somewhere.
Well, no, because you tried to update to the newest Windows and it wiped, and then tried to install. And when it tried to install, it left all kinds of stuff out. Right, like you said, it just stopped.
And it couldn't find it. It couldn't find it anywhere on the.
Good night,
computer.
David James.
Good night, David. Yeah, it was fucked. The only way to do it was to re-image the computer.
That's wild.
But I didn't want to. I was being an idiot, and I still won't.
I can't believe you did that for 2 years, man.
Well, I didn't want to take a lot of it was I didn't want to take a risk. I have a lot of stuff on that computer where I was documenting my ex-wife and all her stupidity.
Yeah,
and I just didn't want to take a risk of backing it up and losing stuff somehow, some way, because I've done it before, and when some things go missing, like what the fuck, or like it just happens. Like say you have like a bookmark or something, and then you put it on a new computer, you export it and this and that, and then you go it won't log in.
No, you're right about that. With bookmarks in the past, with some things, I did take the precaution to just copy the links and just put them in an email.
Yep.
Yeah, and then when I got the new one, I made sure if anything didn't cross over that I still had those 100%. Yeah, I did that when I was in college too, because I had a lot of really important things, and I was switching to a MacBook.
Oh yeah,
for school, and I had a just all kinds of stuff bookmarked, and I just saved them all in an email.
Oh man, I wish I still had that friggin' MacBook Pro I had. I got rid of it during the pandemic. I had a couple of them. I got a friggin' setup one time from an old job I had, where the guy that used to do the company's website and stuff, he would do all kinds of promotional stuff. He was like the graphic artist for the company or whatever. He had all Apple products, and he had this it wasn't a computer, but it was basically like a box with a really good video card in it and stuff, and it all connected to his MacBook Pro.
Okay.
And the guy left the company, and he bought it all with the company's card or whatever, but nobody knew about the stuff, and the lady didn't know what the hell it was.
He built like a $6,000
computer. And I took it home. I was like, fuck it. When I left, I took all that shit home because they wanted to throw it out. I'm like, no, I'm not throwing this shit out. Hell no.
I saw the same thing happen with one of the media companies. One of the contractors, man, they gave him, I guess, $6,000 or $7,000 PC for animation.
That's what I'm talking about. I got rid of it. I should have never sold that shit because I could have used it.
He fucking kept that thing, man. He fucking kept it.
Oh yeah, a lot of them would, but I don't know why this guy didn't take half his shit. I had like 3 MacBooks. So one of them I had to get back because it had like an asset tag on it, right? So I was like, okay, this stuff's in the books, but this other stuff, man, it was just sitting on the desk for like 3 months, and I went down there. I just go down there like no one's around, and I asked the manager in that department. I'm like, I'm going to clean this area out over here. Take this hardware back. You want any of this stuff? Well, I'll just take all these CDs and stuff, but no, the rest you could just dispose of. All right, perfect. It's set in my closet.
Man, this guy, when he took this PC, this was you remember when you bought software, you owned it back in the day, like even like Photoshop, Adobe, Pro Tools, whatever it was, Maya, whatever it was, Red Giant stuff, applications like Waves and things like that. Anything that you bought, you owned. Well, now it's all subscription service, right?
Exactly.
Well, but if you bought that stuff back in the day, it'll just work basically forever. You don't have to worry about this. Well, on that PC was a tremendous amount of bought software. It wasn't subscription. So that dude literally, like, he got all kinds of stuff, bro. He got Maya, he got like After Effects, like the full Adobe suites. He got all the Wave stuff, all kinds of audio. I mean, he just made out like a bandit, bro.
That's
so
like
wasn't
engineers.
even just like the $6,000, $7,000 computer. He skated with like $10,000 in software, easy.
Oh yeah, I've gotten stuff like that and taken it right on a flash drive. When I was working over there at the other place where they were making like the engineers, they had like special like software like AutoCAD, but like Rhino and all this different stuff.
Yeah,
I got all kinds of stuff like that. But like,
well, I have all that software for. I have an older MacBook that has all that purchase software on it, and I mean, I've said before, if I added it all up,
thousands,
like all the full waves packs that are on there, the Pro Tools, Ableton, After Effects, like the full Adobe suites, and then all the Red Giant stuff that's on there. I mean, you're talking $15,000-$20,000 in software, easily.
Yeah. Yep, definitely. Yep. Yeah, I love it. Even some of the software I got for those robots that they were buying. They were, like when I was working at a Tiffany company, they were buying all these robots. And the Indian guys were like programming them with the software.
Yeah.
To just like, well, take a piece of jewelry out of the mold.
Yeah.
And then you have to teach the arm to do all these things. And then they wouldn't have to hire people. The robot would do the work. Right. So they were like just at the beginning of that process. So I was like installing all this awesome software and I was like pocketing this shit. I loved it. I'll use it someday.
Yeah, what's up, chilling? Yeah, we're just sitting here hanging out.
Just chilling, you crazy bastard. He wouldn't come out last night. Couldn't get him to come out.
I'm having a little pizza. Truck just got done doing some of his first AI experience. We're just hanging out, shooting the shit, man. I hope you're having a good night.
Another thing is, I want to get more familiar with it because this is all they're talking about.
No, it's important. I told you that before. It's very, very important, especially in your line.
And they've been talking about it for months now. I mean, they're signing us up for all these courses and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like getting like what the fuck? I'm like, more stuff I got.
Man, be excited about it.
Right. So if they're gonna pay for it, I'll take the courses and stuff.
For sure, 100%. I would jump at that if somebody was going to pay for me to be certified in something or take some classes for that. That'd be great. I've had to figure out all the nuances of prompts and stuff like that on my own, and because I work with it in a creative way and like making layers and certain elements and things like that. It is very nuanced in the way that I have to do that and which layer I'm on when I give a prompt or what kind of prompt I give when I'm in certain places in the process. And you're careful about the language you use. If it doesn't give you what you want, you have to think of a way to say the same thing, but in a different way. You know what I mean? You have to just kind of like,
that's really good to have for that.
So the AI fully understands, and, right, exactly, King Dom. You've heard me say that probably several times now when people talk about AI. Like when you work with, and that's a good example, right? So like what he just said, it's the language model, right? So if you wanted to do
it's
text
gonna
to
help.
image. Well, right now I'm just going to give you a good example. So if you do text to image or you do text to video, in either case, you ask AI to make you a picture. It'll make you a picture that's amazing. It's fucking amazing, bro. And it'll blow your mind how wonderful it looked. But here's the problem. If in that picture you ask it to write a word or spell something or put a sign up,
it gets it's like there's like
AI
a block
goes full. AI goes full Emmy.
Yeah, exactly. Crayon.
Things become super misspelled. Half of it's like Russian alphabet. There might be numbers in there. There might be a spider where the Y goes. It's totally ubots. There's certain things that those models just do not do very well yet. Now, there are some, and that's using like Firefly and stuff, and like the most up-to-date versions of it too. So that's no slouch. There are some super advanced models you can pay for that do a little bit better, but it's still full-blown retardation when you get it to try and like put words and text and any kind of grammar or copy into your images with prompts and stuff. It just gets crazy.
Yeah, it's weird. I don't know why, but I get like intimidated by this stuff sometimes because I'm more of like a hands-on, like I rather sit down and build a computer, right? But then rather than get into like the coding and the patching, but I do want to do it. So it's time to
yeah, well, that's going to help you do that for sure.
Yeah,
it's definitely going to help you. Even that Chat GPT will write code for you, the one you already used.
Could you imagine?
No, I know it does. It does it, bro.
Freaking awesome.
And you can have them tweak it because, like, even in hang on a second.
Just screwing this thing.
Eat my pizza. Even in when I work with After Effects, they have what's called expressions. You might want to automate something. This is the easiest way to explain it. If I'm like making something, I've got a bunch of layers, and I want to tell After Effects, like, I just want this picture to rotate, right? That's the easiest way to put it. Like, if I wanted it to do something, a certain picture to do something specific, but I didn't want to take the time to animate it myself, I could use what's called an expression. But really what it is it's just a piece of code. Yeah. Well, if I can't find that code, that expression anywhere on any one of these free sites on the interwebs that has lists of them like anything else, and I don't know it, I can just literally ask fucking AI, hey, I need an After Effects expression for this to do exactly this, and it'll kick one out. Usually you got to do it 3 or 4 times, maybe highlight a piece of it and say, this is the part that's not working. But it'll write it for you, and it literally blows my mind, bro.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Yep. It's very helpful.
You're killing the beats. There's not gonna be nothing left. Not gonna be nothing left.
No, I've been
taking more.
I have two pretty good sized pieces here. I'm basically done.
I haven't been able to have any of that stuff.
Yeah,
although I did have I went to the little one wanted friggin' Burger King tonight, and I was like, fuck, you know what? I'm not gonna. I had salad for lunch. I didn't have breakfast. I'm like, fuck it. But then, but she's like, oh, I want to get a vanilla shake. Well, guess what? I don't know what they did. It was like they put ice cream in a cup. In mine, I ordered like a small chocolate shake. It was, I don't even know what it was. There was chocolate syrup in there.
Yeah, what?
They put chocolate syrup. I'm like, what the fuck is this?
So they didn't make you milkshakes.
I literally, yeah.
Soft serve in a cup.
And then put chocolate, for the chocolate one, they put like chocolate syrup all in there.
That's weird, man.
And it was gross. And I'm like, what the fuck? I spent $30 at this friggin' place for
Oh
like.
my god, I know it's crazy, bro. I know it'll drive you mad.
I'm like, what the frig? And like, this is just.
I told you. Did I tell you about when the last time I went to KFC for the fam? Did I tell you about that?
Oh, I don't even want to know how much that was,
bro. I had a fucking heart attack.
Yeah, I would have.
In the drive-thru. I had a heart attack. I ordered what was it? An 8-piece bucket. It came with a couple of sides and some biscuits, and I got some drinks, and I got an extra mashed potato and gravy. It was $70.
Yeah, I was assuming that because, 2 years ago it would have been like $40 or $50, and now it's
$70 fucking dollars for 8 pieces of chicken and some mashed potatoes and gravy and mac and cheese, bro. I was like, what the fuck is happening? $70. I almost left. It's like,
I know. And it's not like we don't have it. It's not like we don't have it. But do we want to keep spending it like
back.
that?
No, I'm not going back. I already said it. I already swore it off. I'm not going back to KFC, bro, until they get their shit together. That is unreasonable. The rent is too damn high.
Yeah, and I don't even know why I don't know. I'm really trying to get her to stop eating this garbage because we never ate that shit.
That's why I was like, hey, I get it. It's nice to do, especially on a Friday. That's a great time. You're spending time with your daughter. You get a little hamburger action. It's American. I get it. It's nice. But
because we went to the park. We went to the park earlier, and then it got late too fast. And I'm like, you know what? All right, because she was like, I want to go to Burger King, and she just started eating instead of those stupid chicken nuggets that she's been eating for like a year. She wanted to get a cheeseburger. I'm like, all right, screw it. You know what? I think I'll get something too. What the hell? Instead of eating these damn friggin' frozen meals.
Yeah, I used to, my kids ate so many nuggets when they were little that whenever it was time to like eat different stuff and I needed to know like how hungry they were, what like size portions to give them, I would just ask them, how many chicken nuggets do you think you could eat right now?
Oh yeah, at one point I was
that's how I would gauge like how hungry they really were and like how much food I should make them. Like, how many nuggets do you think you could eat?
Right. Yeah, I know. No, totally. And she was gaining some weight, so I was like, you can't be eating this crap. This is just crap.
You definitely don't want to be eating it all the time.
I'd rather make you chicken cutlets at home in extra virgin olive oil.
For sure.
And cut them in little pieces, and here you go. Enjoy. And she loves it. She loves it. So I was doing that for a long time, but she, just so happened she wanted.
Yeah, I get it. She's a kid. She wants some Burger King, man. There's nothing wrong with that. But like you said, it's expensive. Yeah, it is expensive.
Well, not only that, I despise it. I like as a kid, we never ate that. That was like a treat. Once, maybe a month, our aunt would take us. My mother would never take us to McDonald's. Oh, we just weren't even allowed to eat that stuff.
Yeah.
She made it. She made dinner. So that's how I was taught. So I much rather cook stuff. But she's such a picky eater because my ex is horrible.
I hear you, man. And that's the way a lot of kids are anyway. Yeah.
I know. I hate it though. It drives me nuts. But so we went there, but I'm like, on freaking $30 and nothing. She wanted a plain cheeseburger. They put everything on it.
Of course they did.
Fucking banana head. The guy's calling me boss. He's calling me boss. Hey, boss. What do you want, boss? What the fuck?
Yeah, of course they did, bro.
I'm like, all right. And then the other place I won't even go anymore because 3 times in a row in 1 month, I go in there and the kids have got they're swearing left and right in front of the kids in the restaurant.
Oh, okay.
Shit, fuck, all this stuff. I'm like, oh, I got a 7-year-old daughter over here. You want to watch your mouth?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. And then like 5 minutes later, they're doing it again in the back.
This is a bunch of kids. Yeah, what are you going to do?
The manager. Not only the kids, the manager.
They're working in the fast food place. They don't give a shit.
Well, it's a big problem. Yeah, you got kids raising kids. They don't even raise them right. It's a friggin' big problem. You got no respect. They're animals. The way they talk like that. Yeah. And the funny thing is, you got another father in there with his little son. He's sitting there not even saying anything. So after I said something, then he stood up and says, "Yeah, you know, I mean, you want to?" I was like, "Look at this guy. He wasn't even going to say anything." I'm like,
Yeah,
that's another problem. That's another problem. People aren't saying anything.
Well, he jumped in. He just needed a little encouragement. You got a little backup.
Yeah. So, but I mean, that's it for McDonald's for me. I'm all set. First of all, I can't stand that food anyways. Well, I can't stand the idea of my kid eating that shit. But anyways, that was last week. And one day on the weekend, I get her something like this. She's like, I don't know. She just likes that shit. I can't stand it. But the whole thing is because she's with my ex-wife.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, of course.
You know, everything's different over there. And then every time she comes here, I got to reset her mind.
Yeah.
You know? Like, even something as simple as the crap that she watches on the TV. I'm like, nah, I ain't watching that. No,
well,
you're not watching
it's two totally different house. Yeah, I get it, man. I understand what you're saying. Well, certain things are acceptable over there that are not acceptable in your house. I totally get it.
Yeah.
Different life philosophies, man.
Yeah. Completely.
Mm-hmm. Can make things difficult for sure. I get that.
Right. So there's that. But yeah, I mean, I just that blows my mind. Like, I remember working in like Pizza Hut as a kid in high school. We didn't talk like that in the kitchen.
Oh, we did. I worked at a couple of buffets in my teens, and we were absolutely terrible. Yeah, we talked all kinds of shit. A lot of my friends sold piles of drugs out of there.
Well, I mean, yeah, all right, we did get away with a lot of shit, but we also had a manager that if they caught it and there was a busy dining room, she would have said something, you know. This manager was swearing along with them.
I'm just saying, like, we'd be out there, you know, like servicing the hot bar and stuff. We'd call people names and talk shit to people, get in arguments with people and stuff. We're just stupid.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Fucking loudmouth.
No, yeah, you're 100% right. I gotta lighten up a little. I think.
But you have every right in the world to not want to hear. You have to have your young daughter hearing all kinds of crazy profanity and shit. There's nothing wrong with your position at all. I'm just saying, you know, in a fast food joint, it kind of is what it is. And if it's a problem and it's always like that, then you're doing exactly what you have the power to do, which is not bring your money to that establishment.
Well, exactly. And that's what I got to do more of, because to me, it's not even a fast food joint anymore. Because you're paying over $30.
Yeah, you're paying fucking what used to be restaurant prices, 100%. Yeah,
right. And you're waiting way longer than 90 seconds for your freaking food.
Of course, and it's shit service, and yeah, of course.
And they don't even acknowledge that that rule that they used to have, where if it takes longer than 90 seconds, it's free. They're like, oh no, I never heard of that. Really? Because that's how your friggin' company friggin' started, buddy.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't even. They're like, what?
The only problems I have around here, like we have on one side, there's a Taco Bell on each side of town. Mm-hmm. If you go to one, it's a total shit show. No matter what day, what time, you'll get a bag full of shit. It'll be half wrong.
Oh,
some of your stuff won't be in there.
Cold.
It's just it's all around horrific. But if you go to the other one, it's the total opposite. Service.
Yeah,
it's the total. Now it's an extra 10 minutes,
right?
But it's totally worth it, man, because they always get your order right. It's always fresh. Nothing ever tastes like burnt oil or anything. You know what I mean? Like,
that's great.
But we only have one Burger King that's anywhere even close by, and that place is like, it's seedy as fuck. Even just driving up to like the drive-through, going in there, like they always have like somebody just kicked the fucking glass out yesterday of the door. Like it's always like plasticed up or boarded up. Like the place looks like it just got robbed.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fucking shady, bro. So I don't even usually mess with that.
I never go. You know something? I rather have Burger King than the McDonald's personally.
Well, I like Burger King more than I like McDonald's.
But it's like they actually act a lot better in Burger King over here than in McDonald's. It was the McDonald's I was having the issue with. But they're renovating the only Burger King close to us right now, and it's like you just walk in and it's just the cashier area, you know, and they have the drive-through, but it's like I didn't even realize it was open because like the whole place is torn apart.
Yeah.
This is just today, so I'm like, I didn't even think they were open. So I'm like, oh, I was like, there's signs that say entrance, so we went in, and but yeah, wow, what the hell happened to the shake machine? Obviously it wasn't working, and they just decided to throw vanilla ice cream in a cup.
Yeah, they always have problems with their ice cream machines in there. And nobody ever wants to clean them out. Nobody ever wants to replace them. I read a report that like they literally are just like broken all the fucking time.
Yeah, that's crazy. Because when we were kids, those freaking things were pumping out perfectly fine.
Yep, totally fine.
And back then, it was like $1, not even, if I remember correctly. It was cheap. It was cheap.
Now. Yeah, you could go through there and get a whole bag full of hamburgers for a few bucks. Come on.
Right? Like, how does that change in a matter of freaking 10
the same
years?
thing blows my mind when I go to Taco Bell and they tell me, $40 or $50. I'm like, what?
I know, and now it's 70. Like, what the freak?
Well, that was but even I'm just saying, like stuff that cost me $15, $20 at Taco Bell is like $35 now, $40. Yeah. It's like, dude, you just gave me a sack full of greasy fucking tacos, man. Like, come on.
What's that thing they make? It's like shaped like an octagon. Like, it's pretty good. It's like a giant Supreme type taco thing.
What's about the nachos, the big Nacho Bel Grande thing?
No, it's like a soft taco, but it's shaped like an octagon or something. And it's
a crunch wrap.
It's big. No, but it's a soft. It's like a toasted soft taco.
I don't know.
I haven't had it in a while, but it's pretty damn good. Well, yeah,
I know what you're talking about. I've seen it before, but I'm not sure what the name of it is.
It's like Supreme something. But anyways, that thing, it's probably like freaking $13 now.
Who knows, bro? Some of those places are experimenting with rush hour pricing, or what do they call it? Something else. But the prices on their menu change depending on the time of day and how many people are there.
Yeah.
So one of them that I read about that was in the press for doing it specifically and rolling it out first was Wendy's. So I don't go to Wendy's.
Wow, that's too bad because
I've been refusing to go to Wendy's because of that. I was like, well, fuck you too. Then I'm not going to come and like just because I'm in a line full of people pay $4 extra for no,
that's bullshit. Yeah,
no. You're feeling froggy and poor today, and you need your crack, and you want to charge me an extra $5? Nope. They're already expensive, and Wendy's was already like the more expensive option, always has been, because their food's a little bit better.
Yeah, my father said out of all of those, they're the only ones that use real beef. But
and their chicken's good quality too. They all around have good. They have good food there.
The Frosties are good,
but I'm not. That's bullshit.
Yeah, it is.
They're gonna tell you straight to your face. Well, maybe it might be more expensive.
Maybe
you might catch us when we need an extra $1. Well, no,
that's extra $20.
Yeah, just won't come there. Fuck you.
Yeah, we'll just cook at home like we were raised. I don't know why I don't do
No,
that.
I do mostly cook, but I have a couple
Yeah.
nights a week. You know, I have a couple nights a week where I'm either super busy and I'm just not going to, or there's not enough people in the house. Like there's because of certain people's schedules, I do have a couple nights a week where I'm just not going to cook a whole meal. It's just not going to happen. You know, it's like, all right, let's just go grab some sandwiches or whatever. And that's a couple times a week. But I still try and one of those couple of nights a week,
I'm the same way.
I'll go to like the family fucking pizza joint, or I'll go to there's a nice Greek place down there, not too expensive, where I can get some shawarma real quick, and it's, you know, it won't hit my pocket too bad, and it's super healthy and good, and it's killer.
Good. Yeah,
right, it's killer, right? Exactly. That I try to do that mostly, but once a week I end up at a fucking Taco Bell or an Arby's or some shit like that. The Arby's around here is suffering bad.
Really?
Yeah, because they've always been more expensive, just like a Wendy's. And but you know, Arby's is niche. You know, they've got like roast beef and like turkey and shit, right? It's not like a burger joint. So when I went through there, I ordered a whole giant fucking bag full of stuff. And I told the person I went through there, I said, hey, man, I've got a big order. And I ordered this stuff. And they were like, oh, that's not too bad. We need to sell as much as we possibly can. And I'm like, well, that's a weird thing to say. And I made it up to the window and I was like, what, do you guys have like a contest going on here or something? And he said, no. He's like, dude, this place is dead. He's like, nobody comes through here. Nobody. Like, we never get business anymore. I said, wow. So, and I know that I heard the same thing. I haven't been going for it's been about a month now. I read the stuff about that weird surge pricing is what they call it. Surge, not rush hour, surge pricing. It's been like a month since I stopped going to Wendy's, but a friend of mine was telling me that the Wendy's that's close by here has been having the same problem. Like people just aren't going there. I said, well, what do you expect?
Prices. Yeah.
Shit's too expensive, man. You know, you're gonna have to. People are going to smaller diners and mom and pop places and cooking more. It's like it's just too expensive.
Yeah, yeah.
Groceries are fucking out of control too, but that's a different story. That's a whole other story.
Wow! I mean, I can't believe it. I thought I was getting beat up at Walmart. I went to Stop and Shop last week, just for a couple things, and it was like $80. I only had like 2 bags in my hand. I'm like, what?
Let me tell you, I went. Right, how sick. I went to the same supermarket I always go to, and the ground beef, the ground hamburger per pound is usually like $6-7, right? Maybe 2 months ago, I went in there, and I'm looking at, and every one of the pounds of beef is fucking $10, $11, $11.50, $11.99. I'm going, what the fuck? Well, I look up, Troc, at the rack right above it, right? So they had all the ground beef like in the case down in the bottom. Right. But right above that, they had a shelf with like all this other packaged beef, and there's like grass-fed this and fucking, you know, no antibiotic that, and, you know, green, blah blah blah. And then I look over. It's fucking American Wagyu, a whole pound, $2 cheaper than the store-bought ground beef. I said, well, shit, I wasn't born yesterday.
Huh.
Right? But that's the madness of the world that we're dealing with, right? I told my wife, this right here is proof of how out of control this is. The store-bought hamburger is fucking $10, $11, and I can get ground American Wagyu for $9. I was like, what is happening? You know?
Yeah, and another thing that kills me is, and this has been happening for a long time now, the healthy food that you want to buy is way too much.
Well, yeah, and it's a scam. It's a fucking lie too.
Right.
Most of that stuff is not of a higher.
It's not healthy. Yeah, it's the same shit.
Yeah, you see this report that they found there's microplastics in every human testicle. Oh my god.
Yep.
I've been telling my family for years, we eat mad plastic, bro. Every time you eat candy, you eat plastic and wax. As Americans, we eat so much wax and plastic. It's fucking insane. It's literally fucking insane. And you know how I learned that? I learned that when I started making my own edibles and candy, and I started looking up recipes, and like I wanted to learn how some of these like really cool candies were made, and some of the candies that I like are made. And I started reading about it, and I'm like, whoa, what the fuck? And I'm like, wait a minute.
Yep.
No. For real? What? And I was flipping out, bro. There was wax in literally everything, bro. You buy a candy bar, literally filled with fucking wax so that it doesn't melt in the package.
Yeah. And
unbelievable amounts of plastic, bro.
And then
it's coated with it. Yeah, gummy bears, bro. Anything gummy is literally covered and fucking coated in wax. It's crazy, dude. Crazy. No, for real, Kingdom. When I read that shit, I told you I like to make my own edibles and stuff like that too, and I have all the candy molds and everything. Because that tripped me the fuck out. It tripped me out. I couldn't believe it, man. But even with the chocolate, you got to be careful, because if you just go down and you buy a, big 1 pound Hershey bar, wax all day long, wax and plastic all fucking day long. You got to be real careful about what you use for your ingredients and where you get them, or you're still going to be just drowning in wax. It's nuts.
Wow.
Yeah, it's nuts. But yeah, to your point though, with healthy food and stuff like that, things that are like you look at like cans of like assorted nuts or like cashews or something like that, forget about it, bro. They want like $15-$16 for a can of mixed nuts.
But how do you know if it's a good chocolate bar? Like he says, he uses huge bars.
Yeah, no, you just have to look at. You just have to look at the stuff that it's made out of and stuff. Make sure that there's no paraffin and any other kind of wax in there. I don't remember off the top of my head now. When I was doing it more, I remembered it. But I have a list of like a few of the chemicals that you definitely don't want. But you just check the ingredients, make sure there's definitely no paraffin. That's the first thing you want to make sure, because that stuff is not only is it really gross wax, it's also carcinogenic, like big time. It's really, 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 really bad for you. It can cause cancer.
It's in my cigarette. What the fuck? Can you imagine? It's in their food too. They're killing us both ways. This is crazy.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, dude, I hesitate to say it. That's safe. One of the worst things we consume on the regular is anything that's colored.
Right, all those dyes.
Yes. Yeah, they literally break down they cause, cancer are cells that are basically broken, right? And that's why you can't really like fix them. There's not like a cure, because the cells start to break down and they break. And on like your DNA, like molecular, it literally like break apart your DNA. That's what those dyes do. I mean, they literally break down parts of your DNA and cause your cells to break and damage your systems. They can damage your nervous system. They can cause psychological developments that are very, very negative, like as far as like mental illness and depression and
I believe
all kinds of really, 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 really bad stuff. Red is especially not only there's different a couple of them are outlawed since the 80s and 90s, but there still are some reds and yellows that are extremely carcinogen ridden or carcinogenic. I'm tired. Carcinogenic.
I know what you mean.
Yeah. I'm fucking tired.
Full of it. Well, it's 3 a.m. now.
Yeah, it's
Yep.
But either way, they're very cancerous. Number one, but they also cause the reason that they're outlawed in a lot of countries. In addition to that, is because they have like hyperstimulation, and certain people do go up from things that bring you up, but other people also go down.
Depressed. Yeah.
Right. So it has that effect on those different effects on people. So those are the main reasons they're outlawed. But yeah, that's like one of the worst things that we ingest on the daily are the colorings and everything. The juices, juices don't have to be fucking red, orange, green, blue. They can literally be clear the way that they make them.
Right.
The corn syrup that they're sweetening it with most of the time is clear. The juice is clear. They just use the coloring and the dye to make it fun and appealing to kids. It's an American thing. But yeah, and the candies, the juices, the sodas, absolutely everything that's colored.
Wow, you make me think because.
And then there's wax and plastic in fucking absolutely everything, and microplastics. That's literally in the oceans and the drinking water, and we're fucked. We're screwed as far as that goes. It's in us on a molecular level now.
All I've been drinking is those red Gatorades. I gotta stop that shit.
Yeah, red's bad for you, man. Yeah, you can't even get a red Gatorade in Europe. You can't buy it. It's outlawed. You can't have it.
Wow. Yeah, that and the energy, the what do you call that? Vitamin water. I actually prefer the vitamin water. But
that one might be a little bit better. They might pay a little more attention to health, but I would look at the ingredients and see what the coloring, what they're using, if there's any colors listed, any numbered colors, like like King Dom, he wrote in there like red number 5, yellow number 11. Like look for numbered colors and check it out.
This Gatorade's definitely got that in there. It's red. It's fucking red. Let me see. What does it say? Rosin? Oh God. Rosin red 40. Caramel color.
There you go. And you look that up and see what the side effects of that crazy shit are. I'm sure
I only get it because I've been walking and I need to replenish my electrolytes, but I'm like, well, what the fuck?
What are you gonna do? We're in America, man. I'm drinking juice right now.
I know, but cancer runs
it's a very light. It's a very light orange color. It's like a fruit punch, but it's a light orange color. What are you gonna do, man? I'm sitting here talking about it, and I'm drinking this because it's what we got.
Yeah,
it's what we've got.
Well, we got to cut it out of the diet. That's what we got to do. I mean, literally, because we're doing it to ourselves. We know it's there, but we're friggin' ingesting this stuff like it's nothing.
Yeah, that's funny. Kingdom says, vitamin water doesn't give a shit because they're owned by Coke. When I was like, I don't know, I was a teenager. I had a friend whose father owned. Well, I guess he didn't own it. It was a co-op. He started a co-op, like a health food co-op store. Mm-hmm. And I remember when the bottled water craze was kind of like taking off around that time. Like it had already been around for a little while, but it started to, all the different brands started to come out around then when I was like a late teenager, my late teens. And I don't remember. I'm just going to say Dasani, just because it's one of the brands that I know real quick. But I don't know that that's what it was. I don't remember. But
I think it was.
I remember just like it was fucking yesterday watching this dude across the room ranting about how he would never carry this water, any of this fucking bottled water bullshit. This Dasani is made by Coke and comes out of a fucking factory tap, and and he's like going on and on. It's tap water. It's fucking tap water. He's like they put it in a factory, comes out of the hose and shit. He's just going the fuck off. Yep. He's like, we will never sell this bullshit. He's like, you want water? Go to a water fountain. Pick up the hose. It's better than this shit. It was hilarious.
Oh yeah, I remember hearing that shit. They said all of it was tap water.
It is. Where the fuck else is it going to come from?
Yeah. Yeah, well, you would think like Poland Spring.
Well, they put it through a filter. Good for you. You can do that at home.
Yeah, exactly.
Most refrigerators have, like 95% of refrigerators have water filters on the fucking water that comes out of there.
Yeah,
it filters the water before it goes into the ice machine even.
Yeah, with the charcoal. Yeah.
Like, come on, man.
I don't have that anymore, though. I should buy the one that you attach to the faucet.
Yeah, there you go. Great. They're giving us a bunch of RO water and shit. Yeah, like we're gonna go like we're watering plants. Get people's alkaline all fucked up. Yeah. Screwing with people's pH, man.
I got too much algae.
Then you're drinking the tap while you're getting all the good fluoride and all the antibiotics and birth control and all the plastic. Man,
people's old Vicodins. Yeah.
Yep. All in your tap water because it doesn't get filtered. Those are things that cannot be filtered. Yeah, it's one of the contributing factors to the rising levels of estrogen in humanity, men and women. All the birth control that's made it into the fucking water supply. Yeah, for real. Yeah, it really does. Yep.
110%. Yep.
Yep.
Wow. I mean, do you think I mean, even putting a filter on even if I went and bought one of those filter things for the faucet, you would still get that shit in there.
Oh, yeah, there are some things that don't get filtered out, yes.
Yeah. Fuck.
Yeah.
Because that's all I've been putting in my friggin' Keurig is the friggin'. Wow.
Yeah, that's America, man. It's not just you. You know? Like I said, I'm sitting here drinking juice, my Keurig in there. I do the same thing. Fill it up with the water from the refrigerator.
Well, from the fridge, it's filtered, but I don't have that fridge.
Well, yeah, it's filtered, but it's still, you don't get all of it out of there, you know?
Yeah.
It'd be the same as if I put a thing on it. Now we have the, I don't think we have the filters on the main tap in the kitchen, but we do have one of those water filter.
Yeah, the what do they
like
call
a little I'm trying to think. It sits right next to the sink. We put water in there. It does its trick. We can pour from there. It's not a big deal, you know, if we wanted to. But like I said, whenever I just fill the coffee maker, though, I literally just like fill a couple of tall glasses of water out of the refrigerator thing. I pour them in there, you know, boom.
I did that all the time. Now I'm down. Now I live in the basement, and we don't have that fridge with the filter.
Yeah.
Those filters are expensive too.
Yes, they can be. Yeah, they can be. But the ones in the fridge is because they know you only need it, you know, once a year. So they figure you'll shell out the money. You can get them online for pretty cheap, though.
Well, yeah. When we moved in, he had like a box of them. So, but you know, after a couple of years, we had to stop buying them.
Yeah. King Dom said he had one he had to change every few months. It was like $40. Yeah, so I'm saying you can get them online, get them off Amazon for pretty cheap. But we just keep like a little water filter thing that's right off to the side of the sink there. If we want to fill it up, we can. Then we can fill up pitchers or whatever.
Well, you know, the kid's been drinking a lot of that Capri Sun shit. And I'm like, I don't want to keep giving her.
What is it?
Capri Sun.
Oh, Capri Sun. Well, they're not. It could be worse, but yeah, I got you. It is very sugary.
Yeah, I'm like, I'd much rather you drink the water. So she went and got this. I don't know what the hell it is, but these kids today, they know everything. It's like a little thing. You squeeze it and it pours like flavored stuff into the water.
Yeah, I've seen that. Mm-hmm.
But I'm like, what the hell?
Yeah, they have like little squirt. They have like little squirt bottles. They also have like little powder things that you can use. Yeah, I've seen those.
Yeah, I don't.
They had those when we were kids, though. They had the little cups of flavoring, like little powders and stuff you could put and make just one glass, couple glasses.
Yeah, this little thing.
Yeah, I've seen them. Yep.
And the label's off, so I don't even know what the hell's in it. Probably full of sugar.
Probably.
And she don't know how much to put in there. She's putting it to her liking. And so I'm like,
yeah, I usually try to keep. I mean, we did Capri Suns for sure. They're very convenient, especially for like lunches and things. But I also tried to always keep like for every like box of Capri Suns I would buy like a box of like the country lemonade juice boxes too, and also like he's like apple juice. But so I mean, I would get the Capri Suns, but I would also make sure that like we had like some lemonade and like some actual juice. But I never like totally tripped on the Capri Suns or whatever. I just made sure that they had the flavors that they like. Now they did have one. I'm trying to remember the name of this. Was a fucking so long ago. They have a specific brand that does have more water and they don't use any dye. And I'm pretty sure that just about I think Capri Sun as a whole now doesn't use coloring in any of their juices, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, and they say no sugar now or something.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, I'm pretty sure they did away with coloring too. Like all of their juice and Capri Suns is now clear at least, so that's good. But they have another one that's a higher water content. It's supposed to be a little bit better. I think it's called like Roaring Waters or something like that.
Yep.
And they have a few. It's not like they don't have like all of the flavors, but they have a few of them, like cherry and tropical punch and a couple other ones. I remember I would buy those.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, they don't use color anymore. That's what I thought. Yeah, even when I was getting them on the regular, I remembered them being clear. Because I would just pour. I wouldn't. If I wanted to have one, I would never drink it out of the pouch. I'd always cut the corner off, pour it in a cup, and add some water because it's too sweet for me.
That's so funny. That's what I would do.
Yeah,
I don't
it's just too sweet
I don't
for
even
me,
like
bro.
the taste of it. Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of those juices are too sweet for me. I'll just add a little water to it, cut it a little bit.
You see what he said? They're full of carcinogens. You could literally taste the freaking carcinogens in it. Like I don't like it. I don't know.
Yeah, just like I said, if anything like corn syrup's really bad, that's in a lot of stuff for sweeteners, and that could be something that they use for their juices too. I really don't know. It's entirely possible. That stuff is not good for you though at all.
Nope. None of it's good, and that's all we consume. Could you imagine?
Yeah. All right. I think I'm gonna smoke another bowl and call it a night, man. It's getting to be about that time.
Oh, it's been past that time.
Yeah. Well, it's all right. We hung in there. We've been chatting. I had some pizza.
Yeah.
You got your resume taken care of. We've been shooting.
Hey, today I learned
We're not fucking doing anything else. Might as well be live while we do it.
Yeah.
All right, King Dom. You have a good night. We'll talk to you soon.
Good night, man. Yeah, I learned today this chair I got, it's got this whole other latch here you pull. The thing like reclines to like almost bed level.
Oh, wow.
I'm like, what the frig? I scored this thing. Like it was like this rich family. They were like throwing it out. It was out in front of their house. I'm like, is that a game chair? I'm like, I'm grabbing that motherfucker. I took it home. I cleaned it all up.
All clean and disinfected.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Okay, well, that's good. Yeah.
Oh, I did that before I even wheeled it in the apartment. And,
of course. Yeah, before you bring it in. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and I'm like, holy shit. And it has like this thing that you pull out, and it's almost like a recliner almost. Like you put your feet out.
Cool. Score.
Yeah, I'm like, holy shit. I didn't even know this thing did that. I like flipped it up because I'm like, it feels like it's getting loose or something. So I started tightening all the little Allen wrenches on it. And I saw there was another lever. I'm like, wait a minute. I'm like, holy shit, this thing reclines?
Yeah, that's cool, man. Well, hey, if it was in good shape and you got it all cleaned up.
Yeah, I don't have any.
That's awesome.
I don't game or anything. I don't have any freaking.
Well, it doesn't matter. A chair is a chair.
Well, but it's great for like sitting there doing long lives and stuff.
Sure.
But the one problem I'm running into is the other computer I had was smaller and I had more room. It actually went under the desk. This one,
I got you. Yeah.
This one's just too large. But whatever. Fuck do I care?
It'll work.
Yeah, the problem is I moved a 3-bedroom apartment into a 1-bedroom, so it's like I'm crammed in there.
Yeah, I got you. I understand. Well, best you can with what you got, my friend.
I'd like to get a house, but it ain't practical right now.
Yeah, well, then you will. If that's what you want to do, then you will. Like anything else, just make it a goal, one step at a time. You'll get there. You'll get there, man.
Yeah, I just don't see it happening, man. With the way this career is working out, it's ridiculous. I can't just get one place and stay. It's like it's all contracts. Even if it's full-time contract and they've been with the company for 5 years, eventually it runs out. Like you run into these pandemic issues or whatever the hell that was.
Well, no, you're right. I mean, there's something to be said about that when you're doing, you're working as a subcontractor. I totally understand. It's a valid thing and a valid concern. I totally get it.
Well, everything's outsourced. There's no
Right.
place that will hire you.
And just the finite existence of each contract, right? The time period for each one. I get it. Then you got to find another one if that one doesn't renew, etc. I get it. I've done lots and lots and lots of contract work. You know that. This one,
it's
the one
weird,
that I'm with, that company I'm with right now, I decided to take a actual position with, and I haven't done that in absolutely forever.
Right. I drive home at night and I'm like, wow, my father, he totally had the right idea. He worked for himself always, and it worked. He was able to do everything he wanted. But now the times have changed.
So you put up some ads for, I'll come by and fix your computer. I make your computer faster. I'll take the viruses off or whatever.
That's not gonna work.
You do IT for the local people. You might get some jobs. You never know, man.
That's not gonna be steady. That's not.
No, it won't be. It's a side thing. I don't mean.
Yeah. You ever see?
Gig.
You ever see? There's this app where they work off of the app where they'll just grab little gigs.
There's a few things like that, right?
I forget what it's called.
There's one that's called Fiverr. There's
or something.
Yeah, there's a few different ones. I don't remember the names of all of them right now. I only remember Fiverr right off the top of my head at this hour.
But what I'm hearing from these younger guys they're like, yeah, you kidding? They're like chasing their money. Some of the stuff they'll go and do it, and then they wait 2-3 weeks before they even get the money for it.
Well, yeah, you can't play that. You have to make sure you get
exactly.
paid. Well, that's the way. Yeah, but you can do that on Fiverr too. Like, you can send, when somebody hires you can send examples of the work, and you can even say, I want to be paid first, or I want to be, I want half up front, or whatever it might be. I know some of them are like, some of them might not, or all of them might not be like that. There might be some where you have to actually turn in all the work, but I wouldn't do that. I would never do all the work and just give it to somebody before I've been paid. No fucking way.
Exactly.
No fucking way. And I would tell them that. It's like, if you're not willing to pay me right now, I'm not willing to send you this work, because I'm not playing that bullshit. I'm sure you're a fantastic person and you're trustworthy and all the wonderful things, that you're going to tell me. I'm sure the angels fucking sing when you get up for breakfast. But no.
Nope.
You're going to have to pay me. You tell you what, you give me a few jobs, you pay me like you're supposed to, we'll talk about, a payment plan or a pay after delivery then. Until then, it's pay now or fuck off.
Yeah, it's weird. It's like stuff
people.
Like you go to like a mall and you'll like update a computer that they have in the middle of the floor that's just showing videos and stuff, things like that, and then you'll go up on the roof of a building and friggin' set up a friggin' satellite. I don't know. I'm just thinking of weird things that I've seen on them, and it's like, oh, you can make $1,500 if you go and do this. It literally takes like 10 minutes to do. But yeah.
Oh, I got you. Okay, so these are okay. So that's kind of different. Like, yeah, the site I was talking about, you would put up the stuff that you could do, and people would contact you. These are things that people want done, and you just pick. I got you. I got you.
And I'm talking to the kid that actually he does this stuff, and I'm like, they didn't even pay you. You did that like 2 weeks ago. Yeah, I'm chasing my money. I'm like, that I ain't gonna do that on the side. I rather build people friggin' gaming computers.
Yeah, well, right. What do you need that headache for if you have to chase your money? And what a bullshit app. That's not cool.
Exactly.
They need to be looking out for their people and controlling payment and finance. I mean, even the fucking dark web does that. Come on.
It's crap.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Unless they're the ones fucking him around and hanging on to the money. Unless they're playing with his money, you never know.
The problem is, and this kid, he didn't survive in the office type area because he was like, well, first of all, he was doing that on the side, so he would be like, "Oh, I gotta go somewhere quick for like a half hour. I'll be right back." I'm like, "Yeah, whatever. I don't care. I'm not paying you. Go."
Right.
And then he wouldn't come back, and they're like emailing me, "Hey, have you heard from John?" I'm like, "Nah, I don't know where the fuck he is. I think he went to the bathroom." I'm not his babysitter.
Exactly. No, exactly. Like, yeah. I'm not this fucker's keeper. Exactly.
I'm like, I didn't interview him. You're the fucking idiot.
Yep. I don't know where the fuck he is. Go find him. Yeah. Not my day to watch him.
Funny as hell. First day, one of the kids, he comes in, he's got a black guy. He's wearing basketball shorts. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, you can't come in. This is business casual. You don't come in here with basketball shorts.
Yeah, that's funny. He comes to work and he's just like, I gotta go. I'll be right back. Fucking delivering Chinese food.
One kid had his own IT management company. He was like a Nigerian kid, and he was like a con artist. It was funny as hell. I would just laugh, but other people believed him. So he would go in and had a couple of accounts, and he would come in the morning, image a couple of computers, which is all they really needed him to do, and then he would disappear, and then he would go to a user's office or whatever, and he would take a call while he's while he's working for us. He's on the phone, and I'm like, hey. So the management lady saw him or whatever, and that kid was gone in like 5 minutes. I'm like, these kids, they don't even know better.
Yeah.
They don't even know how to talk to people. They're just like on their phones.
It's unfortunate. That is true. A lot of younger people only have experience, and their social rules have changed, man. I think I've mentioned it before. I've spoken to some younger people about stuff like that, and
yep.
Where I've been in. I remember we were at a movie theater with family and friends, and there was a whole group of younger people there, and I told one of them, I said, "You need to go over there and talk to that girl. I see you looking at that girl. Go over there and tell her to say hi." Go there and say hi. Tell her your name. Ask her name. What, are you crazy?
Right.
I can't do that. She's going to think I'm a fucking psycho. I was like, what are you talking about? We're in a public place. There's people everywhere. Yes. You guys looked at each other like 4 times. I watched it fucking happen. You're my family. I noticed these things. Walk over there. Say hello. Tell her your name. Ask her what her name is. And then give her a compliment. Talk to her a little bit. See if you can get a hold of her later. I'm walking them through it. No, man, we have to talk in a text, like a chat room, or meet in a group chat or something like that, or maybe we'll end up around. I'll see if anybody knows. We'll end up in the same place together, and then maybe I'm like, what are you talking?
Exactly.
We don't do that anymore. We don't do that. People think I'm really weird and aggressive. People think it's aggressive. I'm like, oh my fucking God, dude. You're aggressive.
Yeah. He's right though. That's how they think now.
I don't fight them. I understand that shit's different. I was being explained to. I took it that way, but but at first I'm like, what on earth are you talking about?
I know.
You need to just go over there and say hello. Oh man, we can't, you don't understand. Things are different. It's different than when you were growing up. And I'm like, oh, I'm the old guy. All right.
Yeah, somehow we became. That doesn't make sense either, but yeah, unbelievable.
Well, and I totally get that, and that would be a valid reference for certain things. But when it comes to talking to people, I didn't think that would necessarily be so valid. But apparently,
they don't
it's
talk.
valid.
Yeah,
apparently, it's a valid thing. You know,
the only time they talk,
we got to meet in a group chat, like have
Yeah.
people introduce us, maybe talk online a few times, and then if it's cool, then we
The
can
only
go and
time
do
they-
something. I'll see if she wants to hang out. I'm like, oh my God, you guys hang out right now. You go find out what movie she's in. I'll buy you a ticket.
Yeah, exactly.
You guys are in a movie theater. Fuck the movie you're going to see with us. Go see what she's seeing. I'll buy you. If you go talk to her and find out what movie she's in and it goes cool, I'll buy you a ticket to her movie. You know what I mean? I was like trying everything.
Yeah.
And they're laughing and smiling at me. Oh, that's weird. Ha ha ha. That's weird. We can't. That would be really weird. You can't do that.
It's not weird.
Yeah.
You know, it's crazy, right? But the only time they'll talk is like if they're in like a business meeting networking.
It's crazy, man.
It's weird. That's weird. Right. I mean, you would have bought her a ticket if he had done it.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Either way, one way or the other. What, she want to come see a movie with you? No problem. You're my family. I got you all day long. Movie ticket ain't shit. No problem. You know, it's like I'll get you one to go see with her. I'll get her one to come see with you. Either way, you got one coming. You just go over there and talk to her. Be cool. Don't be aggressive. I kept saying that to him. I'm like, just don't be aggressive. Like, what do you mean aggressive? Just don't fucking yell at her. I'm telling you, go over there and just talk. Just say hi. What's aggressive about saying hi?
Yeah.
You know,
Exactly.
like, well, maybe she doesn't want to be bothered. She's here with other people and she doesn't know me. I'm just going to walk over there and just assume she wants to talk to me. That's aggressive. I'm like, no.
Just
You
literally looking at
fuckers
him.
are-
And he's
you
looking at
fuckers
her.
are pussified.
Yeah.
You know, you guys have that bullshit. You're listening to that bullshit. It's not true. None of that stuff's true. Don't buy into it. You know?
Yeah.
I got through to them a little because obviously it's family. This was a while ago. I've seen them numerous times since then. I've got through to them a couple of times, but I listen to them. You know, I don't try and push them into being socially awkward. If you tell me that that's something that's not accepted in, you know, your version of society, I will believe you. But at the same time, it's like I've said this to them before, which is why I'm repeating it now. Talking to people is never going to go out of style.
No,
Humans will always be social creatures, and women will always love compliments. So as long as you're not aggressive and you're cool about it and smooth, I still stand by the fact that you should go. And this is what I'm saying to them. You should still approach people, you know, and meet them. It's how you're going to meet new people, explore, end up on adventures, make new friends, you know.
Yep.
Be willing to take the risk. If then they look at you like a weirdo or treat you like you're being aggressive, look at them like they're the fucking weirdo. You know, take the flip side of the coin. Be like, hey, I was just trying to say, hey, I thought you had beautiful eyes. I thought you were really, you know, you seemed like a nice person, or whatever it might be, the situation you're in. You know, apparently you're a fucking bitch. It's like, that's cool.
Right.
I get it, right? Like, because you're well within your rights at that point. If literally all you do is say hi and like you tell her your name, you're just trying to meet somebody and they're a fucking asshole to you, you know, because they can easily just be like, hey, nicely, you know, I'm not interested, or hey, you know, I'm here with other people, but you know, maybe we can meet another time. That's grown up and mature. If a bitch looks at you and is just like an asshole about you just approaching her like they're important and you're like
And you don't
somehow
want to
being
talk
aggressive on their space, you don't want, fuck them.
Yeah, you don't want to talk to her. Anyways.
Fuck them. Yeah.
But if they're like, oh, you go to this school, oh, I go here. You know, they find out.
But like I said, at the end of the day, choose your battles. You know better than me. You know, I'm not your age. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Apparently, I come from a time where we spoke to each other, where you had to talk to somebody, or they might disappear and you might not find them again. You know, it's different. I understand. At the very least, go find them on whatever weird social platforms you guys are using.
And there's so many of them.
Yeah. Well, that's why, you know, notice I'm not even trying to name them. I don't want to seem uncool.
Yeah, right.
For not knowing any of the ones, right?
Yeah.
It's like, hey, you kids got a MySpace? You know, you sound like you're 1,000 years old.
Right.
And so I say, I don't have any of these things. I don't have social accounts and stuff, so I don't really even know what they are. But you know, it's like, find out. You guys know, your kids, you know, find out which ones you all share together, and
Listen,
give her a fucking like or a comment or whatever kind of weird slang word for those things you have. Do that.
Listen, people still use fucking Yahoo. I swear. And what the hell is it? I think it was 556. He sent me his email. It was like AOL. I was like, what the fuck?
Oh, an AOL email?
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
that's 1,000,000 years old too, huh?
Yeah.
It's like, hey man, let's go meet in Yahoo chat.
I know. So I told him, like, listen, open a
What's your instant
email
messenger
account.
name? Like, is this email your email address? Is this the same as your IM? Is this your IM name? Your IM address?
Yeah.
Too fucking funny, bro. I remember all that stuff.
The best was when everyone started saying, "Oh, DM me," and I'm saying to myself, "What the fuck are they talking?"
I
about?
liked IMs better. I'm just being honest.
I do too.
I liked all that stuff. I thought that was way super convenient when the internet was like open like that, and you could meet people in cool chat rooms and like meet people for like bands and talk about music and art or like whatever, bro. There was 1,000,000 super cool chat rooms, and all you needed was your fucking instant messenger. You gave people your name. You could be talking to like 5, 6 people. You know what I mean? In all your little chat boxes and stuff, and they could be from anywhere in the world, all over the place. And you just meet them in these cool chat rooms. That shit was cool. You don't have stuff like that anymore. Everything's all super regulated and controlled. And like you said, you gotta be like on and a member of some weird social site in order to like only direct message people on there. That's fucking bizarre.
Yeah. Well, I remember calling. I remember there was a phone line you'd go on. It was a chat line or something. I forget what the hell it was called. But we used to call this number, and it was just people.
I got you. I never did that. I don't remember that. I didn't do that, but I did use the instant messengers, and I did use the like different kinds of chat rooms and stuff. I always thought that was super cool, man. You could just pull up one of those things on Yahoo and go into like music and stuff, and like you could find people. You could find chat rooms about different bands or like different styles of music. There was like people always like looking for musicians to talk to and meet or whatever. It was fucking cool. It was super cool. And I always liked talking about music and things like that. There was cool history chats back then. I remember going into some of those. Those were neat. I learned a lot of really cool stuff.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, those were fun, man. Those were fun. But you don't really get stuff like that anymore. Like I said, everything's so overly regulated and everything's super controlled. I mean, like, I hate to say, but like, even like just to reference back to like when MySpace, where you could literally go onto MySpace and you didn't have to be anybody's friend or you could write them a letter.
Yep.
Anybody that was on that fucking site, they could be in Indonesia and never heard of you. They've never liked anything from you. You could find them in a list of people just by looking up a couple of keywords and Indonesia in MySpace's search. You would pull up all the people that met those criteria. You could just write them letters.
Yeah, that was a pretty cool site. I remember that.
You know, but you can't do that shit now I mean, I'm sure you could probably, I don't have memberships. I'm sure you could probably do it on like, well, you could probably on X now instead of Twitter. You could probably go on there and probably at anybody you want. I guess you could probably leave DMs for maybe anybody. I don't know if you have to be their friend or not or subscribed or whatever.
Probably have to.
But I'm just assuming that you do because it's a controlled environment, like a Facebook or something like that. I remember Facebook was the first one to get really communista on their rules with like the people you were allowed to message. They had to be friends of yours or at least in your friends group, or, you know, there was all kinds of weird shit. You couldn't post lots of different stuff. They didn't want you to, you'd have a business account, if you know, if you were going to promote certain things. It was just crazy, bro.
You couldn't even say certain things. Yeah.
Well, yeah, and you couldn't put like an actual like music player on there or like an actual video player on there. Everything had to just be posted. It wasn't like the original, social media sites where you could just leave. You could design your whole page and have all kinds of players and links and.
Well, even in here, like notice even in the chat, like if you were to type something out, you can only type so many words, so many letters, and then you have to like.
Oh, it limits the amount of work. Yeah, what you can say. I got you.
Yeah, it's crazy. Well, I'm gonna get going because
me too. I was getting ready to say the same thing. It's that time, man.
Yeah.
Perfect timing.
All right, bro.
All right, it was good talking to you. Thanks for coming through.
Definitely.
Yeah, we'll talk again soon.
All right, I gotta check that.
Be safe.
All right, man. Good night.